the good old times. Oh, I'm the only one here. Oh dear. This is gay.
You can find it there. And I thought he did an excellent job. Okay, that girl, I'm reading a lot of your stuff here. I feel like I'm working for you. I was told a while ago by someone close to Bond, but it wasn't until your exposure that it really hit home. Yeah, well, I'm glad. Thank you, Dyson. You liked that interview too. And Fabian's in the group. I saw Fabian earlier here. I knew Fabian would be around somewhere. Okay, I'm going to read your stuff here, Fabian, sight unseen. See, I have a certain amount of trust in you, my friend. Fabian said, the problem with Jesse's version of forgiveness is you have to go and do it. And that's, again, man trying to save himself when freaking, that's not what Jesus taught, the forgiveness that has to happen. Yeah, there's an element of will in his forgiveness. Now, if it works, great. If you go to someone and do something where you have to feel like you have to face them, if you feel like you have to face them and do it and you get free from that, I'm all for you. I'm not knocking that, but I don't think that is the one size fits all for everybody. You can forgive certain things by just being shown something in your heart. And I'm not telling people you need to be cowards and don't face it. If you do, if you need to face it, face it. But it's not the only way. Even Jesse himself told me, I don't even believe his forgiveness story anymore, but even he told me that he forgave his mother in his heart and then went and talked to her. So take that for what it's worth. That was out of the horse's mouth. I don't even know if it was true or not at this point, but I'm just saying, even he said that. By the way, Jesse was pushing another meditation. This gets into the spiritual thing, but Jesse was pushing Roy Masters meditation for a while, but not giving Roy Masters credit. I have a link in the description to Roy Masters 7-minute meditation. It's quite good for anyone who's interested. Jesse was pushing Roy Masters be still in no meditation for a while, but didn't give him credit. Roy got ticked off about that and told him to stop doing that. And then he started doing his own meditation. But when Jesse was pushing Roy's meditation, he even admitted to me that he didn't even do the meditation. Now, he may have been doing some other meditation or whatever, but the one that he was pushing, he wasn't doing. Okay, I'm just telling you. All right, let's see. Top Oracle says, okay.
More unverifiable details. Wonderful. Why am I the only one here?
Long-time adversary or caller to Jesse. It's just a matter of time before Jesse triggers an anti-black mass shooter. Well, I mean, yeah, he's not obviously going and telling people to shoot people, but you can get people mad at black folks the way Jesse does by kind of, highlighting stuff. And believe me, I understand black people or young black men, for a lot of reasons, are much more likely to kill other young black men or kill black on white than the other way around. I get all that. I certainly wouldn't deny that for a moment. But there's a way you can handle this stuff. There is a way you can bring the races together. There's a way you can tell the truth. You're not going to get everybody. You will offend some. But there's no need to be throwing stuff out on purpose just to tweak people. Thank God for slavery. Knowing that the average person hears that has never heard you before, and just you're tempting a person to get angry without even trying to get into a conversation with them. It's kind of ridiculous. That kind of stuff. Jesse had, honestly, I remember there was an article. If somebody could look this up, if they're good at looking stuff up on microfiche or something at the library, I couldn't find it online because it's too old. But I'm telling you, there is, if somebody who's in Bond could find this, there's a book that we used to have in Bond of like stuff that Jesse would do in the media. We used to have a blue binder, and then there's a green binder in Bond. It's probably way back in the back. It's probably still back there somewhere in the way back of Bond. Somebody could look back there and find it. And a lot of it is like old interviews that Jesse did. And we back then a lot of it was print interviews, and we would print these things out and then put it in a binder. One of the first interviews Jesse did, even way back then, he was pulling crap. He had an interview. He did an article in the Inglewood Sentinel. The Inglewood Sentinel. This probably goes back to about early 90s, maybe around 1991 to something right in there, no further than that, very early 90s. And Jesse had a quote. It was a big blaring headline with Jesse's picture underneath it, and the headline said, 99.9% of black men are immoral. 99.9% of black men are immoral. Now look, I know as well as anybody that there are problems with black men, big problems that need to be addressed in a better way. And that's what I hope that Bond would do, by the way. It's one of the reasons I helped Bond for so many years. But to make statements like 99.5% or 99 point, was it 9 or 5? It was 99 point something. It was either 99.5 or 99.9. It was 99 point something. Maybe it was 99.
Sounds like a comment that was made.
I don't know, but it was 99 at least 0.5. I'm going to go take it at least that far. Somebody could probably find that article. It's still there. Why do you say stuff like that? Why do you say that women are evil flat out? There is a whole psychological thing. There are spiritual truths here. There are truths about.
You snobs! You stupid, stuck-up, toffee-nosed, half-witted, upper-class piles of tots!
Hi.
I'm good. I'm no longer alone. Good stuff.
Will this hell ever end?
No, never.
Well, depends
We
on what
will
you
not
mean.
allow it. We will continue to torture ourselves and the chat with this nonsense. But no, this comment about 99.95% of black males are immoral. This sounds like it's par for the course for Jesse Lee Peterson. It sounds like he said something deliberately designed to be incisive in order to force people to talk about an issue. Is that the correct tactic for a pastor? I argue no. He shouldn't be doing that shit as a pastor. Pastors should always kind of shoot. I don't think shooting from the hip is. It should be straight shooters. I think shooting from the hip is not necessarily. Yeah, it's. I don't know. It, to me, tells me that the person doing their sermon doesn't take the word of God terribly seriously. Like relating life experiences as parables, certainly that's appropriate. But, like saying incisive shit to make people talk is gay, and like that's womanly behavior. Unless you're, I don't know, man. Unless it's like deliberately a joke, because people make dark jokes all the time, and I'm fine with that. But like, I don't know, a pastor saying that shit, kind of weird. Sounds like provocation to me, which I would have to know his motivation in order to judge him, to be honest. If it was just to fucking make a joke, I'm fine with it while it makes me uncomfortable. But, you know, what do you do?
You want to read Pepe's comment?
Yes, I will. Un momento, por favor. I do not want to die. I have to move somewhere safe. There. Pepe Silvas is coming soon to a theater near you. Steven Seagal hunts for the worst gay-bashing black raper known in the street as Jesse Lee Peterson. Order your tickets today for Under Siege 3 Darkest Territory. Oh, that's terrible.
Women coming from man, and Eve, biting the fruit, and women can be more susceptible to listening to the devil and lies. That's often true. That's generally true. I think much more than men in general. But that's not the same as.
I'm agreeing with Rooney. No, shoot me now. All right, take me out back at the shotgun. I'm agreeing with Rooney. This has to end. My life is over. I've agreed with something he said. I know. Broken clock syndrome. Even a retard says something factual once in a while. But yes, that's correct. Women, unfortunately, are. That's why they're meant to be led by men, because.
Mr. Turner says, "Go Team Crackhead."
Yes.
Is he talking about Patrick, or is he talking about Lord Crackhead?
That's a good question. Mr. Tuner, are you?
You can't take it as far as saying women are evil. It's just it's taking a certain truth and then making a funhouse mirror thing out of it and making it go too far to start, drawing a problem between men and women. If you are married, you want to keep marriages together, and you're telling men that women are evil and don't let them teach your kids anything. And this and that. Jesse would get most of us men that were involved in bond that would tempt us to just trust our wife. I'm not saying there are times when you could have a bad wife or you could have a wife that's disgustable. But he egged that kind of situation on. He created what they call enmity, as the devil said, between men and women. Jesse created additional enmity between.
He's not going to give specific examples, is he? He's just going to make the claim and give no corroborating data whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Men and women, between black and white. That's why we never really got anywhere trying to unite the races with truth instead of dividing them with lies, as Jesse said that he was doing. Rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. Families around bond were crumbling. Guys were living into old ages, living in the bond house and paying Jesse rent and that kind of thing. No, that wasn't good. So anyway, that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm kind of like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to tell my story here before I kind of switch gears, but I wanted to, at least with this thing blowing up this week the way it is, I wanted to be available for you guys and just to talk about this stuff a little bit and talk about some of the spiritual stuff that I think is so crazy. Hopefully some of you guys will see it. Let's see. What about Ermias? Well, Ermias has left Bond. That's all I can say at this point. Ermias is a friend of mine. Ermias has been a friend for a long time. And Jesse tried to turn Ermias and me away from each other as friends. And did a pretty good job at first because I was a dummy. I was so into it.
Given
And
the guy
Jesse
was raised by a
bring me
single
up and bring-
mother, Jesse Lee Peterson, I mean, given the guy that was raised by a single mother, it's possible he has done some of the shit that they're talking about. But again, like, I don't trust addicts and criminals.
Yeah, I believe there's been quite a bit of discussion about this film on our Bastard streams.
What film?
That one.
Geese. This Nagakuga is swatting me like a fucking fly, so un momento, por favor. Alright. Gay niggers from outer space? Yes. Yes. That's I thought it was a meme back in the day because Sargon and Dankula would bring it up every time they were on stream together, so I looked it up. No, it's real.
Ah.
It's
Gentlemen,
Good evening.
The Mexican has arrived.
I am here. I'm Brex Queer. We're not going anywhere.
Yes.
How are y'all tonight?
Oh, just having lots of fun. Can't you tell? Oh,
No.
Where have you gone, Jesse Milestone? A nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Pepe Silva, Devil's Advocate. 1, if Patrick wasn't raped, then he is ruining a decent man and turning thousands or millions against Christ. 2, if Patrick was raped, why did he keep doing it over and over?
Yeah, no, it was consensual. Again, I don't believe the accusations that they've made, but...
How many sucks does it take to get to the center of a cock pop? Only Patrick and
Son
Martin
of a bitch.
Yep. Yeah.
Ooh, the biggest twist is
With
if
the
Liam were the
accusations.
rapist.
Yeah, exactly. I don't believe the accusations, but for the sake of the argument, if the accusations hold true, what happened was consensual homosexual sex, not rape or molestation.
Mm-hmm.
They went on Nicholas Fuentes.
Yes. It went all Coom Hunter HD. Good old Dickolas J. Fagtez.
Ermias down because I played ball. Ermias didn't play ball with Jesse in that way. And because I played ball, just like whoever's playing ball is getting things from Jesse.
Bro, you didn't
right?
play ball. You played with his balls. Like, not to fucking give credence to his idiocy, but like, what the hell is this nonsense?
Oh. Yes.
Well, I've started a new project, boys.
Oh.
I've started building a Ferrari.
What model?
488.
I was getting things from Jesse, and Ermias was not. Ermias should have been a spokesman for Bond a long time ago. I told him that several
He
times.
wasn't raped.
Very talented
He
guy.
was
when
made
he came
gay
from, Lansing,
somehow.
Michigan, many years ago. He was originally going to take over from me.
Gay
and I was kind of moving my way
conversion
out. I was going to
therapy?
start a business years ago. But
Oh,
Jesse
there
kind
you
of
go.
talked me back into staying. I wish I would have left then because when I was first going to leave, it was actually before we actually had any.
Wait, is this was he one of Mike Shock the Fags Pence's first victims? Is this what happened? They
No, he was Liam's earliest victims.
Pence shocked this guy into being a homosexual. Is that what happened here?
Well, we knew Pence was a traitor, so.
I mean,
Pepe
Pence is a
Silva,
traitor.
Devil's Advocate 3. If Patrick was in a gay sexual relationship with JLP, why did he decide to share it with everyone? Did he get super AIDS? What happened to bedroom silence?
He wanted everybody to know
Notice though how he didn't come out until there was like
too many
This
gays.
what
again.
took so long.
Too many
That's-
gays in the closet.
Like, and I don't believe him, for the record. I do not believe him for a second. But what took so long? That's the biggest question I would have if I believed him. Why did it take so long? And I have yet to see him answer that question in a satisfactory fashion. He always just gives sort of snide, underhanded fucking woman answers to that question whenever it's asked of him, or he ignores it outright.
Mal is back.
Oh, hello.
So
Mal
the
will be back.
So the idea is to make fun of one of Jesse's lovers. The idea is to make fun of everyone. That's what we do here.
Yeah, legitimately.
Oh.
We fuck with people here on this channel. Have you not figured that out yet? Like, that's just jokes.
This is what happens when you don't have Liam Gray to kick around anymore. You should have backed Wonder Island. I did.
Yeah,
I did back Wonder Island.
I almost backed Wonder Island, but then Liam fucking started flagging channels, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I backed him, I believe, earlier before he did that. So it's like, oh, well.
Yeah.
What? Do ask that of kids abused by priests. Do ask what?
Do you ask that of kids abused by priests?
Do ask what of?
Do we ask what specifically, Mal?
Oh, that reminds me. I have
Says,
something
"Please
for us
make
to
these
watch.
People stop doing live streams about Jesse Lee Peterson so we don't have to watch this anymore." That's Jabba putting out a prayer into the ether. He wants God to stop these people from making content.
Oh.
Oh, also, I have something special for us to watch.
Oh, God.
And exactly,
what?
Jim Tuner. These are not kids. They were grown men.
Yes.
Exactly. They were adults. It was consensual, homosexual sex. We're not talking about molestation here. We're talking about adults fucking each other in the ass, apparently. If the accusations hold true, which I personally do not believe they do.
Very unlikely.
Any sexual contact. I could have left unscathed, but maybe this was meant to be to wake up other people, I guess. I think in some ways it was meant to be. But I've known Ernest for many years. Ernest is a good guy. Most people that work with him professionally really think highly of him.
Huh? Again, what exactly?
I think Mal specifically criticizing the point that why did it take them so many years to come out with it? He wasn't abused, though. He was in a, if his stories are true, which I do not believe they are, he was in a homosexual relationship. That's not an abusive relationship. These two things are
He keeps trying to make it sound like it was sort of like, oh, you know, Jesse, you know, helped me commit adultery and all this crap, you know, and it's like, dude, just accept. Yeah.
It was only abusive because of the abuse on the balls.
Well, they're whipping each other's testicles in the bedroom. Oh, hit me harder, Daddy.
Yeah, you'd think that
is that how you spend your late Saturday nights?
You know, whatever.
No. I spend my late Saturday nights jerking off to tranny porn.
And Matt C just says homosex? Question mark. Oh.
Yeah.
Sexual mind control or something. Yeah. Please, Liam, come back. That was a sex relationship that he hid. Now he's talking. Okay.
Yeah, so
what I posted Einbrecht's scene earlier today.
You cannot. They're not remotely alike. Like, we're not criticizing things in the same realm. We're not criticizing kids for coming out later. I understand why kids don't immediately come out when they've been abused. Generally speaking, the person abusing them tells them, from my experience anyway, that you'll get in trouble if you tell anyone. And as a child, you tend to believe the adults when they tell you that shit. Just saying. That's not the same thing as an adult being like, bro, what do you want to do? And the other dude's like, I want to talk about this gay sex shit that I want to do with you specifically. Pepe Silva says the first 5 times you suck it down, you can be mostly straight. But oh man, that 6th time, whoa, it breaks that gay glass ceiling and you just go full raging homo. I'm guessing the homo got sniped the first time around Pepe and you had to replace the second O. Jim Tuner says 24 backers. Liam Gray wins again.
Oh, God.
Jim Toomer.
I said Jim Toomer by mistake. Yep. So men raped in jail, just talk about the rape. Men raped in jail. Yeah. Most of them do talk about it eventually. As for men specifically talking about it after they've been raped, I don't imagine. That happens a lot because you will get murdered, which, again, not an equivalent situation. Not remotely alike what we're discussing here. They'll get stabbed to death if they rat in jail after being raped, or worse. It's not the same thing as having consensual sex with someone behind closed doors, which, again, I do not believe happened, but you're drawing false equivalencies here. Are you retarded? Is that the problem?
Anthony worked with him, 21 Studios, for a while because Jesse was speaking at the Manosphere and things like that, and always spoke highly of Ermias, very professional. So Ermias took over for me as a PR guy, did a great job, really knows how to put events together. Yeah, a good guy. But he doesn't really want to get involved in this stuff, so I'm leaving him out of
that's pretty
the
much
equation.
it. Yeah.
So that's fine. Everybody's on their own, but I can tell you he is not. I think it's fair to say, I don't think Ermias would mind me saying that he doesn't support what Jesse's doing. He knows what Jesse's been up to. He's heard enough. I'm not saying he saw anything himself, but he's heard enough. He knows me enough. He knows some of the other guys well enough. He knows Jesse's been up to no good, and he sees the kind of person Jesse is. So he's not confused about what's going on at all. All right. Should the King said, should Jesse stop doing his radio show too? I think the whole thing should be disbanded. Personally, I think it's a crock. I mean, it's not real. It's a whole organization based on Jesse with no oversight, basically. Okay. So whatever you want to make out of that. If Jesse wants to do a radio show, he could, but how many employees you really need to do? Just fire up the podcast and do a podcast. You want do a show like this if you want to.
He wasn't proud of the relationship.
Are people getting help? Yeah, I think some people get help, especially people that don't hang around too long. If they hear a few good things.
Okay.
There's no reason for you to be proud of an adulterous relationship that you're having behind your wife's back.
Yeah.
I mean,
why would he be proud of cheating on his wife?
I'm proud of cheating on my wife. So, I got Jesse to hang out with me right in front of her.
That bitch either bitch.
No human being should be proud, period, because pride, greed, envy, lust, sloth, gluttony, and wrath are all some of the largest sins we can commit.
Breck, do you know what time it is?
Mike S. Miller was correct. Pride is a sin.
Dude, I genuinely hate that fucking war campaign drove him off from CG because we need a Smiller in CG. Like, genuinely speaking, we need a Smiller in CG. We need someone who says shit like pride is a sin.
Well, hopefully JDA is working on it. He's been streaming with Mike. So.
Yeah. Pepe Silva says, I know from firsthand knowledge, once you reach cock 6, it's a few short steps until you reach cock 9,386. The Homo T virus is cumulative. Once you embrace the dick, you become a complete cock monster.
I got $5 saying that California becomes the first infected with
Once again.
Which is it? Is he gay or not? Don't know.
Don't know. Once again.
Who cares?
This is the most boring gay grape church scandal. The history of gay grape church scandals, yeah.
Oh.
Dude, man, how many Jessies are going to be added to the lore of the show? As many as we can find that are funny to cover. Motherfucker. Martin, Patrick, and Paul are self-admittedly gay, but claim that magic made them gay. There you go.
Wait a minute. Is Paul admittedly gay?
Paul, I don't know. No, Paul's the son, isn't he?
Yeah.
Keffa says, "Arg."
Oh,
But so what if JOP did some gay sex? Sin is a sin. He is a pastor and then has a job to do. Get over it. We all make mistakes. You think Pope Francis hasn't gang fucked a few altar boys?
Oh, motherfucker.
yeah, that worked, bro.
I'm pretty sure Francis has fucked tranny altar boys at this point. Because he is a heretic. Not my Pope. Jim Tuner
What time
says,
is
what
it?
time
It's
is
time
it?
to-
It's time's up. JLP
It's
is
rape
straight,
o'clock.
Jim Tuner says Smiller doesn't care about the gays anymore. It's all about the NFTs and the bitcoins. Ah, yeah, fair enough.
I thought you were going to say NFT and bitches. I could always go for a few bitches.
I mean, I prefer to avoid bitches. Like,
raping bitches.
it's,
Forgive your mother, pray, things like that. There's you can certainly get help. Of course, if people read the Bible and actually went to church, a church to begin with, they could get a lot of help too. But most people don't read stuff like that anymore. Most people don't meditate. At least Jesse was teaching a form of meditation. I don't think
Patrick,
his
apparently.
necessarily is the most effective way. I think what Roy Masters was teaching was much more on point.
Say nothing of Martin.
But I don't know. So again, if people get help from him, that's great. But I certainly wouldn't stick around because you're really getting help from the devil, in my opinion. All right. Tyson says no more fallen state unless Nick took over that too. LOL. Yeah. Nick? I don't think the fallen state is. I'm not trying to take credit here, but I was the main one that convinced Jesse to start the Fallen State show. We started doing fundraising for that show many years ago.
I hope not.
And I thought Jesse was great at interviewing people.
You're barking up the wrong tree there,
saw him so they could kind of see the twinkle in his eye when he was talking to people instead of just seeing him on the radio. So I really kind of pushed that for a long time. I almost regret it in a way, but I thought he would do real well. I thought he was a really good interviewer. I come to find out he's not nearly as good of an interviewer as I thought because he's not really honest. To be a good interviewer, or in my opinion, you got to have some honesty.
True.
And Jesse, you can tell when he interviews homosexuals, there's no honesty there. The homosexuals are more honest than he is. Okay. All right. Tony Bruno says Ermias left because of this. Yeah, I think it's fair to say.
Homosexuals are more honest than he is. What? People that engage in one form of degeneracy are not necessarily more likely to engage in another form of degeneracy. It's not really how it works. It's not a contagion. Pepe Silva says, if Jesse Lee Peterson raped a zoo full of animals and half the daycares in my state, I would only ask one question. Are you coming into work on Monday?
Oh no, I've eaten.
People are so fucked. Like Exxon loads grinder already. Yeah, pretty much. Like, download grinder already. I thought it was a joke username, but he mistyped download.
Ermias knew what was going on. I don't think Ermias would mind if I said that. I think it's fair to say that. It is fair to say that. That's right. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Tony Bruno, for saying that. The 21 Surfer is here too. Great. Let's see. That girl, the car wash guy, his name is Samuel. He's the guy that came out after my stuff. While I was still writing articles about Jesse, I found out about his stuff. Pathetic, horrible stuff. The car wash guy said he left after he told him what happened. Yeah, he did. He told Jesse what was up. And there was some other stuff. Jesse tried to keep him close like the mafia does, and it didn't work. That girl says, I really respect Ermias. That's great to hear. Yeah, good guy. What happened to Chris, the white guy? He white. Perpetual Grind said that. Anyone know what happened? Well, someone answered that earlier. I don't know if anyone can answer that. Maybe somebody knows. I don't know. I just know that Chris saw what was going down and what was coming out, and he got the hell out. That's all I know. If anyone knows more than that, you know more than I do. But I never really knew Chris anyway. I'm from the old school. I was from, the guys way back when who kind of helped build all this stuff. But then I wasn't involved recently. I said, who is Ermias? Ermias is Jesse's PR guy for many, many years. Did PR for Jesse and put on a lot of great events and things like that. Jubin says,
like
forgive your mother so God can give you cult speak. Wait, forgive your mother so God can, I guess you mean forgive you. Yeah, I mean, again, if you truly forgive your parents, you can be opened up to God's love. I'm not knocking that. You can be opened up to love through forgiveness. Even Jesus said, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And he even said, he didn't necessarily say go and forgive, but he said, if somebody's holding something against you, go and let them get that off their chest, right? That's what Jesus said. I'm not saying he wasn't telling people they couldn't go forgive either,
the Lord's Prayer.
But yeah, it can be your mother, but Jesse tended to make everything about forgiving the mother. And when obviously fathers need to be forgiven as well. And fathers can hurt their children very much so. So, he's got a weird thing about that. Okay, what else here? I'm working through some things here. Maybe this is good in a way, probably, because it gives me a chance to talk to you guys because again, I don't know how many more I'm doing where I've already told my story and so on. So I might be moving on to a new phase. I don't know what that phase is going to be. I'm definitely going to be uncovering a lot of corruption and things like that. I'm going to be doing stuff in my own area here, which is going to be applicable to you guys too. And I'll be involved in this as long as I need to be. Whatever I'm needed to do, I'm happy to do. So I just don't know week to week. But anyway, it does feel like one door, one chapter is maybe closing, maybe the next one is going to be opening up soon. So that's the way it feels to me.
Jim Tuner says the CDC has advised that having sex.
I don't know what he's going to say here, but I'll put
clothes
it.
will
I see
prevent
homosexuality the
monkeypox.
same as lying,
Oh,
gluttony,
this-
stealing, anger, and other sins. Jesse is not perfect, just like none of us are perfect. Well, I'm going to disagree with you, Raphael, because there are degrees of evil here. Some, seven deadly sins and things like that. Anger is a very serious sin. Don't get me
How many
wrong.
masks
But so is
did they
adultery.
want us
So
to
is
wear
murder.
again?
So
What
are
was
other
it,
things.
3 toward the end?
Gluttony, I wouldn't put in the same category. And
Okay, did you listen to that retardery?
I missed it. What did he say?
there are degrees of evil here. Some, dead up here, Raphael. I see homosexuality the same as lying, gluttony, stealing, anger, and other sins. Jesse is not perfect, just like none of us are perfect. Well, I'm going to disagree with you, Raphael, because there are degrees of evil here. Some, seven deadly sins and things like that. Anger is a very serious sin. Don't get me wrong. But so is adultery. So is murder. So are other things. Gluttony, I wouldn't put in the same category. And it's not.
Gluttony is literally one of the 7 deadly sins.
It's literally one of the 7 deadly sins, you fucking retard. Also, adultery is one of the 10 commandments. So
I ate this whole chocolate cake. Now I'm going to die.
Every Silver says every Christian knows that Christ doesn't stop you from spinning. He just gives you his spirit and saves you from hell. A guy can be a Christian and fuck up or sin and screw up. It happens. That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually bother to, even the Apostle Paul admitted to be the chief of all sinners, and the longer he lived in Christ, the more of his son he found. Christians forgive, the world doesn't. That's, once again, a fact they like to overlook all the time. Paul was one of the greatest sinners of their time. Paul regularly tortured and murdered Christians before becoming a Christian. Let's be clear here. Paul was an actual monster. He was the thing that went bump in the night for Christians of the age.
He wants the thing that goes fuck in the night.
And says, what was this gay guy's story again? Was it getting dongs dropped on his forehead that turned into a 5-head?
He's told 3 versions of his story. We don't know. You did adultery, Pat. Yeah, that's correct, Stavros. Dude Man says, as I understand it, gluttony isn't just overeating. That's correct. Gluttony is specifically gluttony, or how I say Rosetta.
How Helmet says Rosetta Allen.
Yes. Jim Tuner says 3 homeless guys were made gay by another gay guy or something. That is the story, more or less. And the 7 deadly sins are interconnected: gluttony and lust for attempt. That's correct. Gluttonous people are always lustful because they're also always greedy. Because
Rosetta is the hero we deserve. Jeez.
That is the hero we deserve. I am begging well-read anus to start his stream early. I thought well-read had stopped streaming. CG doesn't need intellectuals. He needs to go away in shame and never come back, says Jim Tuner.
Jess, so, and if you understand, Raphael, I don't know if you understand the whole story, so just so you understand it here. We're not just talking about a guy, let me take this off now. We're not just talking about a guy who has a sexual problem and, had some situations that happen with men. That could happen. It's understandable. And if you repent from that, God is going to, help you out with that.
You're awake. Why don't you come in here?
What Jesse has done from, I think, way back, best I can tell from way back, he's been grooming men along the way for sex and then going after them. And the ones that kind of have a weak spot for it, like me and others, he'll take it further. And then if they don't have that thing, they haven't been molested or something like that, then he kind of moves on. But he's kind of checking all problems.
Pepe says, any sin is punishable by God with a death sentence. The Bible mentions degrees of sin like homosexuality because of the damage it does to your soul and you as a person. Matt C says, dark gift is running the well-read stream tonight.
Okay. Well, I don't watch Well Read, so I know he's your friend, Matt C, but I don't have anything against the guy personally, but I just don't find him entertaining. I like what does he go by these days? Son, does he use Wilberforce Wooster now? I don't know. I know him as Sunshine Wilberforce Wooster, but I like him. He's got a dry sense of humor, but I don't know. The other guys in the show, not so much. They don't entertain me. That's the prime quality for me when it comes to watching anything or listening to anything while I do other things. I have to be entertained. If I'm not entertained, I'm out.
Dance,
Pepe
monkey,
Silva says
dance.
the degree of sin doesn't rack up sin points that God can't redeem, so to speak. God can forgive any sin, but sin against the Holy Spirit. Yes, that's... bro, legitimately, Pepe's a troll, but he knows his shit. I love it. Helmet Korshkin says I must go to work in around 5 hours, friendos. Oh, yeah, man. Don't...
Then why the hell aren't you asleep?
Go to sleep, you degenerate. Good Lord.
He's been rubbing them out for the last 6 hours to rub them.
You've been jerking off to pictures of Piper.
From the neck below.
Sin against the Holy Spirit is denying Christ until death. That can't be forgiven because it precludes you from using Christ as the scapegoat for your sin. Well-read will eventually become the next Patrick if he hangs around Dark Rift long enough. Raped by Goatman. Oh dear. Maybe. Start a stream, Matt C. Jabba's desperate to get us to stop talking about Patrick Rooney. Sorry, Patricia Rodney.
Probably almost, most if not all. I don't know all, but a lot of the guys that come through there. And then he's using weird spiritual stuff to pull this stuff off. Like telling me, trying to get, counseling me to overcome sexual thoughts, feelings, things like that, and then helping pull me into it. Then telling me once I did it, that as soon as we did it the first time, I was born again. And he kept telling me that throughout the years as we did things together. That's really another level of evil there. You're not just falling into something, you are bringing people along and using spiritual tactics like spiritual words and things to get them to fall. Same thing with Samuel, or telling Samuel, "Hey, close your eyes and meditate." And meanwhile, when he closes his eyes, don't listen to any thoughts. All thoughts are lies. Don't worry about any of that. And then starts touching this guy's genitals. Really sick stuff. Telling another guy way back when, after the guy falls asleep, and wakes up and Jesse is, stroking his thing. And then telling the guy, what's going on here? And Jesse's
this
saying,
is a story I haven't heard.
So I've said these before in our programs, but some of you are new here. So I'm reiterating so nobody misses these things. This is beyond falling to some sexual temptation. So no, you're not right.
Or just an alteration of one we've already heard.
And what I just described are two different levels here. There's a level of evil here and intent that it's kind of like there's a difference between manslaughter, second-degree murder, and first-degree murder. Okay, you can get fried for first-degree murder because you intended it, you plotted it, you set out to do it. It wasn't a heat of passion thing like manslaughter. So you're talking about different degrees of crimes here. I'm going to call this a moral crime. So there's different degrees of moral crimes here, Raphael. So I do not agree with you. Hopefully that enlightens you. I don't know if you knew that, but I'm trying to tell you something you might not have known. All right, I'm going through some more comments here. We hit an hour mark. I'll still keep going a little bit with you guys. And I didn't even get to a lot of the stuff, but this is the way these things go, right? Let's see. Yeah, well, G. Fran says, Jubine, for him to say forgive your mother shows he hates women. Well, I do believe Jesse has a hatred of women that he never dealt with. On the other hand, I'm not going to go as far as saying forgive your mother necessarily means that he hates women because of that. Because you may need to forgive your mother. You may need to forgive your father. You may need to forgive a molester. He does
not have a hatred of women. He has a resentment toward them. There's a difference. Like, hatred would require him to despise all women on a visceral level. Hatred's a very specific thing. Like, dislike or resentment are an entirely separate sort of emotional reaction.
People, especially your parents, though, because those are the ones that you grow up with and they have the most impact on your life. So it could mean that, but not in all cases. Okay, let's see. Top Oracle says Jesse race baiting lies, stereotypes, and lies must be stopped. I believe that he should not be allowed to have a Christian church and be pulling this kind of stuff. That's nothing biblical about that. And anybody that reads the Bible at all can see that, or anyone that has common sense should see that. Shouldn't have a Christian church. That's for sure. Okay, Raphael taking Benjamin is wrong, right?
Now,
Let's see. I'm
unfortunately,
scrolling
they'll
here,
give a
guys.
church to anyone who can
Yeah, where did I say it was not wrong? No, you didn't say that,
verify
but you
that
put
they
them
have
on the same
followers,
level. They're
so
not on the
good
same
luck
level.
with
Hopefully
that.
you see that by now, Raphael. I'm still scrolling through comments, so maybe by now you've seen it. Wow, I'm way behind on my comments. I am way behind, guys.
Look
What am I
at
going to do
Joel
about this?
Osteen. He's not Christian.
Bond hates women, blacks, and logic, says Hugh Bean. It's too bad because a lot of us put years of time into Bond. I mean, I did. Ermias did. Martin Francis did. Fabian did. And the cause was right. We have needed to.
Pepe says, the reason I know that Patrick isn't a Christian is because he says he cares about God and whatever, but he doesn't talk about any theology besides JLP is the worstest sinner and categories adjacent to that issue. His entire show is about JLP is bad and he is the worst, and everything is about JLP gay sex.
Well,
I'm sorry, but Patrick is just sore. Probably sore in the ass, too.
Yeah, legitimately, and I don't believe Patrick's accusations because they're not verifiable. So it is what it is. But if we hold that they are true, this is called the thought experiment, people. Don't take it like I'm fucking siding with him. I'm not. If we hold that his accusations are true, it's just he looks like a jilted lover to me. That's it. Patrick's a jilted lover.
Mm-hmm. Java says
he probably found if we're to hold true that what Patrick is saying is correct, it's likely that he found out Jesse Lee Peterson was fooling around with other dudes and got mad about it, and that's the real reason he came out. Just saying.
Do you think this guy goes to sleep every night with lipstick on his lips, with a name of lists?
This guy looks like he goes full fucking. What's that character from Silence of the Lambs?
Buffalo Bill?
Yeah, Buffalo Bill. This guy looks like he goes full Buffalo Bill at night.
Mm.
Pierces his nipples, has a couple tattoos. Fucking, would you fuck me? I'd fuck me hard in front of the mirror.
Why does that sound like something you do?
What? I'm confused. I actually didn't understand what you said there, John. Why does that sound like something you would do? Stand in the mirror, go, "I'd fuck me." No. It's funny enough. That's not one of the things I'm particularly guilty of. Pride. The major sins that I engage in are wrath, lust, and greed, specifically. Not greed in the traditional sense. I don't desire money. But yeah. Greed is part of what drives gluttony. So is lust. They're all interconnected, in all fairness.
Okay. Some minutes ago, Jabba said, "Thank fuck there's a monkey stream on right now. And no, it's not Ray, you fucking racist."
I'm not Eli. I wasn't going to go straight to are you talking about Ray?
Pepe says, "Patrick, JLP shouldn't have a Christian church. Christ, those who follow me are the church. Me, Patrick, is so fucking stupid."
Yeah, legitimately. But in fairness, and I'm not doing this because I agree with Patrick, for the record, but I do not think if we believe that the clip from the Church Militant documentary is unedited and correct, it's actually an opinion that Jesse Lee Peterson holds. He is not Christian because he does not believe in the divinity of Christ. And that is the core tenet of Christianity. Believing that he is the Son of God, believing in his divinity is necessary for you to call yourself a Christian.
That is a very good point, Ant.
Jesus sits in front of the mirror going,
"Shut up, Einbrecht."
Yes, always shut up, Einbrecht.
Gay.
Deborah says he's wearing the same shirt, no? Did smack all afternoon. Woke up. Shit. No time to stream. Oh. It. I don't know. Is it the same? Is it the same shirt as last time?
I don't know. He could be like my grandfather. My grandfather changed his shirt every like 2 or 3 days because if he didn't do any heavy work, he didn't really sweat in it. So he saw no point in. He looks like he's from similar. He looks like he was about 10 to 15 years younger than my grandfather. So, or 10 to 15 years younger than my grandfather would be today if he was still alive, I should say.
Is lusting after fat Gorls and Piper a deadly sin? If so, I guess I'll meet Wilford Brimley.
Well, I mean,
Saggy Mellons is great. She read all my chats making fun of her and the people walking around at that Springfield con.
oh God.
The little monkey is eating. Okay. Pepe says, Paul said any man that has one wife can be the leader of a church. Doesn't matter how much gay sex he has, he qualifies. Even if his theology sucks, it doesn't suck as bad as Patrick's salty lips. Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
What's that saying? A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips.
Not
I
familiar
haven't
with
heard
that.
that one before.
Yeah.
Rebuild the family by rebuilding the man. We have needed to unite the races with truth instead of dividing them with lies. We need those things more than ever. We need to come back to God. Obviously, number one.
The little monkey has a vest on.
You know, I don't know. It's like the devil, I guess, in a way, used these things and pretended to be the champion for these for doing these things, and then wasn't. We were fooled. That's all I can say. All right.
Bro, people get fooled
here.
all the time.
Raphael, sin is sin in God's eye. No, there's different degrees, man.
Legitimately.
You got to be able to.
Get fooled, can't get fooled again.
Yeah, like legitimately, I can't count the number of times. I can't begin to recount the number of people who fooled me in my youth. It's why I just don't believe people anymore unless they can verify their claims with credible information, credible evidence, information, details. I don't know how you want to say it. I have this weird aversion to. I went in the other direction. I went from just believing people to, fuck this, I'm not believing anybody.
Amatran says, I think Patricia has some white on his upper lip he forgot to lick off. Oof.
Yes. Now, is that cocaine or is that cum laced with cocaine? That is the real question.
Sarah says, your granddad wasn't fucked up on meth. Patrick was high as fuck.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
See that? We got to use some common sense here. Overeating is not the same as pulling another man into tempting him to commit adultery. I mean, come on, you know.
There we go again. Tempting him to commit adultery.
That's not how it works.
God.
If you weren't a homosexual, he wouldn't be able to tempt you into fucking him. Holy shit, dude. What is with this logic? Bro. I've had dudes try to fuck me. I've never once given in. Never, and I never will. That's how easy it is to resist that fucking urge to stick your dick in every available hole. And I am a lustful person, for the record. Like I said, it's one of the sins I am highly guilty of.
Pepe says,
And Burke, you'd fuck a melon if you put it in the microwave long enough.
Don't say things you you might later regret.
Pepe says, damn it. JLP is probably the most qualified person to lead a church in this area, in his area. From what I've seen on YouTube and social media, every man in a 250-mile radius of JLP is doing constant gay man sex.
Yeah.
Mal says, okay, so people should believe you when you say Jesse is not gay. I didn't say he wasn't gay. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me whether he's gay or not.
care if he's gay.
What
or
I'm
not.
saying is that his accusers do not seem to be credible.
Credible.
Yeah, I just
Mal, you're
I don't
fucking
believe them.
retarded. Like I feel bad for your parents. They must be ashamed that they produced you.
Everybody says I have stuck my dick in every damp, nasty, disease-ridden hole that allows me to, and God still loves me. He loves JLP too. That is correct. He, really kind of doesn't discriminate on the whole love thing.
Yeah, it's very apparent in the Bible. Patrick likes to talk about meeting your maker, but if he legitimately, if he legitimately believes in the divinity of Christ, which I don't know if he does or not. I can't read a man's mind, so nothing I can do about that. But if he legitimately believes in the divinity of Christ, and that's it, that's what you have to do.
I'm gonna roll
the
back.
Bible.
I'm gonna roll back to my comment a few minutes ago, because I just had the thought of who the fuck looks at fruit and go, I'm gonna fuck that.
I don't know. I suspect there's probably a paraphilia for it, but I've never looked it up, so I can't.
I mean, there are women who are into like cucumbers and bananas and shit. But
yeah, but they're just whores. That's
Yeah.
all that is. Like, they just want something large in their that touches their cervix while they're masturbating because they're weirdos.
Mal says, so when will you show any GLP video and go through it with a fine-tooth comb? Well, I mean, there has to be, for us to want to do that, to anything.
It has to be shit that's funny and worth.
Yeah, there has to be some kind of promise of there being, something funny about it. And Jesse's not that funny.
The dude's funny in memes and like short bursts, but he's kind of boring.
I'm singing a fucking song, you asshole.
Faggot. Don't be a faggot. Not on this stream. If you can find clips where Jesse is like ostensibly just being an abject retard, we'll watch it. We'll laugh at him. It's that simple.
And it says overeating is the same sin as banging dudes. Patricia must think shoving a cucumber up his ass is okay because he's not eating it.
Oh God.
Could be.
Maybe.
Logic pad content awesome. Now back again, LL. JLP is probably the most qualified person to lead a shopping mall church next to a 7-Eleven. Well, takes all types. Know you love a 70 old man who tricks white men into sex.
That is infactual. That is infactual. Samuel is a Latinx. Thank you.
Yes. Tricks. Okay. Yeah, because that's not how tricking works. You can't trick someone into having sex with you. They can, even up to the point, from the moment it begins to get sexual, they can look at you and go, fuck off.
Pepe says, I have had 15 metric tons of gay sex, and I'm not gay. I've drawn 3,000 illustrations, and I'm not an artist. I draw crayons like I gay sex, maybe brown and canary yellow.
Oh, no.
Okay. God. Stavros, I'm saying...
That just made me want to give up painting.
His not gay. He's not gay, I guess. That guy hates intimacy on E level. It's the tism. Could be, yeah. Mal says, go ahead and follow a man. Again, who are you talking to? We're not JLP followers.
No.
We don't watch him. We don't really care.
Like, I don't care about his existence. The only thing the only thing I'm particularly familiar with from him is specifically him fucking making retards look like retards. Like,
yeah, we're into him. We're into him for the memes, and that's about it.
That's pretty much it.
Einbreck watches him for the dick.
Follow him. Good lord. For the record,
tells
the
men
only person...
to hate women, and again, we're not seeing evidence of that. it appears to usually be, some kind of joke or something whenever people are like, oh, here he is saying it. And it's like, not really. And respect child molesters. Okay, what is that? He respects child molesters, or you're claiming that he tells people to respect child molesters?
Yeah, provide the clip of him saying that.
Gonna need some receipts on that one.
Yep.
You know what this sounds like? This sounds like a case of Joe Biden. Maybe he's just gotten so damn old and senile that he's starting to just rip it off shit on his fucking live streams where he doesn't know what the fuck he's saying anymore.
Prime, it's funny you say that.
Maybe.
Always eat the cucumber after you use it anally to anally rape yourself. God doesn't like food wasters.
I'll see if I can make a request. That would be a good transition to see what I just posted in private chat a few
does it
minutes
have
ago.
Copyrighted music or anything like that in it? Because we can't play that shit on YouTube.
It's a parody. I have no clue. It's edited. It was To Catch a Predator.
Oh,
yeah, I know what he's talking about. I know it. I don't know.
That'll get us in trouble.
I'll tell you this right now. YouTube's being a bitch right now, and Nick.
We'll save it for the Twitch stream.
All right.
Not saying he's honest. The dude's fucked up, and I don't think the gay checkbox is checked. There's monkeys sleeping on a big leaf. Okay.
Williams
the monkey scream he's talking about.
Mal says, he says all thoughts are lies. Please explain your leader's lies. Again, not our leader.
Not a leader.
What are you talking about?
Take me to your leader.
And whether he, it's like we don't have to answer for other people's statements or behaviors.
That's precisely it.
Did we have the Jesse Milestone clip on file where she's screaming?
This one?
We're like,
yes, that one.
Yeah, that's what Mal's doing right now. The whole just fucking aping the fuck out in chat.
And as far as the all thoughts are lies, I don't know. I don't know for certain that he said that, and if he did, I don't know what the fuck it means. Oh,
I legitimately
it's hard on the gays banging, grooming kids.
Here, I'll solve
No,
this.
I'm just wondering why you have problems with JLP's lover, but not one thing about Jesse. Well,
we've already
Jesse's
said that.
not acting in the same retarded way that Patrick is.
No, he's saying some fucked up things about Christianity. We've watched
Yeah.
that, we've exposed that, and we've said we don't like that. But the fucked up thing about it is that you're conflating two different issues once again.
Well, bro, like Mal, for all intents and purposes, is retarded, like possibly hereditarily. Like you may have Down syndrome. I'm just saying, like you're fucking special, my dude.
Pepe says, always respect child molesters. If you don't respect them, they will child molest you too. It's called self-preservation. Welcome, Valned. And it says,
hello,
is this the third stream on Jesse Lee Who? We definitely need more of these. It's way more than the third stream.
We drove Alasma insane yesterday with this shit.
Yeah. He ran away.
Alasma was
Or
like, you know what? I've
possibly
had
killed
enough of this.
himself. We're not sure.
He said he loaded his shotgun last
Yeah.
night. I'm concerned. No one's heard from him in 24 hours.
He's
Patrick
drowned himself in
Morgan.
potatoes.
Patrick bored him to such a point the man committed suicide. That's the lore now. The Mexican.
Don't follow JLP, but watching this Rooney gay guy makes me think it's all BS. Yeah. You're no
That's
better than a
correct.
child molester. Search it. What?
Oh, that,
What?
okay. You're a fucking troll. You're a fucking troll. Ain't nobody putting that in a fucking search engine. You think we're that dumb? You're a fucking idiot.
Joe Biden now has brain fog due to long COVID.
There's no
He is a
such thing
victim.
as COVID. Jesus. They haven't substantiated the claim scientifically of long COVID. Until they do, I do not believe it exists.
Is Liam back on YouTube as Mal? That's always a possibility.
Oh yeah, I mean that
These
could
guys
be
right.
Liam. The level of retardation is certainly on par with Liam, so it could be him.
Okay, I don't want to take our shots at. I know some people take some shots at you, at Raphael. So I don't want to take shots at you, man. I'm hoping that we can, give you some truth here that will help you. That's all.
Pepe says, I didn't respect Hunter Biden, and a week ago, a child molested me.
No, he
What?
You forgot a he.
Oh, okay. Shit. A week ago, child molested me. Okay. And gave me 3 COVID vaccine boosters. Wow, that's worse than the molestation.
That is way worse than the molestation. That's going to
The
give you
worst
heart
part
issues.
is that he made me buy one of his shit paintings for $4,000. Wow. Yeah. Canada rolled out, what was it, the 4th booster or the 4th
I don't know. I haven't
vaccine or
taken any of them. or
some
the trial.
fucking thing, and like 3 young fit doctors all died in like the space of 3 days.
Yep.
Right after. Yeah, so.
It's almost like it's population control. It's almost like
Search it, Jesse Lee Peterson. You are no better than a child molester. It right there to see.
Yeah. You see context. You didn't say it was an actual video. You just fucking blurted that out, and we were all like, "What the fuck?"
Okay. Prime, I'll let you look for that.
Complete
Right when my internet service provider is actually fucking doing stupid shit to me. You want me to look that up? Right.
Someone at the FBI is going to watch that
bastard.
bastard.
Don with the questions, and I will subscribe. It's a church service. Oh, okay.
Fine, I'll do it. 1 second.
Thoughts on White History Month? Why is that his battle to take on? LOL. Bella K said that. Well, I don't see the point of some of this stuff at this point. I really don't. I get that white people feel like they're under siege, and because they have Black History Month, now we got to have White History Month. That's kind of silly. Okay,
it's an
I don't think you need
invasion
any history month. You just have American history month. Okay, just have American history. Whatever. I mean, obviously Booker T. Washington, George Washington Carver,
if this shit
Frederick
were
Douglass.
happening in the fucking Middle East, they would call it colonialism.
What was the lady's name that
fucking
had the
rebuff
Underground
for it.
Railroad lady?
But because it's happening to a
Forgot her
white
name. I saw a great
nation,
movie about her.
suddenly
It's
it's
a
not
very
a
good
fucking
movie.
problem.
I wouldn't have watched a movie like that probably in the old Bond days because there's a woman and something wrong with women. So, but this was about this woman that was the Underground Railroad lady. And I'm sorry, I'm sure you guys are writing her name in down there, but we got so many comments. I haven't caught up with you. But anyway, it's a very good movie that came out a few years ago. I really highly recommend that to watch that. She was quite a woman, inspired by God. People that say, just used to say that women had to go through men to get to God. Now, if you say that women need to forgive their husbands in order to have God's love, I'll agree with you there. But if you're just going to say women need to come through, why make it so vague like that? I don't understand that one. I mean, obviously, as I said before, women can pray to God just like men can. So why even throw that in there? Doesn't make sense. Anyway, so White History Month, I think, is kind of silly. I mean, we have great Americans of all.
First off, women are meant to be under the authority of a man. That is how they reach God. Men lead the household. They commune with God. And then the woman reaches God through her husband or her father. That is how it was in the Christian times. That is how it's supposed to be now. We've strayed from that. Jesse is actually not wrong there if he said that. That's, again, how you know this motherfucker isn't a Christian.
I'm Rick. I've tried this before, but all I got was a shoe thrown at me.
Okay, I found the video.
Okay.
It's in private chat.
Okay.
It's 18 minutes.
Pepe says it is true. Joe Biden has long COVID. Long COVID Johnson was born in 1972 and has a 12-inch cock. Biden has had long COVID 26 times since he's been in office. Why do you think he farts so much?
Oh, jeez.
Ant says Mal probably stands for males against lean, or it could be make anal lean again.
Well, he says if we watch the video and come to a conclusive decision, he'll subscribe to us. So let's give this shit a benefit of the doubt once again. By the way, this is one of those church videos, like the one that we watched last time, where he was talking to the woman. If you remember that.
Oh, the one where he was talking to the boyfriend and the girlfriend?
Yes.
Share system audio. Are you better than a child molester?
Yeah, that's the one.
Interesting.
Oh, 14 minutes. Excuse me. I was 4 minutes off.
Victoria, I want to ask, are you better than a child molester? Are you better than a child molester? Isn't that like a good question?
Yeah,
I stayed up all night to get that question. What's the answer?
I'm not.
You're not better than a child molester? Why not?
Because I know that for myself, I'm still subject to believing the lie, my own lie that I believe, just like a child molester is believing his lie when he molests a child.
Are you better than a child molester?
No.
And why not?
Well, because just like they go through stuff, I also have stuff that I go through.
Have
that
you always
Samuel?
known that, or you just thought you realized?
I don't know. That is a good question.
My parents, and I noticed that it didn't help them.
Sounds like him.
Throw more
The reason
shoes.
I realized this question. I do a lot of counseling, and I counsel with people around the world just on a daily basis now. And I've heard horror stories of the way human beings been treating one another, and everybody in a fallen state think that they're better than any other, and they do things to hurt one another. They gossip about them. They whatever. And I realized that in the fallen state, I noticed that most people think that their fallen state is better than someone else's. They measure it by whatever, and no one is better. But I also thought about, I talked to people with money and without, and I noticed that the people with money think that they're better than the people with no money, you know, the poor, whatever, middle class people. And so it's like in that fallen state, everybody is measuring their lives and judging themselves based on something else. But what I realized is that they don't have love. And God said that if you don't have love, you have nothing. You can speak in tongues, you can feed the poor, you can live on the highest mountain, you could be a preacher, a deacon, a psychiatrist, whatever. But if you don't have love, you don't have anything. And most people do not have love. It's like human beings have forgotten to have love for one another. And especially the Christians, because you're supposed to see, the Christians are supposed to be examples of God. But in the churches, in the Christian communities, one-on-one, there's no love. None at all. And it's no wonder that the children of the lie, it's so easy for them to destroy Christianity because there is no love in Christianity. There is more hate in the Christian now than I ever seen in my whole life. It's like they forgot to love. But yet they'll call themselves a Christian. They say, oh, I love God. I believe in Jesus. But if you don't have love, you have nothing. You can feed the hungry until the cows come home. But if you don't have love, you have nothing. So you should repent, go and forgive so you can return back to the real love. And in love, all things are possible. There's nothing that is impossible. But if you don't have that, you're in trouble. But you got to overcome so you can come back to that. Otherwise, you're going to lose your family, you're going to lose your business, you're going to lose your life because you don't have a solid foundation to build your life on. It's been built on
Okay,
sand.
pause it.
And so when the enemy comes,
Okay, so Mao says he wants to normalize child molestation. Why not ask if you're better than a criminal? Why choose a child molester? And then Pepe Silva basically brings up the question we all just thought. What's wrong with his theology? What is the error? No one is better than a child molester, but everyone is better than Joe Biden, who happens to be a child molester. Coincidence. Okay, but this first 3 minutes, all I'm hearing is that the conflation is that you're having a problem with this because he's saying that sin is sin. And if you're committing sin, then you're no better because sin has no difference from each sin. They're basically all
God
the same.
views sin, the only sin that God can forgive, as Pepe Silva said, is sin against the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
So, logically speaking, all sins are equal, it would appear. So,
I mean,
he's not necessarily wrong with him, but from like a moral standpoint, I don't agree.
Yes. Okay. So, and see, this is what I have a problem with people is that they conflate issues that are moral in the sense of human, but not in the sense of God. Okay. So, instance that God sees everything that you do as a fucking sin, in the things that we do in sin. However, when you try to conflate which is worse than the other, there is nothing that's worse than the other because they're all considered sin by God. Yeah. So essentially, he is right that you are no better than a child molester if you're an adulterer, if you're a murderer, etc., because you have broken a sin against God. you're still going to be judged at the end of your days before the Lord himself and sent to hell for whatever you've done, unless you repent and believe in Jesus Christ and you're able to be saved. That's the only thing that's going to save your ass.
All right, let it play. I'm curious what he has to say. I'm curious if he actually makes an argument.
He come and he threaten you with those things that are important to you. But once you have love, God will cause you to overcome those things, and they become unimportant. You can take it or leave it. And then if they threaten to take your things away from you.
Mal says, no, that's fucked up. Normalizing child molestation to stealing. Okay, so let me put this in perspective then. As much as I'd love to sit here and have rope or the electric chair for child molestation, why are you not going to your state senators or, your local mayors or whoever the fuck's in charge of your local municipality? Why are you not telling them that they should actually stop giving them 3 square meals a day with people who just steal a TV? Because our government sees it no different, that if they're actually a criminal, they're going to lock them up for X amount of years with X amount of people who've committed murder and people who have stole and people who have tax evaded and every fucking thing else.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm largely of the opinion that child molesters get the rope.
Exactly. 25 cents a fucking
Jesse,
yard, man.
To talk about theology for a second here, Jesse is wrong. The Bible is very clear about what should be done to pedophiles. They should be bound, and they should have a millstone tied around their neck, and they should be cast into a large body of water. So
well, Amateur Anth is about to have an argument with Pepe.
Oh,
well, here we go. This is what happens when you get to theological talk.
Y'all enjoy that.
It's like the Protestants versus the Catholics again. All right, everybody, get your popcorn.
Mal says, I can steal or molest. It's the same, right?
Only if you're lame.
In the eyes of God, but keep in mind, in the eyes of man, it's very different.
Like, again, all sin is sin to God. Like,
I don't have a kid, but if I had a kid and you molested him, I'd paint the walls with your gray matter.
Yep, agreed. Like, I also share that belief. We're just talking about in the eyes of God. Like, God sees sin as sin. He doesn't view it as granularly as we do.
Pepe Silva says Jesse Lee Peterson is using a sin people really hate and disgusted by to get across the point. If he said that no one is better than a guy who runs a red light, people wouldn't really get the point.
Yeah.
Pepe Silva says the Apostle Paul did the same exact. Did the same thing, except in his days the Christians were super into incest and fucking their moms and dads, aunts, uncles, and cattle. Mal says a child molester will say, hey, I'm like everyone else. That's sin. What do you think hell is? Literally, that's everybody in hell. Hey, what are you in here for? I fucked a child. Hey, what are you in here for? I murdered 47 people and kept eyeballs as a trophy.
Hell's not a place for the fucking evil spirits to go. Like, it's not a habitat like Martin would fucking have you believe.
Hell
it's a prison. Hell is a prison.
It's a place to torment your ass until the day of the Lord's judgment basically opens up hell again and says, do you want to be saved or forgotten for the rest of your meaningful lives? Pepe Silva says, yes, child molesters should be executed, but it doesn't mean God can't forgive them before the execution is carried out. That's
correct. And that's, again, something that I struggled with for a long time because my molester was a Christian, and I have to come to terms with the fact that may mean that should I go to heaven, I may see him again that day.
That's why before every execution they say, may God have mercy on your soul. Flip the switch, job. Okay.
I'm comforted that all those leftists that I really despise are all declared atheists.
Yep.
Yeah, and isn't it funny that those same leftists...
Thank you.
Isn't it funny? The same leftists 30 years ago systematically just got rid of the death penalty in most of all states. It's almost like they were afraid of something.
Yeah. Pepe says, Hemitreth, do you even Bible? Oh,
Like it, yeah. It's just one of those things. Like God sees sin as sin. It's not a criticism of you, Anth. It's just what it is. Like if you read the Bible, sin is sin to God. It seems He still loves us even when we're making stupid choices.
Pepe Silva says, what a coincidence. My molester was a Christian too. I still believe in forgiveness. I'm not a pagan.
Yeah. No, I agree. I
Jesus, are we going to have to get a fucking doll on the stream? Where did he touch you?
Oh, yeah.
You have the power of God working in you to help you deal with the world. You'll be in the world, but not of it. You must return to love. And when you love, you cannot, it's impossible to measure yourself based on someone else. You don't compare yourself to someone else. You don't try to be like someone else. You become you, and there's nothing like being you, really. You're not trying to imitate others. You wish everybody well. I really like seeing talent, good talent in people, right? Because I know talent from God. And when you see it, I can appreciate it. And that's how it be. If somebody's doing well, they're good at singing, whatever they do. You're like, wow, that's amazing. You wish them well. But you wouldn't want to be like that. Oh, I want to be like that. So you go out and try to be like someone else, and you're never going to be them. You're an imitation of them. You're never going to, you can't be me, or you can't be whomever, right? It's best to be yourself. But when you don't have love, you're going to try to imitate others, and it doesn't work. And then when it doesn't work, you blame them for it. There's nothing like being yourself. You save yourself a whole lot of problems by being you. Don't put on the front. And if somebody's putting on the front, let them have it. You just be you, all right? But you got to have love for that to happen. You can't make that happen on your own. You must overcome. Yes, sir. That makes sense a little bit? Yeah. When you're in a fallen state, you can't help but follow Satan.
I get that.
So you're going to have his personality.
Yeah, it's funny that you brought this up because a couple days ago, some cousins and I were watching, that show To Catch a Predator, that Chris Hansen guy that goes around.
Oh, yeah.
He busts like the online people.
Yeah.
It was funny. So I remember watching it back when it was big, a couple years ago, and thinking, these people are like the scum of the earth. Death penalty,
They are.
all that stuff. And now it's interesting now watching it. Like if only we could have these people have a way of life where it's not even a thought that they would go down that road. Then that would just save everybody all this grief. And
This is why we have to restore the family.
Right. That's
so
what
that fathers and mothers are a good example for the kids, and they won't take that road.
Yeah.
And that starts in the home.
It does. I'm seeing that.
And
so
the kids don't get it anymore. The homes are messed up. And so the kids are not getting that example from the family first. And when they go out into the streets, it's bad examples for them. And it seems right. Yeah. Absolutely.
When he says To Catch a Predator, they look like regular people, and you wouldn't know what they were doing until they show up at the place to actually do what's in their mind. So we don't know what people are thinking. We don't know what they're like on the inside.
That's why we should be good examples so that they can find a way to overcome that stuff.
Or at least.
But what I notice is that the Christians, the churches, they think just like the world now.
Yeah.
They don't see that it's a spirit, and that we have to overcome the spirit, that human beings are possessed either by evil or by good. But they'll call it something else, and then the Christians start calling it the same thing rather than realize that the person is possessed. They need to be born again.
Yeah.
We got to change the language. We can't talk like the children of the lie. They change the language, and we start speaking like them, and we forget what we're dealing with. But we got to remember and call it what it is. It's evil, either evil or good. It's nothing else but that. Once you return to the Father, you have no choice but to go the right way.
Right.
But in that fallen state, when you fall away from the Father, you have no choice but to go the wrong way. You cannot make yourself go the right way. It's impossible. That's why a lot of people who try, they end up jumping off the bridge, because it doesn't work. It just won't work. You must be born again, return to the Father. There will come a time where I'll return the children to the fathers and the fathers to the children. It's that time now. One of the point that, the primary point that God was making is that, yes, in that fallen state, you have all this stuff going on, your ego, you're into whatever you're into, but it's the heart that he cares about. And so it's those who are seeking him, what he does is he changes the heart. Even while you're still in your junk, he changed the heart, he renewed your heart, and then he's back home with you, and you're back home with him, and he starts cleaning up all that stuff that you was into, whatever it may have been. But he cares about the heart. I used to think I had to clean up my stuff first before I can go be with God, right? But that's not the way it is. It's about the heart. The salvation is of the heart. You must overcome the hatred in your heart and return to love. And then he'll fight the battle for you. And that's why he, brought Paul in anyway, because it was about his heart. And then Paul could fall away from all the other stuff. He would take care of that. Christians don't tell you that. And it's amazing. I really want you guys and ladies to understand it's about the heart.
Do we need to pause?
I'm a drug addict. I'm this, I'm that. It's something that you do and you will overcome when you return to the Father.
Paul
but you cannot
because
make
it was
yourself
the right
overcome
thing
that.
to do.
So stop judging yourself. Stop fighting with.
Jesus saved Paul because it was the right thing to do. It has nothing to do with his heart. I don't. It sounds to me like Jesse's trying to repurpose the Bible in some capacity to make it like a modern parable almost, but it doesn't work like that.
Or maybe he's just in Los Angeles where people are stupid and he's having to put everything in layman's terms.
Man, that's entirely possible. He might just be dealing with people that are so retarded. They need it simplified, but I don't know, man. Seems... I don't know, the speech seems deeply unchristian to me. It sounds like it's ignorant of Scripture.
That, or I'm just going to go with my second suspicion, his brain's going out. I mean, he is 7 years old.
Yeah, he may just be deeply fucking retarded at this point, because I remember when my grandmother started getting up there in age, she started having issues, and your neurons don't fire as well as they used to, so on and so forth. It tends to result in a decrease in cognition. Like, he could just be suffering from, I'm fucking old.
Yeah, I've seen men in his age in nursing homes before. I mean, he's probably getting to that age where he can't even fucking remember the Scripture, and he's just trying to figure out a way to explain it, things that would normally pop up.
Could be.
I would like to see an evidence of the way he used to talk nearly 10 years ago versus what he's doing now, just to do a comparison.
Yeah, we could probably look for some of his older content, because didn't he do a radio show, Patrick Rooney said? I'm sure we could find clips of his radio show somewhere.
Because the way things like this work is that if they don't change how they talk, you're going to notice it back then.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, he somehow says no. He wants to change it to control his followers. Okay. Amateur Ant says, Pepe, you did not read in the Bible, he who uses the first cucumber casts the first butt plug.
Ghey! How you doing, Pepe?
Mal says, he said all the thoughts and ideas come from the devil, and he might think Rooney's butt is a vagina. That's what Mal just said.
Okay, that's fucking retarded as well. If he's the one where that fucking idea comes from, that's objectively wrong. Our thoughts, we have free will. Our thoughts and motivations come from us. We are influenced in our lives, yes, certainly, but at the end of the day, we have the choice whether we do a thing or not do a thing, and it's wrong to say, "Oh, well, that's the devil talking to you." That's not.
Well, Mal's statement, he said all thoughts and ideas come from the devil. That sounds just like Martin.
Yeah, well, Martin allegedly lived with this guy for 30 years.
Yeah, 30 plus years, yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if he's the product of that stupidity.
And you would think that someone who actually was against Jesse Lee Peterson would realize that everything he thought by or taught by Jesse Lee Peterson would also be coherently wrong.
Martin is stupid. Martin would never realize that. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm just being objective. Martin is stupid.
Amateur Ant says, at Mal, we are all evil and have fallen short from the glory of God. We are cast in the sin the day we are born.
Yep, that's correct. Original sin is a concept. You cannot escape it.
Nope. Pepe Silva says, Anth, you are dead to the rape god. He doesn't believe in you anymore. Return to your anal expander and go see Martin for your exit interview. Holy shit. And Alessi is dead. Hooray!
He probably went to the bathroom.
All right, everybody, and welcome to Two Retards in a Tiny Car. We have John Castle as a guest.
I'm driving this bitch off a bridge.
Awesome! We were planning on driving it off a fucking waterfall, but now you're driving off a bridge.
I mean, we'll probably do more damage if we drive it off a waterfall. Tain't a International water supply. That sounds good.
A
Drove
lawsuit's
that
back.
bitch right off Niagara.
Yeah, while you were gone, a lawsuit. We read the comments.
We also made a pact to kill ourselves
yourself.
over
You
Niagara.
can't even make yourself overcome the anger that you have. So you got to stop judging yourself. Know that it's wrong. Know that it's something that you want to overcome. But your heart must be changed. It's about the heart. And then he'll clean up the stuff. And yet we need the law of the land to contain the lawless because they're not being contained by the heart. And so we need laws of the land. Otherwise, everything will go crazy like it is now. But children of God, they would never break those laws. So you don't need those laws because you would follow the law of the heart. So it's for those who don't have the law of the heart. Yes, sir.
I came to see it myself through certain things, when life happens. Like I did certain things that I just never thought I would do, and I spoke against before I ever did them. And so, the battle of good and evil is in all of us.
Okay, that's
and so for us
weird.
to think that we won't go that far, I'll go this far, but I'll never go this far.
Never, ever, 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 but never, never, ever, ever. Mama Mia, never, ever say what you will or will not do. Exactly. You're lying to yourself. Really. It's better to just wait and see. Never say you want, because Satan's like, yeah, okay. I'll see you down the road. You're playing God. We don't know what we're going to do. We take it one day at a time, 1 minute at a time, and let God's will be done. We don't know what we will or will not. You say, oh, I'll never rob a bank. And then you walk into a bank, it looks so tempting. Have you noticed that? Yeah, that's right. I have the mascot already. And this teller's not paying attention. She won't recognize me. I have the mascot. The cameras won't know. He'll tempt you. Next thing you know, you're robbing a bank. And you'll be like, what the? Never say what you want to do. Really. We are not God. We are not in control. And as far as being of the world, we can't make ourselves. I don't mean go hide behind a rock or be one of those folks you mentioned, a monk. We're supposed to be in the world, conquering the world, because greater is he that's in us than he that's in the world. So we got to be in the world because we're the light of the world. And if you go and hide behind a rock, what's good? What's the point of having a light? But God will cause us to be in it, but not of it. He made all that stuff happen. We can't make that happen of our own. So don't hide. I think the Buddha people hide too, don't they? Yeah. They get all fat and hide. I noticed I met some third eye people. Have you ever met a third eye person? Yeah. There's folks out there, oh, I got 3 eyes. Okay. You heard of the third eye people, right?
Yeah.
But they so weak and pathetic, they don't stand for anything. I'm like, what's the purpose of being a son of
third
God?
eye people? That's people who wear monocles, right?
And afraid and out of control.
I
and
fucking don't
so
even
know.
He's referring to
we got to
people
deal.
who
We got to
believe in the
overcome. I was talking to a family member last night about this whole
meditation
happening,
concept of
and they were like, how about the Capitol? I was like, what about it? If it had been a bunch of black folks,
people
everybody
that
would
can
have been
perceive
killed.
auras and shit like that.
He was like, you remember the KKK?
Which is not
They used
real.
to kill us. I was like,
No
are you
one
dead
sees
now?
auras.
He's like, no, I'm not dead
why
now.
do I
They
even
kill us.
bother?
And I'm like, when did this happen with the KKK thing? In the late 60s and 50s. I'm like, what year is it now? People it's crazy to be living in the past that doesn't exist. And then you treat people based on something that happened a long time ago. And you got to be crazy when you do stuff like that. And they were like, you remember the KKK? I do, but I don't remember all that. Because that's over now. White people had nothing to do with the KKK. You know what I'm saying? But if you're angry in a fallen state, it feels like all white people are the KKK. It's crazy, man. That's why the heart got to be
That's
renewed.
why you never judge each individual person for the crimes of a group that they're allegedly part of. But most people don't understand that. He's not wrong there.
Yes. Just like how leftists try to blame all of
I've
this
never
stuff.
watched one of George's Adventure Hours. I don't quite understand why I keep getting them in my recommendeds.
Do you have him subbed?
Probably.
Then that's probably why.
Yeah, that's most likely why. Pepe Silva says I've got 3 eyes and one of them is brown. I'm convinced now that you're a retard who knows how to write and read.
That's a feat. That's a feat. They've evolved, Hybrid.
Yeah. As for the devil lives in the present thing, that's if he's ever said something along those lines, that's objectively incorrect. God doesn't perceive time. God created time, but God does not perceive time.
And Lucifer is just a dark angel. He has no control over the things that God has made.
That's correct. The devil tempts you fairly directly when he's involved in that shit. Like, you'll know when the devil is fucking tempting you. I'm just saying.
Amateur Ant says, by the way, read at a 3rd grade level.
Black and white. I mean, yes, we have a lot of great white Americans, obviously, but a lot of great black Americans. Not Sojourner Truth. I forget her name. I'm gonna have to scroll to the bottom here just so I can see. Somebody's gonna put her name in there. Somebody's gonna put her name in there. The woman, the Underground Railroad woman. Does anybody got it? Let's see. I'm gonna see. Somebody's got it. There's so many comments here, guys. I don't know what to do about this. It's like the other night. We had one night where I was doing a show. I think I was by myself that night too. We had so many comments. I had to the next day go through them and read them. I'm scrolling like a madman here, guys. There's no way I can get to all these or anywhere near them. I'm sorry. Harriet Tubman.
Pepe Silva
was the Underground Railroad woman. This woman, Harriet Tubman, could not even read or write, but she saved so many slaves and got them out of the South
except for
up in north of Canada. And let me try to get that off now. How do I get this off now? I think
Fauci might be the one
Raphael said that, and Bella Kay. So let me see if I can get this one off. There we go. But anyway,
everybody loves him.
Check out the movie. It's a few years old. I highly recommend it. Very good stuff. They did another one on Dr. King I saw called Selma. Not nearly as good. It was more kind of politically correct and stuff. I didn't like it too much. It wasn't as honest. They kind of made Dr. King. I have a lot of respect for Dr. King. I knew the stuff that he did sexually apparently was true. Cheated on his wife big time. But I do have a lot of respect for what he did as far as putting his body and life on the line for other people, and had a lot of great effects. So I got to give him his due for that. Wow. Let me. I got other stuff I didn't get to, but I want to get to all your guys' stuff. I'll go. If you guys want me to go a little longer, I will read a few more. So you guys can let me know that. I don't even know where to start here because I was so far behind. Mind over energy. Let me know. I don't know if there's certain things that you want me to read. I feel like going from the bottom up now. I'm going to go from I got to get to the present right now because people are talking to me about stuff that I'm saying in real time right now. So I skipped the comments all the way to the present. Skip McMurray said, "How can anyone have respect for MLK?" Well, I understand Skip, but like I said, I have respect for what he did in the civil rights movement. Just like I'd have respect for a soldier who fought for the United States, but maybe he wasn't the best person in their life, right? But they went out there and put their life on the line for others. So I respect Dr. King for that. I also respect Malcolm X. He had a lot of hatred for white people, but
Malcolm X had a lot of hatred. Yeah, Malcolm X had a lot of hatred for white liberals. Don't equate white liberals to all white people. Fuck off, Rooney.
We all hate white liberals.
Yes, dude. Like even white liberals hate white liberals. No one likes them.
They smell.
Of course they smell. They don't bathe.
They're like a lot of Kersner.
Well, Einbrecht, do you want to handle this search?
If you believe in Bible, it will get in the way between you and God. So, oh, Jesus, it sounds ridiculous.
Are we having fun yet?
Oh, Pepe says, "Do you know how many guys fuck a bitch, then before they can ask God to forgive them, die from a falling ceiling fan? Quite a few. They are in heaven fucking angelic pussy. Chad bros for eternity."
Long live the ceiling fan.
Malcolm X put his life on the line to go against the so-called Elijah Muhammad, the honorable, I would say the dishonorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X put his life on the line because he exposed Elijah Muhammad, who was having sex with young girls from the church and getting them pregnant, and then sending them away to a house so nobody could see them. And Malcolm X exposed that and paid for it with his life. And Louis Farrakhan said that Malcolm X was worthy of death for what he did. And Louis Farrakhan, nothing ever happened to Louis Farrakhan, even though he egged that situation on that caused Malcolm X to be killed. But somehow he was able to walk away from that. So sometimes evil people get away. I don't know. Maybe that even happens to Jesse. I don't even know. He's very good at slinking, getting away, and he's very, very sly. So
they pretty much always
I don't think he should, but that's not my thing to say in the end. I'll do what I can to see that he comes to some kind of justice. But ultimately, that's God's call. God is going to ultimately do that. And even if he gets by in this world, obviously, as I said earlier in the show, he's not going to fool God. God's not. If I wasn't fooled by God when I first saw Jesse, you could see the phoniness there. Other people can see it too. Certainly, God is not fooled by Jesse. So you need to repent, Jesse. If you're probably not watching this, but you probably have somebody.
Okay, I found the link for the new one.
Okay.
Mal says, "I'm much smarter than all you retards with Down syndrome."
Then how about you spell you instead of putting in that fucking Zoomer fucking text-to-speech bullshit for the
and
word
use
you.
punctuation. And
yes.
God, you're retarded. I love it. So you're so smart that you use the exact same insult that we dropped on you.
I miss Testify right now because I would love to see what Mal would do if he would troll him in the chat. God, I miss him so much.
Just a guy is a cloud chaser looking for money and cash for his retirement, so he can go off into the sunset and get pounded by some South American. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, gentlemen, it's bedtime.
Okay, good luck eating your last meal, fucking your wife, and going to bed farting.
I just gotta go to work tomorrow.
The what?
I'm just going to bed because I have to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, so no special time on Sunday? Oh, that sucks.
Unfortunately, no. We take premarital sex very seriously.
Oh, you guys aren't married. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I keep telling her to leave, but she just keeps throwing sandals at me. I don't know where we get them.
Well, at least it's not cats.
I have cats.
Oh, okay, here we go. Crazy cat lady.
They were my cats at first.
Oh, crazy cat man. Pepe Silva says he's just dishonored Elijah Muhammad. Fuck Patrick. I'm going to go put a black Islamist jihad on you. I got Nasser Body, the Jewish Islamist terrorist, on speed dial. Have you ever seen a razor-tipped dreidel?
Razor-tipped dreidel. Good lord.
Someone trademarked that before Liam steals it.
Actually, you know what? That would be funny as hell.
How many people believe in the Bible here? Don't be scared. Huh? 1, 2, 3. Can I get a 4?
Oh my God.
If your mom wants to marry a child molester again, just tell her it's okay. He's like everyone else. No. Because just because God sees it that way, that all sin is sin, doesn't mean we have to.
Believe in the Bible? 4, right? You believe. See, the way I'm counting for because the hands are going like this. Joel, you don't believe in the Bible?
I think I'm misunderstanding the question.
You're misunderstanding.
Yeah, what exactly do you mean?
Do you believe in the Bible?
I believe in the truth in the Bible.
So what?
Yes, I believe in the Bible.
What?
Yes.
You do believe in the Bible. Why?
The truth in the Bible.
The truth is the Bible?
The truth in the Bible, I believe.
The truth in the Bible?
That's revealed to me.
That's revealed to you? You want to add something else to it?
That's it.
So you believe in the truth. You believe in the Bible, the truth in the Bible, that is revealed to you. Okay. Dallon, you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I didn't know whether to raise my hand because I didn't hear whether you said do
Your
or
hand went
don't.
up a little bit and came back real fast.
I didn't hear whether you said do or don't.
Do you?
Oh, yes.
You believe in the Bible?
Yeah, I was always raised from day one. So
to do what?
Oh, go to church every Sunday, taught the Bible, Sunday school, etc.
Right. And so that's why you believe in the Bible?
Yeah, and plus the Bible has a lot of quotes that people never talk about that tell the truth about women. So
about what?
there's a plus.
There's a woman hater, man hater.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You believe in the Bible?
I'm honestly not knowledgeable enough to say whether or not.
Oh, okay. You're not knowledgeable enough to say why not?
I don't have enough knowledge.
Okay. And you say you believe in the Bible, right? And why? You said yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. I need to have you on record. And why?
Because that's where I got it all, knowledge from.
What?
That's where all my knowledge comes from.
From the Bible?
Yes.
That's why you believe in it?
It's like there was no way on my own I could find out that the first man was Adam, first one was Eve. This is had it not been for it, but had push come to shove, how they say it is
push comes to shove.
Yeah, shove. Is that the expression? I will put the Bible aside and move what I think what's right now versus let's say a year or 2 years ago.
Oh, okay. It's about you don't believe in the Bible?
I do believe in the Bible.
Oh, you do believe in the Bible?
Yeah.
And tell me why. I know you've heard what I had to say about it, so don't say what I had to say right now. Why do you believe in the Bible?
I believe it was inspired by God, and even though it's mistranslated, and you can definitely get more meaning by reading in Hebrew or Greek or whatever, I still feel like it guided me, whatever question I have.
The Bible guiding you?
Yeah.
Okay. It talked to you?
It speaks to me.
The Bible does?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. No, I'm kidding. And you say you believe in the Bible?
Yes.
This is so much fun.
It seems like a trick question somehow. It does. It's like, well, yes, I believe in the Word of God in the Bible. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
So yes, I do believe in the Word of God.
Why does it feel like a trick question?
Because I don't think I've been
You don't think what?
query the way you're doing it.
You don't think what?
I don't think I've had the question asked of me the way you're doing it.
Right. And so I feel like it's a trick question.
Yes.
Isn't it a good question, though?
Well, yes, especially if something is going to be revealed that I hadn't thought of. So I can't wait to get to the end of this.
Have you ever thought about why do I believe in the Bible?
Well, for me, it's like the words are alive in the Bible.
Alive?
Yes, and I haven't read any other book, that leaves you with a spiritual, touching, whatever that you get when you're reading the Bible.
Spiritual
There's something
touching.
different. Yeah, there's something different about it.
Right.
Yeah. So I haven't really studied all that many other religions.
Right.
But I certainly have not heard anybody speak with the kind of authority that the words of God speak.
Yes.
And neither that Yeshua speaks or Jesus speaks. Those words are very powerful and they stick with you there.
Who taught you to believe in the Bible?
Who taught me? Nobody. I just read and.
No, somebody taught your mama probably.
Oh yes, of course.
So your mama taught you to believe in the Bible.
Well, she was more like taking us to church.
Right.
Yeah.
And she taught you to believe in the Bible. And the preacher confirmed it.
I don't know if I would put it the way you're describing it, but yes, okay.
No, who taught you to believe in the Bible?
Well, as I recall when I was growing up, that my mother would just always make sure we got ready to go to church on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's amazing. The black community, the moment you pop out of your mama's womb, you're at the church. You're just at the church. And then you go to the club. Right? And then you become alcoholic and a drug addict. But that's the order of things. Not everybody, of course. Who don't believe in the Bible?
He just described Motown.
Why don't you believe in it? Well, let me ask over here first. Why don't you believe in the Bible?
I don't think you should believe in it. I believe the Bible is true, but I believe you should believe in God.
Is everything in the Bible true?
I think there's been some misinterpretations.
Yeah.
But like I said,
Okay,
should
you're
believe in
right.
God.
There's nowhere in the Bible where it tells you to believe in the Bible. Nowhere in there. And this is so important because whatever you believe in controls you, and it stands between you and your belief in God. If you believe in another person, that person stands between you and God. If you believe in cows, the cows stand between you and God.
I had to deal with his parishioners. I would probably hate fuck 30 dudes. I won't judge JLP anymore. He's suffered enough from these dumbasses.
Well, I'm just wondering.
Believe in the Bible.
He's been in Los Angeles for 30 plus years doing this. Something had to make him go fucking nuts. I mean, after a while, you got people like Nancy Pelosi who come from there. I mean, can you imagine trying to say, do you believe in God? What's God?
Yeah. I'm just curious where he's going with this line of questioning because it's very plotting.
Yes, I would like to get to the fucking end to see what the hell he talks about, to be honest.
Remember to leave a like and subscribe for more Jesse Lee Peterson. No one wants more Jesse Lee Peterson. Everyone wants more making fun of
Bible,
weirdos.
it stands between you and God, and you cannot believe in God. The Bible doesn't tell us to believe in the Bible. What it tells us is to have faith in God. Oh God. But if you believe in anything else, you cannot have faith in God because that is your God. But we've been taught by people who can't see, and I think they mean well because they're taught that too. They have been taught to believe in the Bible, and the Bible is not the word of God, it's the word from God. And the word of God is written in our hearts. And once we enter into that kingdom within, we are guided by the truth within us. For example, the preacher asked me during the debate, well, what would happen if you ran into a homosexual and he says he's that? What would you tell him? I said I would tell him that God is not for that and that he can repent and get over it. He's like, is that it? I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm telling him. And then he's like, but how about the Bible? You need to read the Bible to him. But I don't have the Bible with me. And so since I know it's in the Bible, why can't I just tell him? But the people who believe in the Bible believe that you have to have the Bible with you and read it to the person in order for them to believe it, I guess. And if a person's going to believe it, they're going to believe it whether you just tell them or read it to them. They're not going to believe it. They're not going to believe it when you read it to them. But that's how serious people are about the Bible. They think that you just have to read the Bible. And even in the debate, I would ask him a question, and he would just read a scripture. He would not answer the question. And the scripture he read doesn't apply to the question. But he preached about that.
Can you repeat that?
Is he going to make a larger point sometime soon, or is he just going to continue to be a retard and ramble uselessly?
That's a good point, because I'm not getting much of a point from this.
Let's keep going, because he might actually get to the point eventually. This is the problem with being old. You never shut up.
Pepe says he's trying to explain to them that believing in God is not the same as believing in the Bible. He's talking about people using the Bible as an idol for worship.
Oh, okay, so it's utterly fucking different than worshiping God. I never met a person who worships the Bible.
Yeah, that's the...
When he read, and so to blind people, it looked like he's answering the question. But you have to be careful what you believe in, because whatever or whomever you believe in will control you. For an example, Jesus said, don't make me your God. It's not me, it's the Father that's in me. And when they would carry on about Jesus, he's like, don't do that, because it's my Father in me, it's not me. And they turned Jesus into a God. They're like, no, you are God. He's like, no, I'm not. Yes, you are. And they made him be God. And not understanding that's blocking you away from God. Jesus was the bridge to God, from earth to God. He is not God. He's our brother. He came to make a way that we return to the Father, and he made that clear. That's why a lot of people have, like, they'll put the preacher on the pedestal, and the preacher become their God. They'll put whatever, music or food, that become their God. You have to be careful what you believe in. If you notice, if you're a drug addict, how many drug addicts we have? Y'all can tell me. I'm not a judge. The drug is the God, because every time they need to feel good, they go to the drug. You had a question, Joe, about that?
I was just wondering, well, what made you just a little bit more details on why you feel that it's misinterpreted, the Bible, or why it's not truth, or however you said it.
The Bible itself? Yeah. Well, the Bible is a good book to read. It is inspired. The men who wrote it were inspired by God. But the Bible is a roadmap back to where you should find the kingdom of heaven, where God is. God said that if someone tell you to look here, look there, don't do it, because the kingdom of heaven is within. Go within and know him. And that's what the Bible tells us, to go within to know God, not look without. But if you have made the Bible to be the word of God, then you stop with the Bible, never going within to find God.
It was the difference between, I'm just confused on the difference between the two.
Between what?
Between reading it and then whatever you're feeling from it, whatever the case is, separate from not reading it and feeling it without having to
But you should read it. So the Bible is a good book to read. I'm not against that at all. But don't read to remember. Because when you remember the Bible, you have the knowledge of good and evil. And the knowledge of good and evil puff you up and give you a false illusion that you're a son of God. And because you know both now, and it just puffs up your ego, and you go around preaching to everybody, but you're not living that. You have not become that. Except in the mind, in the ego of your mind, you think you're that, but you haven't.
No,
the knowledge of good and evil is not good for you. That's why you should hang on to what you read. Just read it and let it go in one ear and out the other. Even when Satan starts quoting the Bible to you.
He's legitimately engaging in heresy here. Because if you remember, God specifically, it's specifically stated in the Bible that if you're lukewarm on God, that he'll spit you out.
Yes. There's also passages where the Lord says that my word is of the word and that you should not question it. So anything that was presented in the Bible
Yeah,
is
this is deeply anti-Christian, so I can't agree with anything he's saying.
And this is where he's starting to get into that spirituality realm a little bit too much, and not to the facts of that the Lord is what he is, and that you should accept him for everything he is.
This is an agnostic trying to preach as a minister. I don't agree with this in any capacity. I don't care whether he's gay or not. This is heretical.
That's why we're trying to tell anybody who's watching this, we're not Jesse Lee Peterson fans. We hate the allegation made against him, not the fucking shit he does.
Yes, that's precisely it. Like, we don't... All of the stuff that we've seen him say about Christianity so far, we've excoriated him for it, as one should. As Christians should. He's an agnostic, clearly, at most. He's uncertain, or he's certain of God, but uncertain of Christianity.
Here, you want my hot take?
Yeah.
This retard made a bunch of other retards like Patrick Rooney. Thank you for making us have retards we can laugh at. Jesus Christ.
I don't do that. I know it's a bad habit. I still do it sometimes, but so I'm trying to weed out of myself.
Oh, say the Lord's name in vain? Well,
yes. Don't do that. They must learn to stop it. Even John does it sometimes, and we gotta cut that shit out.
Oh, hey, I'm using a hammer against you. Maybe it's my turn to give it back to you.
I will beat the taking the Lord's name of vain out of you, quite literally, with a hammer. Fair enough.
All right, we'll beat the gay out of you, and then we'll both be set. All right,
yes,
cool.
Exactly.
Okay, which one of you wants to read the comments?
I'll do it. Pepe Silva says Jesus was and is God, but Jesus was talking about them worshiping his physical form. Jesse Lee Peterson is wrong about Jesus not being God. Big heresy there. He's a believer in the Arianism, which is extreme heresy.
It is extreme heresy.
Like I said, he's correct at some point because Jesus is a demigod. He's basically the son of God. But,
if you read the Bible...
I have read the Bible 3 times.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying there's some passages that talk about the Son is the Father.
Well, of course. I mean, he's given life through God, through Mary. I mean...
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, it's easy for people to see that as Jesus is God. But I think it's more that Jesus is a piece of God rather than Jesus is God.
And a revelation standpoint, Jesus is supposed to come back and rule as the dominion over us too. So he is separate in a sense.
Yes.
Okay, Arianism is the teaching that Jesus wasn't God. Okay, and our good friend Helmet is here. Jesse Lee Peterson is wrong about Jesus not being God because the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost are one. Mao says the Word was made flesh. I don't care if he's gay. He is an evil liar. He wants people to believe him and his interpretation.
Yeah, certainly. I don't disagree with you there, Mel. Like, it's just, like I said, the accusation itself is what we have contention with. We're simply not willing to trust people without evidence. That's all.
Pepe Silva says Jesus said explicitly that he was God instead. Mal says Jesse says Jesus is not coming back. And Roshi Strider is here and he says, "What's up?" And we say, "What's up?"
Yeah.
Remember that fucking trend?
Oh God, those horrible fucking commercials.
1999.
There was a whole string of them through the early 2000s as well.
Mm-hmm. Pepe Silva says Jesus rarely said he was literally God and had to imply it often. The reason for that is because every time he got close to saying it, they tried to stone him. He had to be careful. Well, that's what happens when you got a bunch of Jews who don't believe in the Messiah. Stun him! Stun him! Heresy!
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to continue with this clip or?
No, I don't think so. I think the context we got it's because he's going to explain to everybody the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, we got what we needed. Like, that's some rank heresy. I'm not interested in that shit.
And that was last year, by the way. That video came out.
Good times.
Yeah,
But
2021.
he's a heretic. He's certainly not a Christian minister.
Oh, hello.
Holy shit.
What? I got home from work and I'm like, I'm snacking.
Wow, you do have a radioactive. Holy shit.
Yeah.
You got nuke. You got nuke in the background. Holy fuck.
That's how work was today. It's like, oh my God, wow, look at all the couponers that are retarded. Retarded.
Oh God, coupon Karens are the worst, my dude. I can't work in.
I'm surprised I'm not officially, inducted into an insane asylum.
Did you just call them coupons?
Coupon
Karens.
They're
Yeah.
called coupons.
No, these people take coupons to a whole other religious level, and if they don't save 95%, they into the distance.
I'm making a Ron White joke. Go with it.
It's been a while since I listened to that bit. I forgot it existed.
I got coupons.
He's a funny motherfucker. I love that guy's comedy. His Dr. Phil joke is still just one of the most fucked up things I've ever heard, but great.
Oh yeah, Dr. Phil was like the more temperate version of Jerry Springer's show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You need to get real.
I had my baby daddy. Oh no.
I got this show because I licked
Oh,
off
God.
Oprah Winfrey.
Speaking of Dr. Phil, did you know the fucking kid, the Cash Me Outside bitch, the 14-year-old girl has an OnlyFans?
Yes.
The moment she
No.
turned 18,
Oh, no.
she opened an OnlyFans. I'm
Yeah.
not even joking.
Yeah, I knew about that. Everybody was talking about that a couple years back.
Yeah, I haven't seen the pictures, nor do I want to. But,
No.
Yeah, I can't remember her name. I just remember the famous "Cash Me Outside." How about that nonsense?
She's a fucking whore and she'll suffer for it. Pepe Silva says, Jesus forgave sins. That alone is all the evidence someone needs. Jesse Lee Peterson was probably raised a Jehovah's Witness. They believe the same thing.
Oh, really? See, I don't know anything about the Jehovah's shit.
Me neither. I told them to get off my fucking property that day. They rode up on our bikes. Oh, not on bikes. Excuse me.
If I remember correctly, they believe like a particular angel gave their guy like a big particular vision or something. I think.
Oh, that's why it's called a Jehovah Witness, because they witnessed something. Oh god.
Well, yeah, their head guy, witnessed something, got a message from it. Like I can't even remember which angel, and then
Gabriel
he made his
or
own
Michael,
Bible.
most likely. Could also be Metatron, I believe, is the mouth of God.
But it's been like over a decade since they've come to the house, and my dad would make up his whole "I'm a Zen Buddhist" spiel. He always loved doing that.
They don't come to my house anymore because I answered the door naked and said, "I'm in the middle of fucking my boyfriend. Can I help you?" Like, it just... I did it tastefully. I had my bottom half hidden behind the door, but I made it like I put my hip to the side so they knew I was naked, and they got really uncomfortable and just never came back.
I'm surprised they didn't say, "Can I join you?"
Oh Lord!
You're gonna get one of those one day.
JWs are heretics who deny the divinity of Christ.
They are heretics. That's
And the Jehovah Witness thing, I think only a certain amount of people get to go into heaven with their whole setup.
Yes.
Like it's already slotted, and only certain, like a handful of people will get to go to heaven, even if they act like a certain way.
6 figures, and their church is in the millions.
So they basically have a lottery system. Lovely.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's not any better than the Mormons with their fucking magical underwear.
That and taking on one too many periods as a wife.
All right, get to reading, Crime.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Pepe Silva says the Catholic Church has their adherents recite the Apostles' Creed at every service, and it says that in that the Father made heaven and earth, even through the Bible says it was the Son explicitly.
Oh, interesting.
Pepe Silva says every church and believer has blind spots, but be careful of heresies and damnable heresies. Pepe Silva says, again, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that Jesus was the Archangel Michael. Mormons believe the angel Moroni gave Joseph Smith the golden tablets.
That's correct. Those are...
Jesus.
Listen, you son of a... Listen here, you son of a bitch.
Man, I'm reading stuff that's heresy itself, and you want to get on me for saying it, man.
Oh,
Damn.
kind of like that one Russell Crowe movie where he played King Arthur, but King Arthur is like a former Roman or something.
That wasn't Russell Crowe. That was another guy.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
That had Keira Knightley in it.
Oh
Yes.
wait, it was the guy that was in that Children of Men movie. The other gruff looking guy.
Clive, no.
Okay.
He's the guy from fucking Child of Man.
Yeah.
Children of Men. He also played in a movie where his wife cheated on him. He has that famous line, "Did you fuck where we fucked?"
Nice.
Yeah.
He's also the main character in Shoot. I think the movie's just called Shoot.
I haven't seen him in anything lately. That's probably why I'm forgetting his name.
Paul Giamatti is the villain in that one.
Roshi Strider says they believe Jesus was the illegitimate child of a Roman and was crucified upon an upright stake. Helmet says Jehovah's Witnesses believe only in the Gospel of John. They're the true doomers. Jeez.
Oh yeah. There we go. That's part of that whole.
Clive Owen says, "Great loner." Thank you. I couldn't remember his full name.
Pepe Silva says Jehovah's Witnesses believe only 144,000 people can go to heaven, and they will be selected from the time of Jesus' death until now.
Reason being that if any more people go there, heaven will capsize.
Oh God. That's a nice throwback to that retarded senator, isn't he?
Congressman, yes.
Congressman, my bad.
Why am I sitting here imagining a Titanic-sized heaven with the captain at the helm saying, "Watch out for that devilish iceberg"?
Yes, the giant glowing red iceberg. Banana head.
Helmut says it shoot 'em up and his Paul Giamatti and Monica Bellucci in it. Good movie.
Shoot 'em up. That's it.
Yeah, I like Paul Giamatti. He plays a lot of good roles when he's not doing stupid shit like Spider-Man. Pepe Silva says Talmudic Jews believed that the Jesus was the bastard child of a Roman soldier and a magician. They do it to disparage him and prevent their synagogues from becoming Christian. Yes, because almost every Jew who ends up reading the Bible ends up being like, holy crap, this is the Word of God.
Oh, I finally got around to watching that movie that only shares the name with Aeon Flux. I thought it was pretty fun, but it shouldn't have been called Aeon Flux because I remember the actual cartoon or whatever.
The cartoon
being a
is
lot
much closer
weirder.
to the comics, but it's still not a good adaptation.
Yeah, but I remember that cartoon being weird. Like I could not understand what was going on in that thing.
Mal is having a stroke.
It's what the fuck?
What?
I think we found one of their religions that they are, and we've broke their brain. Are you a Jehovah Witness, Mal?
I can see why that movie bombed because people were expecting one thing and got something completely different. But I thought the story was pretty decent for what it was. They just shouldn't have called it Aeon Flux.
I like it with riff tracks.
Are they the guys that do the redubs?
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta check them out. I've been meaning to, and I keep forgetting to.
Well, I still have the old prequel files somewhere on my computer with them riff tracking, episode 1 through whatever it was. Yeah. Oh, pretty fun when they made fun of all the accents. Most places don't make fun of that shit anymore.
Watching this and getting back to you. I was one of those people who would look at stuff and get back to Jesse. I was an informer. Hake is an informer. Probably has other informers too at Bond. So I know what informers are like. All right, I'm gonna skip a little bit from the back end up and just take a few more comments if you guys are okay with that. But I know
it was a child.
Like
it was not a.
At some point, I'm gonna move on from this. Cindy Jones with a cute little dog. Looks like
wait. Hang on.
Okay, Taco Bell. It was older.
Kids
Mal
do that.
Mal has. This is terrible.
What?
Mal has basically procreated.
I mean, a lot of people.
I thought you were going to point out the awful thing is that the daughter was apparently in hearing range of the computer. We have to hope that.
Oh yes.
We have to hope that it's a headphone operation.
Yes, I hope so. Yes.
Yeah, we're saying some pretty fucking dark shit. Like, yeah, the kid doesn't need to hear any of that. I hope.
It's just like you having your Jehovah Witnesses come by and see you fuck a dude.
Good times.
Pepe Silva says it's true that Jehovah Witnesses believe that Jesus was killed on a lone pole or torture stake instead of a cross. They say that the cross is pagan, but ignored the pole is way more pagan. Yes, also ignored that the Romans basically crucified people in the same mannerisms of a cross.
Yeah. Well, they did that regularly even before Jesus. Crucifixion was it was a form of punishment that the Romans would enact to essentially make everyone else fear punishment.
Yes.
That's why they did it.
Mal says, "I daughter is a female child born from a mom." What the fuck?
Probably making fun of the fact that a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's a birth giver."
I don't
know what that means.
I think it's it might be a joke, but it flew over my head.
I hope so. It's a joke.
No, it's legitimately. I think it's a joke, but that my brain doesn't. I'm retarded. You have to remember that.
Yes.
Younger people don't know what I'm talking about. There used to be a Taco Bell commercial. Okay, never mind. Now I miss what she said because there's so many comments that I'm losing the comments as they come up. Yes, Malcolm X found truth and spoke up. I admire Malcolm X. He didn't maybe end up perfect. Maybe he still had some hatred for white people. But once he went to Mecca,
he hated white
and he
liberals.
saw that people of all colors were.
I hate this lie that will not die.
I'm not pro-Muslim.
Like, legitimately, it's the lie that will not fucking die. He hated white liberals. He disliked white people, but he didn't hate them. He hated white liberals.
Helmet says, "Have you guys seen Fist of Jesus? Can recommend. It's hilarious."
Yes, Helmet. I've recommended it many times. It is one of my favorite YouTube productions. It is obvious heresy, and I still love it anyway. It's almost like comedy is fine to me.
Pepe Silva says, Jehovah's Witnesses don't even believe that Jesus was resurrected physically. They believe that Jesus' resurrected body was an illusion. The Apostle Paul said people who believe that were damned to hell.
Interesting. So that tells me that Jesse's statement that it may not necessarily be coincidental. It may not be a one-off. He may actually believe that Jesus didn't rise in the body, which is heresy, which I do not agree with, and he should not have a Christian church because he's clearly not a Christian. He's taken lessons learned from the Jehovah's Witness church, it sounds like, and yeah, that's not Christianity. That's heresy.
Mouse says, I'm sure Pepe recommends Fist of Jesse.
That's a good one. I like that. After all the rape god jokes he's made, absolutely.
Muslim religion or anything, but at least he saw the racist part, that he could see that people of all races could be good or bad. I mean, look, he went up against Elijah Muhammad, who was another black man. So clearly he was for justice in the end, and I respect that. All right, let's look at a few more. If anybody has any other questions for me, let me know. Hopefully I've answered what I can. I mean, I've done, countless hours, so have others, of live stuff, taking questions. Jesse hasn't answered a single question. That's just me. Forget the others like Martin who have answered stuff. Samuel's been out there, Armand, Fabian's been out there and things like that. So people have been out there, and we've answered whatever. I've answered whatever I can. And you either believe at some point or you don't. And I can't convince you. I can't twist your arm. I can't, produce some exact evidence. Even if I did, you'd probably, and if you really didn't want to believe, you would say, oh, you just doctored that. That was a deep fake or something. You just doctored that picture.
Yeah, that sounds just like Liam Gray.
What can I say? Iraqi immigrant says, thank you, Patrick. We appreciate it. Thank you,
problem,
Iraqi
though, right?
for having an open mind. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're here, Iraqi.
This is why I don't trust this guy. Like, even if I did have evidence, you wouldn't believe me. It's like, no, if you had verifiable evidence, I would. It's that simple with me. Like, I'm just not in the habit of believing accusations without verifiable evidence, for the simple fact that I did that shit when I was in my youth. It ended in me just essentially mistrusting a former friend, and I've regretted it ever since, because I trusted someone who made an accusation, and it ruined a friendship, straight up. Well, it contributed to ruining a friendship. It didn't ruin a friendship. There were other things going on in that friendship.
You skipped over Mal. There we go. Mal says, don't feel sorry for me. I sleep with a pretty wife. Amateur sleeps with his uncle. Amateur Ant says, Patricia's been answering gay questions for a long time. LOL.
Patricia's been answering gay questions for a long time. Yeah, pretty much.
Pepe Silva says, Jehovah's Witnesses believe that Jesus was not even resurrected. They believe that God had made a clone of Jesus and that the real Jesus ceased to be. They are technically annihilationists too.
So, like, Jesus was a lizard person or something because he's a clone?
No, it sounds like Jesus was annihilated when he died, essentially. God removed him from existence is what the implication there is. Which is heresy, because I don't think God would destroy his only son.
It's almost as retarded as people who are like, oh, Jesus and Judas were actually twins, and Judas was the one who was crucified.
The fuck?
There are people that believe that unironically.
I'm not sure about unironically.
Oh my.
Miles says, Amateur, make sure when you make your uncle's Hot Pockets, remember he likes it wrapped in a burrito. Huh. Okay, so I got a question. The fucking shit that we were dealing with last hour or so is completely different from the mail we're getting now. Is this like a family viewing? Was the wife on the one end, and now you're taking control as the husband?
Maybe.
Immigrant and not
Or
in
it
Iraq
could
right
just
now, and I
be
wish
that
best for you
Mal's seen
and
that
your
we
family.
are critical of
Sergeant
things
Francis
we
is
should be critical of.
I'm critical of everybody,
Well, that's
including
exactly
myself.
it. Like, exactly, as you should be as a human being. We have to be critical of ourselves and each other. I just like to be an asshole. It's fun for me. That's
Go
all
fuck
there is
yourself,
to it.
Einbrecht. Go fuck yourself. F. Einbrecht, everybody.
Yes, F. Einbrecht. Always remember.
Is here. All right, Sergeant Francis. I gotta bring in Sergeant Francis, sight unseen, just to see what he's gonna say, because he's my buddy. All right, Sergeant Francis. Now that's the guy I admire, Sergeant Francis. This guy always wanted to be I'm gonna leave this up too long. Sergeant
I
Francis, Martin
have a
Francis always wanted to
feeling
have
that
courage. So
that
he
Sergeant
backed Jesse
Francis
Peterson
guy
because he
might
thought
be
Jesse
a
Peterson had
stolen
courage.
valor type of setup, or
No,
pretend.
Sergeant Francis is Martin Francis. That's just his YouTube channel.
Yes.
Oh.
You have to understand, this guy caused a fucking car accident. He's that fucking nuts. He might be our new Liam Gray.
Yeah, Martin is magnificent. He's quite the character. He's definitely someone I hope makes much internet content for years to come.
He got featured on the Young Turks. The Young Turks!
Oh, Lord.
So he kind of lived off the courage of Jesse for many years and decades. He found out that Jesse didn't have real courage, and he had more courage than Jesse did. He took Jesse on. You've seen some of his videos where he crossed the street and got Jesse freaked out and ran into the street and basically caused an accident running away from Martin. Martin has a lot of guts, and he's a...
That is a lie, Patrick. We've seen the video.
Yeah, we literally watched the video. The accident looks to have been caused by Martin. He was the one closest to the vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse literally stops right at the crosswalk, right at the yellow zone where it dips down into the pavement. Martin gets out in front of him to continue side viewing him. And then the next thing you hear is a fucking loud ass crash, which, by the way, almost sounds like Hollywood effects, because I thought it was like put in there. And then all of a sudden he turns the camera around. There's a fucking damn 3 fucking banger car pile up, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yep. Yeah, but these guys, this is why I don't trust these guys. They can't observe reality correctly, right? So it's very difficult for me to trust anything they say. Because is he lying, or does he not understand what happened in that video? Like, is Patrick that stupid, or is Patrick dishonest? That's my question there.
That is often a question.
It could also be both.
Amateur Ant says that Mal, that's not very Christian of you. Mal replies, no, I'm a serious guy, but I have jokes, so any attempt to get at me, you will lose. Helmet replies, Martin Francis's look is nightmare fuel. I can never watch Robin Hood again and not think of crack and lily rolled toilet paper and gay butt sex.
Ridiculous.
Pepe Silva says, many Muslims believe that Jesus was swapped out with another guy that was a sinner and that the guy took one for the team. Some Muslims believe that Judas, Freaky Friday thing, or some other cults.
Oh, okay. That's...
Mal says, just think about it. Who in the right mind would want to confess they were Jesse's boyfriend for 10 years? Someone who really needs fucking money and wants to use it for clout.
Yeah, like I've seen stuff like this come out before is the issue.
Although, fair point, I would say that Patrick here is not in his right mind.
No.
No, Patrick doesn't appear to be particularly... He's either very dishonest or very insane.
Mal says, knowing the shit people will say about it and the drama you will get. That's a continuation to his sentence. Pepe Silva says, factoid, St. Nicholas and Santa Claus once punched Arius, the guy who created Arianism, the heresy that Jesus wasn't God, in the face for speaking Arianism. True story. Jolly this motherfucker. So, St. Nicholas, a.k.a. Santa Claus. That's what I meant to say. Excuse me.
Awesome.
Hey, just to let you know, Mal, we tried showing you Liam Gray. What was it, yesterday? We've seen some shit.
Yeah.
Fiona knows. She moans. And not in the good way. Yeah. Not in the good way.
Oh.
Right.
He's a thing. Liam is. We have seen the depth people will go to lie about being Christian, so it's just
Fight me.
A lot of guts. So I really have a lot of respect for Sergeant Francis, otherwise known as my friend Martin Francis. Let's see what Sergeant Francis has to say. Just like you have respect for Donald Trump, even though he had 3 divorces and had homosexual affairs.
What?
What the fuck?
No.
What? Trump had a homosexual affair? What? I've never heard that before. Bro, what?
That's probably a guy that believes the Russian dossier about Trump
The piss
sleeping with
dossier,
Russian,
even though the Steele
whatever.
dossier was actually proven to be false.
That would kill a boner, Fiona. Stop it. Good God. Oh, God.
I don't think Donald Trump had homosexual affairs, did he? I don't think so. He still put his person out there and without even taking a salary. Yes, I agree with that. So I know we're going to get into a fight that will never end between you and Fabian about Donald Trump, and I have my issues with Trump too, but I do have my respect points for Trump, which are very important. I'm not going to let those go just because of other things. Although, on the other hand, because I respect him, I'm not going to be blind to...
Are we going to have to open up another channel or change the name of this one to Homo Affairs?
Homo affairs.
Amateur Ant says, laugh my fucking ass off. Donald Trump had homo affairs when and where. Great Leonard says.
Major faults that have happened with Donald Trump.
Okay, and now I know this guy's full of shit.
So thank you, Sergeant Francis. Let me go. I'm gonna have to go to the end and back up for a few here, guys. Sorry about that. I probably missed some great stuff in between, and I really apologize. I try to get to this stuff all. If I can't get to it tonight, I'll be scrolling tomorrow, looking through that, trying to answer people or whatever. But I really appreciate you guys, man. There's like a lot of
not even
comments,
Liam
a lot of
Graves
support,
made that
and,
accusation about Donald Trump.
it's really overwhelming. So
yeah,
I really all of us appreciate you guys, not just me. But we're doing a certain thing here now that hopefully is right now a lot of people are now being privy to what we knew before. And I hope to God that I already know that a lot of people have been helped by this. Even in the beginning, when I was putting out articles, I could see people contacting me and saying, wow, I'm so glad. They're shocked, but in a sense, it was a good shock because they had put Jesse on this pedestal, which you can never put another man above you or under you. You shouldn't be judging somebody above or below you.
Don't put men under you or above you.
Sins. He's not below us.
But it's human nature to judge
but I do believe that he is
someone
enveloped
above or
by
below.
evil right now.
You
And I
can't
don't
really
know how much of
escape it.
Jesse himself is left in.
But you can moderate it.
That's not what I meant, but okay.
Elassie was making a gay joke.
Oh, God. Great Leonard says, while you guys argue over Jesus, I'll be over here with my bro, St. Michael.
Woo!
Who is
how
tall
much
as a
we're dealing
building,
with
we
this
have
evil.
no
I think
idea
a
what
lot
it
of it
looks like.
is evil right now. So that's just my impression, knowing Jesse for 30 years and what I've gone through with him.
Oh, God. Mal says, I don't trust none of them guys, but I'm 100% sure that Jesse is gay. Not because I believe them, but because Jesse's weird and amateur wear bell bottoms and Jesse bottoms.
Oh, God. Wait, grown-ass man that wears bell bottoms? All right, he's definitely homosexual. I'm just saying. Like, that fashion choice, what are you doing, weirdo?
Star Wars G says, Patrick is a no bottom, right? Pepe Silva says, the church's father and Christians of old would punch a motherfucker for saying a lot of these heresies. Patrick's heresies and Jesse Lee Peterson heresies, but they have one rule: never fuck a dude and tell. #class. Oh, it's like the military.
I miss the days where priests. We got to go back, man. We got to go back to the days where priests were more involved in the community.
How about the fact that priests don't have to sit there and think that they're wholly devout to God and can't marry? That's where a lot of this stuff stems from. It's like that celibacy shit's going to ruin your mind.
Well, one, if you can't lead a family, you can't lead a church. So I think it's important for priests to have families just so we know they can lead a family correctly. And if they can't do that, obviously I don't want him to be my minister.
Right. How am I supposed to get relationship advice from someone who's never had a relationship?
Precisely.
God, wait. What was that? It was like this soap opera from the 70s that Christopher Reeves was in that my mom really enjoyed. Thornbirds. There we go. About the priest that had the illicit relations.
Well,
and it started a whole spiral in a family drama.
at least it's not like Seventh Heaven drama.
Yeah, and Jesse was legitimately.
All right. Okay, good. Skip is talking to someone. Good for you. You guys are talking to each other. Jesse has perfect peace walking away from that accident without checking on the people. That's a weird way to see that, Jettison. I think your mind is being jettisoned a little bit here. Because perfect peace is one of those Jesse phrases that he uses to make people think that he is on a certain level that he isn't. Now, there's a time to like be cool and walk away like Clint Eastwood. Like, you know, I just fired up the bad guys and now I'm going to smoke a cigarette or eat my ham sandwich as I walk away. But when people are possibly hurt in an accident and you just don't care, you walk away, that's called perfect peace. You've got to be really in the tank for Jesse to believe something like that. That's really kind of, maybe you're joking. I hope you're joking, Jesse. Wow. I can tell you something about Jesse that I found out. My opinion, he doesn't really care about other people.
Most humans don't care about other people, unfortunately. It's simply a reality of being human. You need to accept that. People will pretend to care about you, but at the end of the day, when the chips are down, the average human being will not help you. You need to help yourself. And if you need a helping hand, find people you can rely upon. That's it. That's all you can
But
really
not
do.
that helping hand. Not that helping hand.
Yeah, definitely not that helping hand.
Oops.
Miles says Jesse and his incels give marriage advice.
Are you serious?
Pepe Silva says, "Okay, I'll stop."
People that aren't married or don't have a successful marriage should not be giving marriage advice. I'm sorry, that should not be a thing.
Yeah. Pepe Silva says priests should be schlonging hot babes like the rest of us. Fornicate or die trying to, bro. Got to get that pussy before I go to heaven and lose my dick. Only one chance for Vag City.
So glad that didn't say what I thought it said.
Job of the Creator says in this nightmare stream. And then Mal concurs with him saying, I care about you guys, but this stream sucks. Don't blame us. Blame Patrick Rooney. We're just here commenting, and we're losing our fucking minds because we don't have Martin here, which is my avatar, to make us happy and laugh.
It's all about him. Even somebody within Bond, deeply within Bond, told me that. They found that out after a long time. It's all about him. Doesn't give it a rip about other people. Okay, so a few more. It's hard. Okay, a few more. Sorry. Trump is demonized. Yeah, he is. But he ain't perfect either. Fabian Trump telling us poison. Oh, here we go. Poison death shots. Slow or quick are wonderful still. I agree. He's wrong about the death shots. Oop, did I say that? You got me so quiet. Isn't that pathetic? One day, guys,
what was that?
I may have to send my show over to Rumble. I'm already on Rumble, rumble.com. I may have to switch there at some point, especially if I want to deal with the shots, okay? And anything like that. There is so much evil going on. And Fabian's right about the massive evil that's going on there. And we haven't even talked about that yet. So hopefully that's one thing I'm going to be able to segue into because, again, I told my story here. I think that part is kind of coming to an end. I can help whatever in the background or whatever I'm going to do. But I don't think I need to, obviously don't need to keep telling my story. But I do want to bring people on who have stories to tell about certain things. If it's about this, that's fine. If it's about something else like the shots, it's really important. That's good. I want to help bring the country together. And I don't know if we can save America. I don't know if anybody knows that. It may not be in the card. Maybe in the end days, as people like Fabian have mentioned. That very well may be. But whatever it is, I do know that we can do better than we're doing now. We can love each other the right way, expose the evil that needs to be exposed, and build our communities. I really want to start doing that.
Love each other the right way? What does that mean? Give each other reach arounds? I don't want to reach around.
Oh, God. I found heresy.
Oh, no, what?
Someone thinks that there should be female space marines.
Oh, yeah, that's been going around for years.
You know, and what sucks about that is, like, it's just kind of like where, oh, there's got to be female priests. It's like, no, we already have nuns. Same goes for Warhammer. They have Sisters of Battle.
They have, and it's not just Sisters of Battle. They have the Sisters of Silence. There's the Sisters of Battle. There's, what are they called? The Daughters of the Emperor. There's a bunch of fucking organizations that are essentially superpowered females. They're just not Space Marines.
It's like Space Marines isn't everything. I've seen them start putting out stuff about other things other than Space Marines that seem to be doing good. And I'm not even the type of person that's really deep into the 40K lore, and even I know that.
Silva says, I say everyone should get married. Let them suffer like the rest of us. No sex and dreading life nonstop with a nagging bitch that hates me. It builds character. This is still going? This is Jim Tuner. If Patrick is part of the Save America community, then all of America is fucked. Game over, man. Yeah,
I don't want to die in a third world cesspool. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the
And I
quad
think we would
shots
start
are
doing some,
not for
hopefully, some
anyone.
interviews and things very soon about how we can build ourselves and our lives up and build up our communities, become more independent and more independent of the crazy system that we're involved in right now. We're going to need that just for physical survival, maybe, but other things too. So we really have to do more and more in that. And I don't want to get, again, I want to be able to move into that as much as possible and start really dealing with how we can become more independent of this evil system that we're under and how we can become closer to God as well. So I want to help do that as much as I can. Missed question from Bella, she says. Good, because I've missed a lot of questions. What was Jesse's routine when living in the Bond house? Did he cook or clean? Did he depend on other members of the house to help? Yeah, I don't think he probably did very much cooking or cleaning, and he had other people do that. Robert, who used to be the house manager, was on here last week going off on Jesse. Basically said he treated him like a slave. So I don't know. I've never seen Jesse. Jesse doesn't really like to do a lot of physical labor. So he doesn't do a lot of, I haven't
that's
seen him do much of
evident
that.
by how
I haven't
small
seen much
he
of that.
is.
So mostly other people doing the cooking and cleaning, I would say. Okay. All right. Mal.
Jim Tuner says America is at least down to second world now, and now we have third world diseases like monkeypox, which only affect gay people for some reason. Interesting. Velnet says, came to escape well read. Incredibly, it was worse than this. Holy shit! Hang on. Came to escape my own stream. Incredibly, it was worse than this. And Ibert, what do you think about that?
I'm not certain what I think about that.
What about you, Wooster? What do you think? Well, I think that it was great, but I'm not really in my right mind right now. But we'll come back to that later. Okay, moving on. Helmet says, Velned, at Velned, is the fucking fence sitter with the black lung still hosting? Yes, at Helmet. Oh, God. They got Anthony on there right now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's real boring. Jim Tuner says, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Well Red is an existential threat to Comicsgate. He is, and he needs to be eradicated, skinned, and boiled in a fucking pot.
Wait, why are we boiling him in a pot? That sounds
He's
like
a rabbit!
Oh, okay. See, I never noticed that.
It's a rabbit on a fucking talking phone. It's literally fucking, what's his name? Peter Rabbit. I think that's what his avatar is.
Gotcha.
Boil him, mash him, stick him in a stew.
Yes.
What's taters, precious?
Pepe Silva says the third world only exists because we make poor countries have coups, or excuse me, not coups, coups. So thank you. I'm trying to pronounce shit for some reason. So we can take advantage, place a crazy dictator inside their government, and get them to sell us all their shit for pennies. Which we have been doing.
And now we are the ones who need a dictator installed.
Yeah, legitimately, we need a Christian dictator in Canada and the U.S. I'm just saying, like a proper Christian dictator.
Well, Einberg, would you accept an Orthodox Russian dictator to take over America?
I would.
Yeah.
Like, if he's actually Christian, yes, I would. 10 out of 10. Best leader ever.
All right, vote for Russia. Pepe Silva says, we did it in Ukraine, and we'll do it again. Hell, we're still doing it. We're defending that piece of shit country because of the secrets it holds.
Yep. Well, the Burisma shit, they don't want that to get out.
And the Fast and Furious, don't forget about that. And Helmut says, at Velned, so mumbling, smoking, and avoiding questions regarding the lateness of his diarrhea stench in quotation marks comics. Yes. Ah, well read, you mindless bastard.
We know why it's late, dude. Like, legitimately, we know why the book is late. Abby's fucking lazy and likes to take breaks. She's tired. She has to take breaks for mental health. Get the book done, whore.
Either that or she's just fucking Anthony and that they're really not getting anything done.
Probably.
Pegging break.
Yeah. Oh God. Is that why he has all the fucking like black lights? Because the fucking pink
Did
dildo turns to
another
lights?
did another panel. Pegging break.
Can you give some details on how Jesse would arrange your encounters to let those who don't believe you?
See, he stopped using the black lights, right? Didn't somebody comment about that?
Yes, because apparently it hurt their eyes. I think that's what the reason was. I can't remember.
It's probably because it was showing all of the fluids.
Pepe Silva says, I wouldn't say dictator, but I would go for a Christian king, but we would have to eliminate all of their families, so it couldn't be a monarchy. Personally, I think we would probably need to do the way of Vikings in a systematic government style, where we challenge people for leadership to the death. I think that's the only way that we're going to be able to see a true government to be reformed, because apparently
I don't think that's a good way to go, just because guns are a thing now. That system is dead and gone with the advent of guns.
Well, okay, so what about if there's actually a holy sect that actually holds the law, and either suitors have to basically, confined to the rules, or by both are being killed, and then they have to restart all over again? I don't know.
I mean, you would have to essentially be able to set holy ground, and that holy ground can't be entered. And we would need to be able to. We just end up with Vatican II all over again.
Yeah.
No, we just end up with Vatican II all over again.
And why do you think I'm agreeing with you?
No, I don't like this.
We're working out.
Because of the fact that they have Vatican II, they're able to protect themselves from people calling them heretics.
Pepe Silva says, me, which CG books are late? Everyone else. All of them.
I would say that's fairly accurate, but I've also seen the dreaded late books from regular indies as well. You know, those that don't even profess to be a part of one group or another.
Well, according to Clownfish TV this week, Kickstarter has, I want to say, hundreds of fake comic book campaigns which are scamming and stealing money without a delivery concept. So there's that too. Helmet says, guys, every woman in Anthony's orbit is basically his brother Robert in a wig.
So Rosetta even? Oh, what does that say about your
That's a
taste
fat
in
suit.
women? What does it say about your taste in women, Helmet?
Pepe Silva says, I would go for delivery.
Divinely.
Jeez, I'm having a hard time reading tonight. I would go for a divinely picked king chosen randomly by a massive computer that wasn't connected to the internet. Then they are burned at the stake if they suck.
Oof.
Jim Tuner says Anthony Darkgriff has all the class of a trailer park pimp.
Yes, Tuner's been making that joke for a while, and I like it. I approve. He's he honestly makes me think of a trailer park pimp. It's pretty funny.
Well, to keep it simple, because I've never gotten graphic with this stuff, and I never will. I have a family, and I'm just not going to go there. No way. But just to keep it simple, so you can have some understanding.
Allegedly went
I
there
lived
when
in
you
the
were
same
fucking
house
him. So.
with Jesse. There was a time where I had a room adjacent to Jesse with an inner door. Okay. I worked with Jesse. Would go talk to him in his office very often with doors shut at the Bond building. Okay. And then I did somewhat, to some extent, this is how it started, by traveling with Jesse some, as people are still doing. I'm not claiming that Jesse's having something going on with every guy that's traveling with him. Although I'd be a little bit concerned to be in a hotel room with this guy, sleeping in the same, even two beds, just being in the same hotel room with him overnight. I wouldn't do it. Obviously. So yeah, this stuff started in a hotel room in Washington,
you
D.C.,
wouldn't
in
do
Virginia,
it
near Washington,
again.
D.C. We were at an event way back. I believe 2005 is where I believe it started. So yeah, there's different places there that were done. It can be done fairly easy. And Jesse, don't ask me, there's no pictures I'm aware of or recordings that I know of or things like that. It just doesn't happen in that way. I wasn't trying to get him at that point. And Jesse was very careful about stuff, as was I. I was pretty paranoid too.
Don't forget the way he swallows his water.
And we knew about,
yes.
We knew stuff about the internet back then. And Edward Snowden was out there telling us all about the NSA. And we knew all about that stuff. So we weren't, idiots. And Jesse always was like that. He bragged about that even back in his days where he supposedly was quite the sex swinger or whatever. He said even back then that he wouldn't put information out there that people can easily get. So hopefully that answered your question, Mal. Any other questions? I'm just going to scan a little bit. And
that was Mal's
question. We're almost at an hour and a half point. There's not a need to really go a lot further. So, and again, if there's stuff that you might want me to deal with in future stuff, I think I told you what I can tell you about Jesse pretty much at this point. So, but if you have something you want to know, or if there's other stuff that you want me to do, and I think I'm going to be starting to do more interviews where I interview other people and find out their stories about major corruption that's going on that can help everybody. It may be a local issue, but it might be something that people could understand in their own area that would give them a lot of
standards.
Pepe Silva says that we should go with a Christian-based theocracy. You are only disqualified after fucking 3 guys. 2 is okay, but 3 is crossed the line. We have standards. Pepe, you're making me worried about what you're saying there, bud.
He's joking, but yeah.
Poor Chris had to take the blame for liking the gay porn. I didn't know that. He had to take a fall for that, maybe? That's sad if that had happened. That would be sad. That girl says, God bless you, Patrick. Thank you, that girl. I'm not going to get into the Trump fight right now. You guys can have that on another thing. We're not doing a Trump fight today. Yeah, gay porn on Twitter and stuff like that. I didn't know much about that when it happened, but that probably was a early warning sign of what Jesse was up to.
Imagine
okay, you guys have a fight about Trump. So I guess you guys can.
At all. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Or just imagine liking gay porn at all. What are you doing? Don't make an account and fucking on porn websites. What are you doing? Like, that's legitimately how fucking Flamenco's taste in porn got outed. That's how Ethan Ralph's fucking taste in porn got outed. Don't make accounts on porn websites.
That's how we found out that Liam Gray did things behind people with DMs. #romance.
Yep. The groan. She's like, why?
Oh, it's so great what he did to Nerd Wonder and so many other women. So many.
Oh, Lita alleged that he flirted with her too, even so.
Well, Lita's not a woman; she's asexual.
Logically speaking, she's biologically female.
Biologically, yes, but the way she comes off, it's almost you could actually technically classify her as an it at this point.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, Pepe Silva says, if it's a crime liking gay porn, we will have to arrest most of the U.S. Senate. We need to operate as a society, man.
No, we got to get... I mean, I don't know. We got to get rid of some of these fucking weirdos. The ones that are
what's on your history? Jim Tuner's... Wait, what?
If they're looking at tranny porn, they gotta go. If they're looking at gay porn, let's just make sure that there's nothing more degenerate out there.
Tranny porn is dudes with boobs. It's still dicks.
That's correct. But it's worse because it's fucking dudes trying to physically be women. So.
Yeah, I know. But is there a level of gayness now that we're acceptable to?
I'm amenable to homosexuality in general. I just don't fucking want it from priests.
Yeah. Jim Tuner says, chicks dig Liam. It's not his fault. Gunn says, I presume Lidl just said that to fend off Liam. No, she's come out and said that she's asexual.
Yeah, she's an aroace or something like that, which is essentially she's a lesbian. She's attracted to females. But aroace apparently means something along the lines of it's like you're a non-practicing homosexual. You don't want to have sex, but you are occasionally attracted to the same sex.
So she just looks at women getting off and then joins them with her dildo and calls it a day.
I don't know, man. I don't ask those questions because I don't care to know.
Didn't you hear Jesse doesn't know much about social media? Okay, I'm going to scan. Let me go to the end here and make sure I didn't miss anything. Gennaro, right on. I haven't seen Gennaro for a while. I'm glad you're here. Right
That's
on.
a personal
Gennaro.
thing. I don't care. It's not my business.
Sonoma Digital's here. Did Jesse really have a janitorial business, Patrick? That's a good question. Some people don't believe that. He did have a janitorial business supposedly called Perfect Maintenance way back in the day. And supposedly he said he built it up to having 7 employees. I think he said Mexicans or something working for him. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, Jesse knows I can see him doing that. I mean, he has like 7 employees at Bond. Why couldn't he do that with a janitorial service? Getting the other people to do the work. He's good at getting other people to do the work. So I don't see why he couldn't have had. Jesse doesn't know how to run a business that well. Technically, he always has people kind of doing it for him.
Oh God, you're gonna make me read. Man, everything that Pepe Silva says that I read can be clipped now. You know that, right?
Yep. So can the stuff that I read that Pepe Silva says. So
Pepe Silva says, I've got money and I like fucking animals and kids. I mean, like, I like kids. Not naked kids, just regular kids. It's cool. Don't worry. I will babysit for you. Liam Gray. That's a quote by Liam Gray. Definitely not a child molester.
Yes. He's certainly not a weirdo. What?
Oh, no.
Jim Tudor says, so last bat worked for Jesse's cleaning because Jim Tudor thought that Samuel was last bat. Helmet says, gay porn or the inspirations for Liam Gray's
Elasmat, you have some questions, my boy. We want to know if you were having sex with Jesse Lee Peterson while you worked for him as a janitor.
Were you showing him your arms and your
Filthy
legs?
degenerate.
Well,
Did he
I'm
pull
going
your
to say
pants
something
off while you were sitting on his couch?
I'm going to say something. This explains a lot why Elasmat showed his dick to testify on the shower stream in the back. That explains it all now.
It does. It does.
To some extent, but by now he's probably made a pretty good mess of his business in terms of keeping it organized at this point. But yeah, he knows enough to get people to do stuff for him. That's for sure. He's got a personality that will get that knows how to do that and get people to work for him. So I think it's possible. Okay, any other ones that I'm missing here? Patrick, can you show some success stories from Jesse and Bond helping men start businesses? Well, okay, I'll wind up here pretty much after that. I think. We did have an entrepreneur program, so to speak. It pretty much consisted of guys meeting, I don't know, what was it, once a month or something like that. And some guys would meet at the Bond building and we talk about our businesses and what we were doing that week with our business or whatever. To me, it never got really all that deep as far as helping people really with the nuts and bolts of starting and running a business properly. Honestly, I don't think Jesse himself really knew how to do it that well. And he didn't bring in other people to really explain it that well, to really get people into the nuts and bolts of how to properly run a business. That's the way I saw it.
Situation
some of the
like
other stuff that we
Jack
had going on
appeared.
was we had other stuff going on too.
Yeah.
We had a Bond program, like a Bond home for boys, which was called the Bond Home for Young Men later. We had some people that went through it, and we had some stuff going on, but nothing really all that serious. There was a lot of stuff that Jesse would blow up, just like we never really had Bond chapters, any serious chapters. They were just kind of, you'd have somebody in another city and they were doing something and they started something a little bit, and that was called a Bond chapter kind of thing. It was like a lot of cotton candy, a lot of stuff that really wasn't real and just kind of made up.
Jim Turner says going to homeless guys like Patrick for help as running a business seems like a bad choice.
Right?
Yes.
It sounds to me like if any of this is true, it sounds to me like it's just Jesse wanted free workers, essentially. I'm not saying I believe it's true. I'm just saying if.
Pepe Silva says, I did cleaning work in my younger days. I once cleaned Jesse Lee Peterson's pipes. Don't be hating. I was a plumber for a bit. Some clogs need work and a good sucking to clear. I'm a professional. Don't judge me, man.
Pepe. You were a pipe fitter for a short while, were you?
Fiona Wolf says, it's fun. Nearly have an hour into it with the link she provided.
Yes.
Our school, kind of a joke.
Something
It was
we can
kind of a glorified babysitter place, really. My son was involved, so I know about what I speak. My wife was involved and did more work on that school than anybody, much more than Jesse did, or anybody. She was one of the few that really, that school wouldn't have done anything without her. Kelly was a teacher at that school too, who later became the producer at Fallen State. Kelly did a great job. She did all she could. She worked hard. We had some volunteers. David, a guy that helped guys learn how to do hammering in the beginning of trades and things like that. We had a guy named Dr. Singh, who was a very nice man, who was like a martial arts expert and knows Qigong, and he's a healer also, a cool guy. And I've been to he's helped me with shoulder and things like that stuff. He was like he would come like every week or whatever it was and take the kids and go somewhere with him and help them do martial arts and stuff. And he was like, really did it. He really took it seriously, what he was doing. So yeah, there were guys there that really helped out and women there that did stuff. but the school never was anywhere near what it should have been. Nothing like it. It was really not more than a handful of students at any given time. It's sad because Jesse was always trying to make stuff look bigger than it was instead of just making it.
Jim Chinner says, back to Colossals, or Saito will have to go back to Patrick for business advice.
Oh no, we don't want that to happen to Cider. Back to Colossals, people.
Yeah.
Big to begin with. But in order to have something big, you have to be willing to work with other people, which we never worked with other people very well. And you have to be willing to be open about yourself, about your finances, about your the way that you do some of the stuff that you do. You have to have a certain openness if you want to grow and you want to work with people and do something great. But I think Jesse was more interested in keeping his own little fiefdom that was closed off so that he kind of had total control over it. He'd rather control a small empire by himself than to share a larger empire, for lack of a better word. That makes sense? I hope so. Anyway, I think I didn't get to everything I wanted to. Nearly as much. I didn't get to all of your guys' stuff. I think I dealt with separating the man from the message, basically saying there's no separation really in the end. If you're a true Christian, then you are the message. You're an embodiment, like Gandhi talked about. Be the change you want to see.
Oh God,
be the Christian that you talk about. Be the thing. Don't be a scribe or a Pharisee and just be Jesus. Rip these people apart because they were just playing. They were pretending to be something they weren't. And unfortunately, that's a lot of what Jesse
he's doing it
and
again.
he's very good at fooling people. And he's very good even to this day. He ain't gonna go down just because all this stuff's coming out. Just don't think that he doesn't have the shame to walk away. I said that at the beginning of the show. I'm gonna say it again. He's not gonna walk away on his own. So if you think
meditation, it's just.
Pepe Silva says, Patrick once worked for me. He was the best sucker I ever hired. He could hoover a banana out of a crooked tailpipe. He really knew how to make his nozzle blow. He was really good dick licker too. There's the link for the Colossus. God, we have 10 minutes left.
If you have something to say that needs to be said to expose some evil, you need to be doing it. All hands on deck, as far as I'm concerned. It shouldn't be.
Yeah, I actually bought the package that comes with 2 of them, so I can give one to friend.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. I only bought the 1 copy, sadly, because I couldn't afford more at the time. But I think I might I might change my pledge to a 2 copy now that I can afford more, and give the other one to a buddy of mine because he loves comics, but he honestly can't afford them. It is what it is.
I'm broke, so I'm only doing digital these days.
Fair.
I get it. Like, majority of my stuff is still digital for the most part.
Be just a few people saying something. I did a lot of wrong, but I've also had to take a lot of hits too for being one of the people that spoke out. So it's better if people come forward and kind of spread the pain a little bit. And it also makes each story more powerful if something else comes out of wrongdoing of any kind. If there's wrongdoing, it should be exposed. It shouldn't be somebody's protected because you think they're your father figure or something. You've got a problem if that's what you think. All right. Yeah, you said Bella K, Jesse. Yeah, it really is kind of a con, unfortunately. Again, there were things that were good in there that people told. A lot of them came from masters. Some people just sit around still and just kind of told what they could out of it. I think it has to do with the kind of person you are. If you're sincere and you want help, you get help through the devil.
His P.O. box is still open, by the
Louis
way.
Farrakhan,
I know,
shown a lot of black people don't be taking the shot. He probably saved a lot of black lives that way. Louis Farrakhan is next to the devil, in my opinion, but he saved a lot of.
Pepe Silva says Patrick really wants to bring Jesse Lee Peterson down, but the real reason is because Jesse Lee Peterson would never go down on him. Apparently, Jesse Lee Peterson doesn't like disease-rotten fungi riddled meth bricks. I don't mind them.
You hear that, Patrick? Pepe will suck you off.
Black lives, probably. Joe Biden is next to the devil. He's an evil man, but he's helped wake people up.
And
right?
you are?
If it wasn't for Joe Biden, a lot of people right now who are waking up and starting to take their country back wouldn't be taking their country back if it wasn't for such a serious situation. If they had Trump in and they thought everything was fine, that's when people don't do anything. People do stuff when somebody like Obama was in power, and then we had the what do you call that thing that they did against Obama when Obama was in there? The movement. What was that movement? Somebody can tell me. Can't remember the name of it. But there's a movement that was started when Obama was in his, I think, second term, around 2010, 2011, and people woke up. So evil can wake you up too. God will wake you up in all sorts of ways. If God wants to wake you up, He'll use whoever He wants to wake you up.
This guy's still
so I wouldn't be too
asleep.
focused
I don't
on
think
who
anything
the person
holy
is who
has
you
touched
want to give
him.
all your credit to. I would give your credit to God, and God works through His Son Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit, and somehow they work together as a unit. They're the ones doing the work. They're the ones that the preacher should be pointing towards. Even in the Bible, it says, "Don't call any man teacher. Don't call a man teacher. Don't put a man above you. Don't get your information from another person. Don't get your way of thinking and the way of being from another person. Allow God to work through you. God is working with me. He's working with my family. He worked with me to overcome these thoughts that I was having. Jesse didn't help me in the end. I had to go to God directly, right? I had to pray and ask for help with that stuff. And thank God he did. Thank God. And in the end, that's who helps you. So whoever human being that you're into and you're part of their tribe or whatever, do what you want for entertainment. But when your soul is at stake, be very, very careful. If I can leave you with anything tonight, be very careful. Guard your soul. Know that it's God who saves. Not man, not me, it's not Jesse, not Roy Masters. Some people can teach you some stuff that's good.
This guy's a fake.
It's going to save you. That's not
Yes,
what
we
do. We don't have that
know.
ability
We've
to do that.
watched
So I hope that
him.
you at least get that.
2 weeks now?
And I think I have said enough.
We have
I
also
haven't said enough.
discovered
I don't
that
need this
apparently
dang
Jesse
thing.
Lee
You can't read too
Peterson
much on a
is
show
also
anyway.
a fake
People want to see
fan,
real,
so-
right? So
Sorry, what was that?
We have also discovered that Jesse Lee Peterson, the man he's talking about, is a fake. So it's essentially two heretics arguing with each other about what Christianity is.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Pepe Silva says, I don't know if I should hate Patrick or love Patrick. Jesse Lee Peterson must have felt the same. Probably wasn't sure if he should hate fuck him or love fuck him. I'm so confused right now.
Well, Pepe, if you're confused, bring both dildos and see which one fits better, the spiked or the unspiked. Then you'll know.
Jim Tuner says, where is the bug-eyed guy? He was the proof that humans can exist without souls. Yes, you mean Martin, who's my avatar picture right now.
Martin Francis. Oh,
Yeah.
God. 2 first names.
Hey guys, I just want to tell you that the devil made me do it. We're meat puppets. God controls our actions, and so does the devil. We have no control over what we do in our souls, but if we repent, we'll most likely go to heaven. At least that's what Jesse Lee Peterson taught me before I was evicted for basically telling him, "Don't touch my pee-pee." Thank you.
I'm giving you as real as I can do. And those of you who believe what we've said, believe you probably didn't need all that much. You either knew us already, or you could see that I was telling the truth. You could see that Samuel, Martin, whoever was talking to you, could see the truth in that. You can usually tell. You don't need too much. And if you can't, you can't. There's nothing I can do for you. That's something between you and the Holy Spirit. I can't give you every little ounce of whatever secret photos you want or video or whatever, even though you don't ask for Jesse for the same anything. You don't ask for him for anything. You just are afraid to go to him to ask him anything because you know he won't answer you, or he'll throw it back on you and say, why are you asking that?
Wait a minute. You mean we don't ask him for photographic proof that he wasn't sleeping with you?
Wait, so there is?
But we do ask you for photographic proof of you sleeping with him.
This is an absurdity. How can we ask for something?
This is
that
the
can't
logic of
exist?
Liam Gray.
This is not how
Those people that
reality
didn't
works.
get their fucking books should have sent me photographic evidence that they didn't get their books.
Right?
Amazing.
Holy shit. You're quite welcome, my parishioners in the bodies of Christ. We'll make this through. We're all in this thing together. I just took my 5th booster because I don't want to die.
Purely a coincidence that he has cancer.
Exactly.
Are you homosexual? You know, that kind of stuff. Are you guys going to really keep playing that game where you allow this man to never answer any of your questions? I found out when I first approached this guy about what he was doing, I found out that he was not able or willing to answer anything about himself. That's what you know. Start asking this guy about himself and
Then
get him to
why
answer
did
your
you buy
questions.
into
Then you'll
his
have something.
chick?
But I almost guarantee you, he's not
Hang
gonna
on,
answer
pause,
nothing. He will not
pause,
answer
pause.
anything until he's pretty much forced to do it.
Better question is, why did you have a relationship for 10 years?
That too. Like, my goodness.
You're telling me you don't know this man in and out from every crevice and hole?
I mean, because a snake oil salesman, if you're around one long enough, wouldn't you pick up on it?
No.
Maybe.
No, because he's just as observant as his fucking son.
Oh, dude, his son is
Black Paul.
Yes, Black Paul.
Paul needs to get away, far away, and I mean far away from the father and the fucking damn Jesse Lee Peterson. They are both heretics. Get far away. Pick up the Bible
Yeah,
yourself.
Paul, both of these guys are going to lead you astray. Your father's not a good leader. He's not a Christian.
No, you need
Get
to pick
out.
up the Bible, read it yourself, and then find God
Mhm.
yourself, buddy, because these guys are just going to say either suck my dick or suck my dick.
Pretty much. And, yeah. You don't want to end up in a Johnson situation.
It's ding ding time, Daddy.
Pepe Silva says, where did all of Patrick's fellow Jesse Lee Peterson lynching posse go? They seem to be raring to go to the disappeared. Did Patrick the Purifier go too far? Maybe we should introduce him to Liam the Pure White.
Yes, Liam the Pure White, who loves to fuck abos, but only when they say no.
Jim Tuner says, Jesse has magic powers. He controls the minds of men like Patrick. He makes them gay.
Okay. Yeah, if someone says people are talking about audit or IRS or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I would check into this stuff. I wouldn't take Jesse's word for anything. There's no oversight going on.
For anything either.
Exactly.
No oversight. I was there. I would know. Trust me, I would know. And you shouldn't be able to get away with stuff like that. Besides the sexual stuff, and I've always said the sexual stuff was very important, but in some ways, it's not the main story. The main story is a con job from the get-go. And a con man will get you in many different ways. And there's lots of ways to
deflating two different issues.
There's professional services that are done. There are things being done through a counselor. There's financial stuff. There's getting people to get angry subtly at another race or another gender or something like that. There's all sorts of ways to get people. But the main thing is know that there's a con going on. And if you don't see it, you don't see it. I'm not trying to force you to see something that isn't there. But if you've already seen something and you have an inkling that something is going on and something didn't sit well, I just want to put my extra stamp on there saying, I know what you're going through. Just keep your eyes open. Just keep your eyes open. Expose things. We're not supposed to sit back and we don't judge. No, we judge righteously and we expose evil. We don't hate the people, but we hate the sin and we expose. So that's about all I can tell you guys. I don't know where I'm going with this other than I believe I am going to start more interviews. You're probably going to see me doing more.
Yeah, no shit you don't know where you're going with this, you fucking retard. Good Lord.
Or kinds of things. So
holy shit.
But I'm just saying, when breaking news comes, I may be dealing with that here. Probably.
Breaking news: his brain is doomed.
Okay, I think I'm starting to lose you guys anyway, so I'm going to sign off. I'm not even going to do music to go out because I'm starting to lose you guys. So thank you so much for everything you've done along the way. Stay in touch with me. Go to oldschoolus.com, oldschoolus.com. Reach me at info@oldschoolus.com. If you need to reach me about anything, you need to let me know anything, info@oldschoolus.com. And we'll talk more beyond that if we need to. But I also may need to be moving to Rumble fairly soon. I'm already there, but I may start moving my live streams to Rumble soon because I can only deal with so much stuff on this channel. So I'll let you guys know. I'll post stuff here and tell you, hey, here I am over on Rumble. Go get me over here kind of thing. Okay, does that make sense? All right. Anyway, that's enough for me tonight. God bless you guys. I wish you guys the best. I wish Jesse the best and whatever's going to work out with him. Again, I think he's pretty much possessed of evil at this point. But if God wants to reach him, hey, he reached Paul. He knocked him between the eyes. He can knock Jesse between the eyes if he wants to. I don't know what God wants to do with Jesse, but if I was Jesse, I would be getting with God as soon as possible. I don't think Jesse fears God, and the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. I recommend, Jesse, that you start to fear God. Thank you so much, you guys, and we'll see you when we see you. Thanks again for all your support.
Okay. Pepe Silva says, Liam told me that he likes fucking abos, but only if they say no. He said that abos can't be raped. He said only pure whites can be raped. He told me that he told me he only rapes pure whites on Wednesdays. Jesus.
What the hell?
Jim Tuner says, can we get a GoFundMe to get Martin more minutes for his Obama?
Yes.
Oh.
We need more entertainment, Martin. Come back to the internet. Don't be such a weird.
God. Okay. Dude Man says, why not BitChute, Patrick? You scared? Pepe Silva says Patrick is moving to Rumble because they are having a special streaming deal for anally gaped meth hobos. Okay. So it's certified. Less Rooney, more Martin.
Yes.
Hey.
Martin is insane but entertaining. Rooney appears to just be retarded and insane.
I'm just to the point that Martin
Peterson is gay. All right? He was on the show. He started to bash members of the LGBTQ community in the bullpen, and I kicked him off the program. Now, multiple individuals that he has sexual relationships with, they did a full interview.
This is to catch Fiona up.
About their encounters with him
with the
over many years and the involvement that he has had with many men during his tenure as the head of
Look at
Bond,
this fucking
which is an
weirdo's
organization
hair
dedicated, according to preacher
What is
Jesse
going on
Peterson,
here with the fucking
an
mustache?
organization that is supposed to rebuild men. Now remember,
So
there is no
again,
issue with
Jack
Jesse
Murphy
Lee
situation.
Peterson being gay, in my opinion, whatsoever.
Did he
The
buy
issue
his
is
mustache
hypocrisy.
at a Halloween
This man has
costume
literally
shop?
made a life
That's my
and
question.
monetized
He
off
has,
of
he has
fashion
bug eyes too.
members of a community that
goodness.
he's actually a part of. Let me remind you
This
of
doesn't
that
look like a
interview
human
a few
being.
months
This looks
ago.
like
Here
a
it is.
fucking
This is probably going to
like
end
a
up being an
lizard
utter waste of
person
my time
wearing
having you
a
on the show.
costume he
Do you
quickly put
you
together.
about
You
Black
don't know
Lives
that.
Matter?
You may learn
Well, remember how I
something.
told you if you look at
see,
people who are
preacher.
confused or taken over, they
what
don't
is it
blink
about
as
Black
much?
Lives
Look
Matter,
how many times Jesse Lee
that you
Peterson is
disagree
blinking and
with,
how many
fundamentally?
times the
Black
camera
Lives
is.
Matter was founded by a bunch of fat black radical lesbians.
Okay.
And who
I appreciate you.
Yeah, fat black radical
I said, get this clown off the show.
lesbian.
I mean every word of it. Now, there's one
Although I got to admit,
testimony I'm going to bring you
people at the
first.
top of
It's an
Black Lives
interview.
Matter got
The
their
individual
mentions.
gives
So many
a lot of
mentions.
detail. I
I
don't
was
have
at
time on
ground
this
zero
show
for
to go
Black Lives
through
Matter.
all of the interviews.
True story.
But here's part of it.
I was only like 20 minutes away from
All of a sudden,
Ferguson.
he turned to me, he just looked at me, and he said, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" And he said it in a tone that was really insistent, and I'd never seen his tone from him before. It was like kind of scary. It kind of scared me. Like what? What do you want to do? I knew what he meant, and then I told him, "Okay." And at first, I'm scared, and I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm playing along here." It kind of threw me off my game, I guess, in a way. I think later I realized that's kind of something that
He finally
people
wants
do
to fuck
sometimes.
me. I was
It's
so
like
excited.
the devil works
and
in a
then I
certain
found out
way
he was
by
fucking all the
intimidating.
other boys
Throws
too,
you off your normal
and I was
game.
mad.
And so I said, and then I told him what I want to do. I mentioned sex acts, that he knew about, that I had already talked to him about, that I was interested in. And next thing you know, he's ripping his clothes off and coming at me, basically. And I did the same.
Did they
Took
put
my
the
clothes
porn
off.
music
And
over
next
this
thing you know,
on purpose?
We're
Yes.
fully at it, having not getting detail here, but
That's the church
basically
militant
full-on
documentary.
sexual
yes.
acts.
Yes, they
That
did
is
it.
Mr. Patrick Rooney. Mr. Rooney has known Mr. Peterson since 1992. They have been on programs together. They have preached together. They have traveled the country together.
They have traveled each other's
In
orifice
that
together.
testimony, in that interview of his experiences with Jesse Lee Peterson, I need you to remember there's a mixed bag here.
Yes, it does.
Because while a Christian right organization did these interviews, they're not
Pepe
doing
Silva
them to
says the
stand
Young
as
Turk supporter
allies
is
with
mad
members
as
of
hell
the
at Jesse Peterson because of Jesse
LGBTQ community.
Peterson anally
They're
banned him.
doing
He
it
never got a
because
reach around.
they
I
believe
cried
Jesse Lee
the
Peterson
homeless community.
has betrayed their sacred trust of manhood or some ridiculous garbage like that.
Where all
So
the
as
flat
far
black
as the
radicals-
Okay,
media,
what this
company,
retard
media
is saying
platform,
is fucking wrong. This group of quote unquote Catholics, the church militant, is a group of former homosexuals. Let's be fucking clear about that. They're repressed homosexuals.
So what you're saying is if they're not fucking in the middle of the night, they're saying sorry for it the next day.
Yeah, pretty much.
That smile, it haunts me.
He's wrong here. These are a bunch of Milo Yiannopoulos who are like, I'm not gay anymore, bro, as they're sucking a dick.
Dude Man says the Young Turks co-host is an Armenian. One of Jesse's proxy accusers is Armenian. Connection to a coincidence of Los Angeles. Pepe Silva says, I have to admit, I hate Jesse Lee Peterson's theology, but love his work on fat black lesbians. I think we should all support him and make his church 10 times bigger. He's like the co-worker that doesn't show up for orientation, but God is cool with him because he's hilarious.
Oh, God.
Okay, so we're going to watch Martin here talk to us about what's the difference between good and evil and how it flows through us.
Own
Let
up
the
to your
evil flow
evil.
through you.
Take responsibility for your actions.
Wait. This is the
Fess
same
up
guy.
and
This is the
repent.
same guy that said the other day we can't take responsibility for our actions because our actions are not our own. We don't do anything. We're just meat puppets who do what the devil and or God want us to do. but he's talking about taking responsibility. Bro, what? Pick a narrative, you weirdo.
Sadly, a decent chunk of people don't take responsibility for their actions.
Jim Tuner says, well, that picture of Barton looks not remotely human. Am I in sports to ignore the scratch wounds? Apparently he has cancer, dude, man. And he has basically been peeling and squeezing out the pus abscess from the cancer in his forehead. Okay, let's continue.
Choose to do good. What's all that about? Okay, we're going to debate issues behind all these cliches, Christian cliches. We're going to debate about that tomorrow on Patrick Rooney's big time show, which is going to be live stream. And I welcome all of you to be there. We'll try to keep it now under 15. I don't know. I can't make a promise. Maybe under a half hour. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm ready to roll. And so are those other guys, man. We're ready to go at each other's throats.
Yeah, I bet you are. Dicks in hand.
This is what happened the last time I debated on the Rooney show.
I'll be
Damage
at
to the
work
eye,
tomorrow, so I'll
forehead,
gladly miss that.
half my beard
Gladly.
gone. Yeah. So I'm telling you,
He
maintain
does,
your distance,
PBR.
Protect yourself at all times.
He has some form of
Tomorrow,
cancer.
Wednesday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and
he's currently doing chemotherapy, allegedly.
6 p.m. Pacific Standard
And he doesn't
Time.
eat meat. He's a vegan.
Thank you very much. Hope you can be there. And
that's
Well, that explains why he looks
Just
like a stick.
attack the chat room. And see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
I have a meme that's relevant to him.
Oh, God, please. Thank you.
Let me see if I can find it.
While you do that, I'll read the chat. Am I supposed to ignore the scratch runes, dude man says? Jesse Lee Peterson equals good but slightly gay. Martin equals stupid but super gay. Me, terrible but only half gay. Jim Tuner says those are not scratch runes. He has removed his devil horns with an angle grinder. Oh, so he's Hellboy now. A Brown CBR says, does he have skin cancer? Yes, we addressed that. Dude man said, but I freak. Roshi Strider says, big time. Show. This guy. Jim Tuner says, the new Charles Manson. Pepe Silva says, I think Martin is probably a Calvinist. It sounds like he doesn't believe in free will. It could be a brilliant theology in the right hands of early stupid if you're a dumb homo slut. Dude man says, he has the energy to talk to people for hours on end while being on chemo. Dude, you will not. You'll be surprised what crack addicts can do, okay?
I don't subscribe to. But the individuals who have decided to come forward, I believe their stories are quite credible. Here's another one.
Well, you're an idiot.
So then he started
You're fucking
rubbing my
retarded, then.
thighs.
Oh, God, not.
What is he doing? Like, it's kind of crazy. And then he starts rubbing my.
Why is the last man on stream?
I'm like,
Last
what's
minute.
happening right
Why?
now? And then
Why are you confessing your
he,
homosexual love for the
And then he pulls
head
down my
janitor?
pants. And then
Stop
I'm like,
it.
I'm shocked. I'm not saying anything. I'm like, my face is like, whoa, what
Dude,
the
are
hell's
his
happening
pants
right now?
tenting?
From there, Jesse
Is he an
instructed
erection
Samuel
while
to go
he's
into his
talking
so-called
about this
meditation.
It looks like
called
it, dude.
The silent prayer.
Holy
Like,
shit!
all thoughts are lies. Everything Satan is telling you is a lie. And I'm like, okay. But inside it's telling me,
Ibert,
hey,
you do
this is
know that
not
he's
good.
in a place where a bunch
what
of
are you doing?
ex-homosexuals. He could
What are
probably
you
get turned
allowing
on.
him to do?
Once again, the
Holy
issue is
shit.
not about
That's
the homosexuality of Jesse Lee
That's
Peterson.
Samuel Jim Tuner.
Jesse Lee Peterson has taken money for years to go around this country to animate violence and hate
That was Samuel
against
Jim
members
Tuner.
of the LGBTQ community. That's what he's done. And I apologize, I get emotional about
Pepe
this.
Silva says, no one is
because
the next Charles
individuals like
Manson.
Jesse
He's a
Lee
great
Peterson
man. I've
are
been
the
following his
reason
work since
that
Pet
many
Sounds and the
individuals
Beach
in the
Boys.
community cannot be free to be themselves. Now, this is the most troubling of all of the accusations so far.
Another alleged victim was Trayvon Chapman, who in 2015 told his friend, now 43-year-old Armand Martikian, that Jesse molested him.
Well, the first thing came out of his mouth that Jesse's homosexual. And I say, you know, you can't be saying this, you know, like he's all against it. He's a, you know, straight conservative man who, you know, this is like, what you're saying is bizarre, you know, it doesn't make sense. But at the same time, it kind of struck me as a truth. What this guy was saying, he was explaining the incidents, like certain acts that they would do.
Statue or a mannequin. Look at that face.
There you go. That's
Oh,
the meme.
no.
Is this Martin? Is Martin the person in this meme?
Probably.
I can't tell.
It's
Can you zoom in? Or...
Enhance.
Enhance.
There we go.
Haha, my coworker has this thing called Robo Twist for those hard to open shroud bottles. Interesting. Soybot, I need you. My strength is waning.
Yes.
God, even I have more definition on my wrists than this guy does in that picture. Oh my God.
Imagine being that much of a pussy. Good Lord.
Jim Turner
Armin
says
reminds me of George Costanza from Seinfeld. Nice.
Holy shit. Pepe Silva says, Jesse Lee Peterson is cool. He may have gay lovers, but he didn't marry any of them at least. He sounds like a man of standards and tastes. Maybe a taste for asshole, but a refined taste for assholes at least. I can't take it no more, man.
I can't take this shit no more, man.
I can't take it no fucking more.
They had some nicknames. Jesse had
You're gonna
nicknames.
throw your controller there, fucking Liquid Richard?
Shut up, man. My left joystick's already
Instead
fucked
of
up.
telling what the
My
act
character
is,
keeps
he-
going in
they
circles
named
on me
it
already.
homicide, according to Trayvon.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I had to make the Wings of Redemption joke.
Many of the individuals who have decided to go on record, they have made it very clear they were vulnerable. They were coming from a bad place in life. Some of
Yes,
them
they were coming from,
addicted
all right.
to drugs and alcohol. They saw Jesse Lee Peterson as a savior to them.
Please,
Mr.
Jesse,
Rooney.
fuck me harder.
When he decided to come clean to his son and his wife about his ongoing sexual affair
Why did he
with
come clean
Jesse
on them? What
Lee
the fuck?
Peterson, he said his son got mad at him because he literally believed Jesse Lee Peterson could walk on water.
Literally. I'm
He
sure.
called Jesse Lee Peterson with his son on the phone, and preacher Peterson admitted to the affair. Once again, he has been accepting money.
Do we have the phone call?
Nope.
I
Absolutely no evidence.
I saw it on YouTube 2 weeks ago when we first did this. I didn't think to save it at the time, but apparently someone's been leaking
What,
it, but it's been
the phone
taken
call?
down. Yeah, apparently there was a phone conversation where it said Paul's leaked phone conversation with Jesse Lee Peterson, and when I find it again, it was gone.
Whoa! Whoever the fuck leaked that goddamn conversation, leak it again. I want to hear
Yeah.
it.
Put it on the farms.
Like, legitimately, put it on the fucking Kiwi farm. Somebody. Good Lord.
Okay, Prime.
Excuse me, let me clear my throat out for an orifice. Jesse Lee Peterson is cool. He may have gay lovers, but I already read that one.
Did? When
Yes.
did you read it?
Like a second ago. Jesse Lee Peterson is a Chad. He is two homeless crackheads, what Lee McGray is to chicks. Dude Man says, what's with this Jesse Jackson cosplayer? Jim Tuner says, is this black guy wearing a smiley face on his Hitler button?
Yes.
Pepe Silva says, if someone shoots up a school, they remember for a week. If someone fucks four dudes, their life is over and they are all over the news for weeks on end. What the fuck?
Yep.
Well, yeah, they memory hold that other shooter that was the trans.
Oh,
kid,
yeah, the
teenager or
Uvalde
whatever.
one?
Yeah, not that. Well, was he also the darn shooter when they're blaming the police on everything, or was it the other one? Because there's like a couple of different shooters where they didn't really report on the shooter much.
One, shooters should always be ridiculed. Mr. Medicare is correct about that. They should be immortalized as a topic of ridicule.
Yes, indeed. Pepe Silva says they may have thought Jesse Lee Peterson can walk on water, but there is no evidence for that. There have been rumors that Jesse Lee Peterson can walk over light digs at the Fairfield Marriott Hotel, supported with proof.
For damn near 30 years to go around and bash members, our brothers and sisters, part of the community.
Oh, God, shut up.
Los Angeles anti-gay pastor, online radio host, and manosphere star, Jesse Lee Peterson, is alleged to have had multiple gay relationships and exhibited a pattern of sexual harassment against male associates. Several of Peterson's former friends and associates have come forward, including one who claimed he had been in a decade-long sexual relationship with Peterson. Now, there are people who are saying, well, why are they just now coming out? There are some Jesse Lee Peterson defenders here. First of all, it doesn't matter when they come out. If they were sexually harassed by their preacher, by their pastor, they can come out anytime, okay? But the reality is many of these individuals did. Some of them tried to document this and record it.
That seems very much accurate, Pepe.
Jesse Lee Peterson as he was walking away from them, and they were saying, why did you do this to me? So this is not the first time. This is the first time everything has been coordinated and it hit an actual media platform that distributed to the masses. That's the first. The accusations have caused leading figures in the online manosphere, which is a ridiculous group they've made up, a loose network of men's rights activists, groups, and similar organizations to distance themselves from Peterson, banning him from events and speaking engagements. Now remember, he's getting canceled by insignificant white bigots. That's who's canceling Jesse Lee Peterson right now, okay?
Every time he says it, it's funny.
The radical right-wing Catholic Church militant group first broke the story in June.
Okay,
with
first
a
off,
30-minute
radical
video. That was part of that
right-wing
video.
group
First person
church
you saw was
militant.
Patrick.
Bro, there's nothing radical or right-wing about them. They're a bunch of repressed
I would be more radical than they are.
Yeah. Like, fucking radical to this idiot means believes in Jesus. Let's be clear here.
Yeah, I would be to like what we say. Like, I would be beyond alt-right. I would be in another dimension of conservatism, according to this guy.
Well, I'm not a conservative. I'm a disaffected right-winger, essentially. I don't fall into conservative or traditionalist because I find conservatives cowards.
Yes.
I find Republicans to be cowards.
Yep.
Yeah, they do. They like to be the Shapiro and complain about things, but not really do anything about
They
it.
do absolutely nothing about it. That's exactly it.
Pepe Silva says there are Democrat members of the U.S. House of Representatives that use gay prostitutes and have killed multiple gay prostitutes by giving them drugs laced with fentanyl. But that is okay. Whatever. Dude man says, yeah, white people. This clown answers to everything. Pepe Silva says the black militant Young Turks bigot hates black gay tops. He's obviously a jilted bottom.
Rooney, who has known Peterson since 1992, claims in the video that the pastor made subtle sexual advances toward him for years, but they did not become sexually involved until 2005.
Did he fuck you in the butt, Patrick?
Oh, wait a minute. There's a date that I don't remember us having gotten before anyplace.
What was it?
Patrick says that his relationship with Jesse the sexual relationship didn't start until 2005.
I don't.
I could have swore he said it started in 92.
Yeah, I thought so too. So, but according to this, he's saying that he knew him. He first met him in 92, But they started fucking in 2005, and it went on for 10 years. So I guess that'd be till 2015. So that's fairly recent
Hey.
that they quit fucking.
Okay, then. Pepe Silva says conservative libertarians that have balls equals Christians.
Former bond members. Now, let me remind you of what the bond membership was about.
He
literally
can't be
had
a
men
Christian
living
and a
with him.
libertarian. I don't think that's possible.
I would just
I
like to
guess
point
that
out.
depends on the brand of libertarian.
I would just like to point out when you search Jesse Lee Peterson, we are #1 as streaming.
At his, let's call it compound, where he said he was redeeming men. All right.
It's a community housing thing. It's not a compound. Make it sound like, Waco or something.
It's technically a fucking halfway house for men.
Yeah.
At them living together, they were vulnerable. Many of them just came from a very dark situation to only encounter Jesse Lee Peterson.
Another dark situation.
And one former friend of Peterson's also appeared in the video describing incidents in which Peterson allegedly abused or made sexual advances upon themselves and other.
Allegedly abused or made sexual advances. I don't recall any of them actually accusing him of abuse. Did they?
They use Weasley language, so it's impossible to tell what their actual accusations are.
I mean, they all kept trying to make it sound like he was abusive or something, that there was something bad about it. But the actual stories that they told were all
consensual.
Were all of consensual nature. So
yes, but no, I hate this fucking narrative that you have power, therefore it's abuse. I can't possibly have consented. That's a leftist narrative. It's fucking retarded. It's always been fucking retarded.
Okay, Pepe Silva says, I'm glad that Jesse Lee Peterson is at least easing them into it. He is a gentleman that seduces his male prey. Much respect. I hope to learn of his seduction techniques. Sans the gay butt stuff. Dude Man says, quotations, we are #1. It's still a catchy song from Lazy Town. Pepe Silva says, by libertarian, I mean classic libertarian like George Washington, etc. None of that gay, lying, drunk, anti-guy libertarianism that Thomas Jefferson and his gimp was into.
Yeah, okay. You don't mean modern libertarianism, where it's more like libertine than it is fucking libertarianism.
What? Oh, you want like the modern libertarianism where it's like don't violate the nap or something? Yeah.
I guess.
Vulnerable men. The video also alleges that in October 2020, Peterson's Twitter account liked a post featuring a gay porn clip. And that's actually true. Peterson was asked about this on his radio show. Everybody who brought.
He was asked about it.
Do we actually know that he runs the account, though? Because people like Peterson, who are larger, tend to have a social media
manager
who runs all of their
I think
media.
that Eric July has a little bit of a social media manager for his Twitter account.
Yep.
So does Quartering, even though sometimes he takes it over.
Yes, that's true.
If
you ever see a drunken rant that seems very off topic, it's probably Quartering actually posting on the account himself.
Yes, he's done that quite a time. Yeah.
I hardly watch his stuff anymore. Like I might see something pop up in my feed every once in a blue moon, but I'm tired of his shit too.
I don't watch him because it's always the same boring shit. I don't care.
It's like Star Wars. More Star. Oh, Brand is disappointing everybody. Star Wars.
Hey there, guys. This is the Quartering here. I just want to tell you about the new Jesse Lee Peterson, the first Raid Shadow legend.
Oh God, you joke, but fucking Arch Warhammer has started talking about Raid Shadow Legends lately.
Everybody's putting that game onto their ad whatever.
Don't, please don't call it a game. Mobile video games are not video games. They play themselves. They're not video games.
Yes, there's no inaction you cannot take. Pepe Silva says, modern libertarians are fence-sitting pussies that believe the whole don't bother me and I won't bother you and I only care about political agendas that make drug deals legal. And that is the definition of Anthony Romano, a.k.a. Dark Rift.
I don't know much. Oh, you're talking about, okay.
Yeah, that's literally a definition.
I don't know. I don't care enough to remember his last name.
But his brother's Robert Romano. You can't, dude. It's
all their brothers. Fair enough.
Yes, he has a tranny fucking brother who puts wigs on.
Yeah, he is actually working with the real Iron Fist, though, for the record. That
Jim
is really the fucking tranny that was getting fucked by Linkara.
Jim says we might have to support Quarter Pounder or we might lose Magic the Gathering to the SGWs. It's been lost for quite some time. Dude Man says, John Tron's ad reads are the best. Fight me.
John Tron's funny, though, is the difference.
Personally, I hate ads.
Peterson has reportedly refused to address.
Get ad block.
Okay.
Why don't you people all have it already?
No. He's talking about ad reads.
Oh.
When the creator reads an ad that they were paid for during a video.
Oh.
Sponsored content. So that kind of thing.
Just unsubscribe from those people.
Yes. The allegations in the video, telling one caller on the show that, and I quote, is not concerning to me. Peterson has described homosexuality as the, and I quote, spirit of the devil, infecting people, and asserted that it is the result of abuse. In June 2021, Peterson, who was black, called for Christians to celebrate White History Month in opposition to LGBTQ Pride Month.
I'm going to say L
right here
has
made
a slow.
It's this race, Father. There's less clapping, but it's the same thing. You know, like you need to tell Jesse Lee Peterson to go fuck him. It's the same shit.
Living off of being a catalyst for hate, propaganda, misinformation,
catalyst for hate and propaganda.
Lord, give me the strength to not kill this retard on the internet.
Personal
Dude,
level.
man says white boy summer.
When I tell you I can't stand people like him, I cannot
We
stand
can't
them.
stand people like you either.
But on the
How about we all just
general
dump you
policy
in a
dynamic,
warehouse and all of
these
you
are the people
frauds
that
and
give
fakes
cover to Christian evangelicals,
Take some
that
bats and
give
battle it
cover
out.
to
There you
right-wing
go.
politicians who create policies that are antithetical to the progress of this nation. All right. My dear sister, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes, anytime, we see someone like this
Progress is
have
not always
their,
a good thing,
personal life
dipshit.
really played out in the news, I don't really feel
Wow.
bad that it's
She
violating
really
his
loves
personal
Grateful Dead.
space or his privacy, because this is someone who is frequently
Yeah, this is the girl I think that Hard Bastard has suggested maybe trying to replace Anna on TYT.
Oy.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is this is the type of
weaponizing
woman
ideas
that if you
of
fuck her,
gender
you
and
can turn her into
sexuality. The idea of
conservative.
the manosphere, something I didn't know of before this story, a hyper-masculine right-wing internet community. And to call it the manosphere, I mean, it's almost comedic, but I can't say it's comedic because it's pretty toxic. He asserted once that a woman
Yeah,
could climb
HB said
You're toxic.
HB can't stand her voice, but he does have her down as a smash.
I mean, no, there's too much makeup there. I can't tell what she actually looks like, and I don't want to wake up next to someone who's,
Okay, you really want me to tell you, Albert?
What?
Oh god, dude, I had the fucking name in my head. Damn it! Fuck. Who's the fucking cooking lady who likes a lot of butter? Who got canceled for saying
the old lady.
Damn it! She used to have a Food Network channel. Fuck.
It wasn't
I
bad.
know.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes,
No,
this is her in her 20s.
Ah. Ooh.
Oh God. What was that lady's name anyway?
Okay, Paula Dean.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Yeah, this is Paula Dean in her 20s.
No thanks.
So this is what you're going to see when you'll see it for now, and then when she gets to 40 and 50, it's going to blow up, and she's going to say, "Hey y'all want some butter?
You want some butter, honey? No.
No.
I'm fat enough, thanks.
I'd rather watch Djibouti Jubs.
Butter doesn't make you
Djibouti
fat.
is great.
Anyway.
Pepe Silva says, I am a peaceful man. I don't support ethnic cleansing, but if modern libertarians were classified as ethnicity, I would fully support ethnic cleansing.
Oh, nice.
I had to do a German little bit voice for that one. Dude Man says, Julia Child.
You know what? Julia Child still looks good, though, in all fairness.
But me, I think I'm going to go head off and get some sleep, though, because today took a lot out of me.
Coupons!
All
Coupons
right,
everywhere.
Oh,
you
God.
go murder those sleep paralysis demons, you filthy human being.
Remember, everybody, if Fiona sees you with a coupon book, burn it immediately.
We used to sell those at work. I'm like, thank goodness we don't have them anymore, because they used to go into freaking gladiator or combat over who would get the last books. They used to be like $10 a piece. I'm like, oh, gone.
Well, Fiona, let me tell you a secret about my state. In our Food Lions, they have it where you scan your MVP card and they print out your new coupons for the weekly advertisement.
Whoa, man.
It's the weekly sweat.
Yeah, no, these people are nuts. They're all the couponers are nuts.
Jim Tuner says Jessica Burbank used to work for Bernie Sanders. She's all money private schools and Brown University.
Oof, she went to Browntown. Never go to Browntown, gentlemen. Never.
Oh man, but yeah, you guys have a good rest of the stream there.
Have a good night and a happy orifice.
Have a happy orifice, yes.
You know, the longer I stay on the stream, the more delirious I'm going to get.
Is becoming a man. And people who
What's
endorse this
becoming
way
a
of
man?
thinking, I think, are insecure about their own behavior, and it's important that they're called out, because this is about freedom. And when you enjoy certain freedoms in private, but create a hostile environment for others to
What?
What? Abso-fucking-lutely not. How in the world is being a piece of shit freeing? What?
We found her O face. It's not that appealing.
That's not an O face. That's an I'm about to scold you because I'm an insufferable cunt face.
Yes, but that's the only one she gets off. Dude Man says Buggy Lefty, and then replies, "Why I never."
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's too much makeup. I couldn't do it. It's a definite no for me. She doesn't look anywhere near that good. She's a 6 with makeup. That's a hard no.
enjoy those same freedoms in public. I just don't feel bad that you're in the news for this. And I hope that things like this happen enough, where these advocates who are doing exactly what they condemn other people for doing, I hope it happens enough that people realize it's in everyone's self-interest to stop creating these narrow buckets for sexuality and sex and gender roles, and just recognize that our
No. Gender and sex are not separable concepts. Your gender is intrinsically tied to your biological sex, whether you like it or not, weirdo. Stop peddling this insanity.
Bill Nye is a fake scientist. You do not have 35
He's a
genders.
fucking
in your brain.
engineer. He's not a real scientist.
That's what I'm saying. Fake scientist.
I know. I'm just agreeing with you in an annoyed voice.
Oh, okay. Got you. Sorry, I'm a little tired.
It's all good.
Jim Tuner says she did a TED Talk about neo-communism as a new direction for the U.S. economy.
Neo-communism. Are you serious.
So essentially, what would that be?
Bougie or whatever.
Oh, okay, my bad. I can't pronounce things. It's a known thing with me. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm reading the comments for my bad illiterate shit. Anyway, I guess because it's for the LOLs.
Practice makes perfect.
Oh, right.
I don't know if practice can fix this, man.
And I don't know if this hammer can fix you, but we'll try.
See, there you go. I'm pretty sure I agree with you there. I don't think that hammer can get the gay out of me.
Well, if it's not going to work in the head, we'll try it on the anus next. That way, every time you think about something, it hurts.
That might work. Or it might.
Our experiences are complicated. You know, growing up, I'm a woman. I really feel like I identify like a woman. But when my mom said you have to put on the frilly, itchy socks and act like a lady, I didn't like it growing up. So, you know, you don't have to be transgender and you don't have to necessarily be queer for gender norms and norms around sexuality to affect you. You know, it's important we have the freedoms to live our lives however we want to, especially the most intimate parts of our lives, without confronting prejudice in society or in the eyes of the law. And the fact.
Wrong.
I didn't realize that there were very specific itchy socks that women were required to wear.
No, there are no fucking itchy socks that women are required to wear. She's being disingenuous here.
Dude Man says, private schools, private university, rich asshole socialists are the worst. Dude Man says in follow-up, they are actually afraid of the proletarian revolution.
Proletarian.
God damn it. Excuse me.
Well, the people who talk about caring about the proletariat the most are always the ones who are terrified about the possibility of the fucking proletariat rising up and destroying them. Just for the record.
Oh, God. Okay.
Hence the gun grabbing.
Yeah, let me read this next one because we have a special guest. Finatra is here. He says, she's too pretty to be that stupid. Your 6 just turned into a 9 for the fucking crackhead in the chat.
She's all right. She's a 6 with makeup.
Now, Finatra and Hard Bastard agree about this woman, apparently.
She is totally boogie. She grew up...
Bougie.
Damn it! She's totally bougie. She grew up Stanford CT and played lacrosse. Finatra says, what a waste of a pretty chick.
Yeah, she's all right. I wouldn't call her pretty. She's mildly attractive.
Oh, look, we finally can get him to answer.
He's alive.
Last minute, the Shadow Band says, I bring the well-read crowd here for what you did to me last night with the Jesse Lee Peterson stuff. Well, we have to ask you, why did you go on to Church Militant and confess your sin of having him touch you repeatedly?
Yes. Why did you admit to the world that you let Jesse Lee Peterson touch your penis, Alasmat?
And by the way, they played it on the Young Turks, so you're famous now.
Yes.
Oh.
That he made money off of this makes it all the more worse.
Yeah, very well said. All right.
All
we're
the
going
more
to give you an
worse,
update
yes.
because I guarantee you there's an update to this story.
All the more worse. Very well said.
I'm Irish. And Samuel's a very common name among the Irish, so...
Wait. Okay.
Holy shit. Is that all we have for tonight?
Yeah.
Look,
next time we'll look at the other SJW news outlets talking about it, but we'll do that on Twitch, just in case any of them want to strike us for it.
Which they will because they're fucking weirdos.
He says, Jesse Lee Peterson sounds like a considerate man, but an inconsiderate lover. Liam was the opposite. He was inconsiderate, but a generous lover.
I don't know, man.
He follows up with, he knew I was a Jewish, but only would give me a blowjob on my front of his swastika collection while I hummed Ride of the Valkyries. I was uncomfortable, but boy, can his face take a splash. That Redbeard really can't get sticky. What a champ, that Liam.
Oh, God.
Well, in the words of Testify, fuck it. Nigger Loser says Jesse likes swings.
That does not appear to be the people who are accusing him.
Jim Tuner says, confess, alas, Matt. Nigger Loser says, alpha equals top, bottom equals beta. And now I am canceled.
Oh, jeez. Last Matt, did you see that fucking Morg was moral fagging about meme jokes on the internet over on George's channel? Morg of all fucking people.
He's a power bottom. And last Matt says, at Jim Tuner, I confess, I am of the Celtic tradition.
Celtic.
God. You know what? I am a fucking retard. Gee.
I mean, you're probably dyslexic.
Really? You think? But I thought dyslexia was where you switch up two words and it becomes a new word, and because you're not putting the letters in the right order.
No, dyslexia is not always that specific. There are
great.
different ways that people experience dyslexia. You can actually experience
Transpose numbers and various other things.
Oh God. Okay. Well,
it's not uniform, unfortunately. It's very broad.
Jim Tuner says you worked as a janitor for Jesse Lee Peterson the last Matt. The proof was shown tonight. Guilty. Last Matt the Shadow Band says, no, I did not. I haven't been watching much streams this week. I have been wanting to keep up with stuff. Pepe Silva says, in the words of St. Martin the Prolapsed, lift thy buttocks. I think that's supposed to say die, but maybe I'm just... Okay, I'll read it the way he spelled it. Lift they buttocks and accept the cock of destiny and the power of rape god I to thee. St. Martin, gay high priest of rape god.
Yes. Martin does love his rape god.
Imagine being a Janny. Yes.
Oh God, Jannies.
At Elasma at Jim Tuner, the next time you sit on a clean public toilet, you're welcome. Well, we found out what Elasma does for a living. Thank you. Dude Man says they do it for free. Interesting. Should I bring up another clip of Martin?
Sure.
Okay, let me bring him up. Hold on a second. Sergeant Francis. All right. Let me just bring this back and go into settings, and we will hit share system audio, and here we go, everybody. All right.
Hello, everybody. Martin Francis here. I'm going to be doing a live stream with Patrick Rooney, Fabian, and some other guest that Pat has on. My secret guest who will be saying a few words with me. You'll like this guy. And we will be doing another follow-up on how to pray, you know, the different things we have learned since our last video and stuff like that. Stuff that really matters, because you're on your own out there, really. You can have friends and people you talk to about things and stuff like that, but if you don't have the means to access directly the spirit of correction within you, spirit of love within you, you're going to be hurting in a big way. So,
bro, he's literally using Jesse's language. This is hilarious.
Page,
yeah,
or
he's talking about the fucking
in there. Patrick's still
love,
making the link,
you
so
have
I'll put the
nothing.
link in there, and then
You'd think the lessons he fucking
you guys
learned
can
from
go to
Jesse
that
would
link
get
tomorrow.
discarded
It's
if they were stuck
9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, for a live stream. All us guys who are holier than thou
Did he write a script?
will be discussing
He's reading, isn't he?
how to pray. All right? It should be fun. Okay, bye.
Wow. Lasmat says he feels targeted here. As you should. You were hosted on the Young Turks. The Young Turks, Lasmat. Dude man says, imagine being that unfortunate looking.
Yeah, Martin's a creature of incest and possibly a genetic disorder.
Martin is mad he let a black scab like Jesse scam him. Jesse took Roy Masters' entire hustle. Jesse knows nothing about being Christian. He's a hustler. Martin is basically preaching magic words to get God to give you what you want. That's some psycho Joel Osteen shit. You have nobody to blame but well-read, alas, Matt. It's his fault you become JLP's janitor. Oh, excuse me. That was janitor, okay. Job of the Creator says, alas, Matt, why are you here? Taking notes on how to run a boring stream? Fanacher says, when were you on the Young Turks at last, Matt? Hang on, I'll find it for you. Hang on.
Yes. We'll have to play the clip because it's funny. You still have it, don't you?
You want me to bring it back up?
Yes. Yes. Show us, Lassie. We must show the chat. They must know.
Peterson
Lasmat.
is gay of that inner time. Lesbian now of the interview.
In a tone that was really insistent. And I knew what he meant. I'm playing along sometimes. Told him what I meant. I having
programs to get. There's a mixed bag. They're not doing the company, the media platform.
Guys. And I'm like, hey, what is he doing? Like, it's kind of crazy. And then he starts rubbing my genital area. And I'm like, what's happening right now? And then he pulls down my pants. And then I'm like, I'm shocked. I'm not saying anything. I'm like, my face is like, whoa, what the hell is happening right now?
From there, Jesse instructed Samuel to go into his so-called meditation called the silent prayer.
And he's like, doubt all thoughts are lies. Everything Satan is telling you is a lie. And I'm like, okay. But inside it's telling me, hey, this is not good. What are you doing? What are you allowing him to do?
The porn
Once again,
is so unfortunate. I love it.
Imagine getting fucked by Jesse, lol. Jim Tuner says, proof, the receipts. Furniture says, laws. Why is he getting hard? JLP. Furniture says, yes. That's a last mat.
Yep, exactly. See, even Furniture knows it's a last mat.
Laugh
you
my
must
fucking
answer
ass
for
off.
your crimes, the last mat. Why are you fucking men?
Yes. But we now understand why you showed your dog to testify in a shower stream. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Yes, you were attempting to proposition to testify. We
Yes.
get it now.
Yes. You basically asked him, what did you want him to do? This is targeted harassment. No, this is exposing you. I wish Testify was alive to see this. We now have confirmed proof.
Targeted harassment. I love it.
I showed my dog at a Lassie's last night. Yes, you showed your dog. You wanted us to see your dog. Do you see what you're doing? You're a repressed homosexual. Why do you want us to see your dog?
Oh. It's fucking terrible.
Hey, you're the asshole of the group.
I mean, I am, but listen.
Oh
He's a
god.
Samuel the Mexican says
Yeah.
make her a loser.
Holy shit. Let me look at something on my Interesting.
What's up?
I was just seeing how many people have the name Samuel as Irish people.
Oh, you forgot to give us the link or anything to the other Jesseology channel that you found.
Oh,
yeah,
that was. I found out that was one-time hit piece. Hang on.
So
Oh.
he's not a proper Jesseologist.
Yeah, he's not proper Jesseology. He does do certain things on the Phantom Rejects, but when I was looking up Jesse Milestone, I was like, "Holy shit, another fucking Jesseologist!" And I was like,
Is this a person, a leftist, or a?
I don't know. Hang on, I have to find them 1 second because I found it last night.
Pepe says, "You quote, you are never alone, for rape God is with thee, until the end of the age, or until a lasmat admits he cleaned JLP pipes." Unquote. Saint Martin of the Holy Prolapse.
I would say Saint Martin of the Unholy Prolapse at this point, because that's some cancer shit right there.
This guy's called Lone Wolf Entertainment. That's what the name of the channel is.
Legitimately, though, not trying
Irish
to be the 40K
Mexicans
guy in the group, but Martin
always
Francis
named Samuel.
reminds me of like fucking nurglings. I think he's just a thin nurgling.
There's
Whatever
the
comes to Frosty.
Heard the stream was on life support, came to pay my respects. Well, we lost Mal, so thank you for coming, Linkovich. I posted the link to the guy doing the latest Jesse stream that we did too. There's music at the very beginning, so you might want to skip the front of that if you want to look into it.
Do you mean the porn music?
No, it starts. He's got rock music. I can't tell if it's copyrighted or not. Holy crap! Well,
Look at Lasmat avoiding answering for his crimes.
Well, he said silence and crickets. That's the two things you said now. I guess he's referring that we're basically got dead air in between us looking up stuff.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to say the stream's gay, but for
stream's
3
gay.
hours, the stream is gay. Totally fucking gay.
Yep. I mean, we were talking about gay men, so it's kind of hard to avoid being
I'll be
gay.
the last thing to say about it. I think I've exhausted it. I was really mad because of the way they attacked the journalists. I never believed journalists get attacked because they are just doing their job. I have that fucking principle. I just don't fuck with it. I'm mad at a lot of people for this shit, but I kind of parlay it for other shit, right? It is what it is. I'm going to now focus on kind of the channel after this. So the next week is going to be
Check out JLP
and getting the Dark episode.
Digital is hilarious.
I was going to wait to put on Geekonomics till
Jesse
after.
Lee Peterson, Simona.
I can't wait on this. So we're gonna start working on this. But I have a few things done when it comes to the economic stuff. I got the timer done. I got a few things done. So things are getting good. So we all good there, you know?
At 2 times speed, I feel like I'm listening to Lunga.
Anywho, nonetheless,
1.5.
I guess we get into this. Now, I cover
it
this
is,
now. The
okay.
plan for my channel now is I cover shit like this on my section, just regular old done. The music stuff will be Lone Wolf still when I start getting into that. And the geek stuff that has to do with the groups and all that crap, when I start getting people in for that, will completely be Geekonomics. So 3 sections, I'm thinking. Not bad, right? So I'm going to work on that. One of the reasons why I'm trying to
Pepe says, I give Martin shit, and his theology is completely broken like JLP and Patrick, but I honestly hope he can have some kind of a decent life with the ass cancer or whatever.
This will be just me alone.
Crickets is a JLP code word for gay sex.
But people may come in here later, so that's not the explain all this shit anyway. Okay.
All right.
So I got skipped to like 40 minutes in, something like this, I believe. Let me put cup. Cup's like is my second. There we go. Yeah, to be completely honest with you, I covered this story when the fallout happened with Jesse and them. Now I believe things are done wrong on both sides, but yeah, this does go in line with Jeremy and Gary with the way they act in public. One thing that struck me was the way that they confronted her. I was like, oh, that would be the way that Jeremy and fucking Gary would act in a confrontation in public. Oh, this makes sense. I would know from actual shit that I know about.
Who is that handsome young boy?
In fairness, we did kind of say,
We finally have Jesse Milestone on here, and Elasma runs away.
Happened, and it does go and coincide evidence-wise. Just saying. I'm just saying. Maybe I get the story wrong and believe the wrong people on this, but I think wrong was done on both sides. But I do kind of go. There was some other
silence is the JLP code.
I am perfectly fine with the stylized violence in it, and I love pedantic over-inclusion of mythology. I didn't see that, but Angela Schmalky was very mad. Oh my God, Zygar's used the charity stream. Now comes the bonus for the Zack Snyder cut bootleg Blu-ray edition. So this back to the point, right? Back to the point. So the thing we learned from this is Zack Snyder is a whiny bitch who will not stop unless he gets his way. And so that's why I think it's so fucked up that he used, like, literally, he used the death. Think about this. He used the death of his title to capitalize, to push his own shit, right? Because
now I'm not going to go as far to say that shit. Let's keep that on 100. I don't believe that. I don't believe he did that. I truly believe that this is actually that he did the dumb shit he did for a different reason, because of the death of his child. I was actually angered due to that, and I think a lot of this. But I do agree he used Geeks and Gamers. You're gonna find out all that out in about like a minute or two. I won't go that far. I mean, you know what? I'm not really. Wow, she's worse than I am. My God, I thought I was radical. Jesus Christ. But I ain't gonna say all that. But cool. I'm not gonna chastise you for takes like this, because honestly, I can't chastise her for this. You know why? Because she believes that. I believe fucking one of her former friends, Anna, fucking used the death of her sister to fucking forward her goddamn YouTube career. So you know what? We all have those thoughts about people, and I understand why. So I can't actually counter for that. I can't. If you think that, that's cool. I think it was for different reasons, but I think we all come to the same conclusion. I think Zach did pull some shit, and I don't blame him for doing it. What's to be known? I believe he did it. I just don't blame him for doing it. If someone took a shit on me after I lost my child, yeah, I'm gonna try and ruin their lives too. Fuck you. You don't fuck around. That's a line, dude, but whatever.
she is not the reason he walks from that project. He uses twice, because he first uses her as a convenient excuse to walk from a project that's not going his way. Every report,
Jabba says he can't understand what this person is saying.
Timeline says the same thing. He screened it before the daughter goes.
Jim Tier says,
he screened
shots
it again
fired.
for Joss
Nick
Whedon.
should be after him for dissing Anna.
Before this all happens. This is all beforehand. And it screens again so that they've already brought in Joss Whedon before this happens. They're already trying to fix it. They're already having problems, feeling like Zack Snyder doesn't take any notes. Zack Snyder's not willing to compromise his vision at all in any of these ways. So so we already fucking know that that's who he is. And so then the movement to get his version made, which this was a great little tidbit. Everyone else was scratching their head. Why did they throw the Martian Manhunter in here? Because Zack Snyder fucking shoved his hand right up his ass. I mean, what the fuck else? We have plans for this character. We really don't for him, and he had to do their due diligence. Absolutely. So the funny thing is here, right? This whole piece wants to talk about this. We, as a community, you're already talking about the proof that Zack Snyder himself had a hand in manufacturing this whole movement. I mean, what the fuck else was the Geeks and Gamers charity stream? He used Jeremy like a fucking sock puppet, shoved his hand right up his ass, used him exactly the way he intended.
I actually agree with this. First of all, I'm not saying I think that he did use the charity stream kind of boost some things, but I also believe, it was a way to stick it to Warner Brothers. I think he did use that. I don't think he had any. I don't think Zack Snyder ever had any intention of actually doing a Snyderverse. Everyone else has these false dreams. Why would he? This is the same studio that did all this shit for him. Of course, he's gonna be pissed off. And clearly, you could tell from the way that this was portrayed, Zack Snyder went out of his way to make this movie happen and then shit on them for it. And Warner Bros. Knows it. Warner Bros. Isn't stupid. The executives know what just happened here. So what I'm seeing here is that yes, I believe these reports. These are multiple reports, guys. And these are legit.
Really?
I can't disagree with it. I don't disagree with it. Now, do I think that everyone here? I think people are taking this article. They think that the entire fandom's a lie and all that. No. There are great people within this fandom, but there is a side of this that was manufactured, and the reasoning for it was fake. I can agree with that. It all makes a lot of sense. All these reports I've been reading about, I read the Vanity Fair. I've seen this for 2 years. At some point, evidence is evidence. But that being said, I don't know about using the daughter for shit. Then again, I've said shit too. I can't rip on Jessie for thinking that, because I've had my suspicions about one of her former friends. Yeah, I said former. I know that happened too. Apparently, I was right about that too. And being a person that was gonna fucking drop people when she fucking got too big for her head. I'm telling y'all, what happens, man? Ain't nobody loyal on this fucking internet app. Be surprised. But
people are loyal.
It's what I believe, so I can't chastise her for that take. I don't think Zach did that.
Who's
I
this
think Zach,
fanboy?
it was a perfect
And then his
storm. I
next
think the way that
response,
they treated
getting
Zach
me
was
hard.
fucked up, ruined his body, dragging his reputation in the mud at Warner Bros. Because they made horrible executive decisions. And there's a clear miscommunication on what they wanted out of the movies. So, Loki Wolf. There's a clear miscommunication on what they wanted in the movies. So, it was a perfect storm. I think the way this is portrayed is wrong. I don't think that
Martian Manhunter
the Black Straw
has
was
been
his father's
canceled
death.
in favor of Martin.
Again, don't blame him. I'm just letting you know this is all a perfect storm.
He hunts.
The box thing, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't care about that.
And
That is
he will
useless,
never-
useless information to me. I don't care. That is useless information. I'm talking about the other shit you might have done, and I believe it because
Everything is fake.
I mean, it's a man in grief. I can see it. I can see all of it.
What is Jesse
Anyway,
doing?
and I also do believe that it wasn't the fans that got this done. No. What happened was Warner Bros. Got desperate, and Kilmar is a terrible fucking executive, an idiot, and he got desperate. And just like how Sony re-released fucking Morbius because of memes, this was made entirely based off the internet, which is never a good thing. It's not having your finger on the pulse of society. The internet is the last thing.
Holy fuck. Okay, so that guy's definitely a Anna hater, a Phantom reject, and most likely I guess he's on the side of Jesse, whatever. Okay. Disclaimer. Oh, copyright Millennium Act on this.
Jelly Peasy. I just want to say, those of you having sex outside of wedlock, it's disgusting. It's like sand. Where you going? Why you want some soft, dainty woman with a little soft little vagina? It's all sandy. It's all smelly. You know what I'm saying? Don't touch vagina. It smell. It's disgusting. It's all hard. It's like all hard and rough. It's like sand.
What the fuck am I watching?
It's like sand. I'm telling you, believe me. Believe me. Vagina feel like sand on your pecker. It hurts.
Jabba, I blame you for this.
Any
I
man
also blame Jabba.
who
This
has
is your
sex with a
fault.
woman,
You didn't whip cloth hard
Beta.
enough.
Yeah, only alpha males.
Velocity is
Alpha
doing
males
this
mount
to us
each other
because you
and
didn't
rut
whip
like
cloth hard
deer.
enough.
Yeah, it's real. Hey, ain't nothing more alpha than two alpha male wrestling and the loser take it in the butt. Back in my day, you lose a wrestling match, you gonna take it in the butt.
Holy
That
shit.
made you a man. You know what I'm saying? So all these little betas marrying all these soft, dainty women with the soft skin and
Yes,
soft
Jabba, no
vagina.
more
Y'all
Jesse.
beta.
Jim
Beta.
Peter says these are Martin's
A real man want
Yeah.
a nice, big old, strong,
I will
rough
beat you, fat boys,
butthole that
instead
he
of
tear
cloth.
apart like a man, like an Alpha male. Alpha! It's an Alpha! Alpha male!
This is the best part
Yeah.
of the Jesse Lee.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta wrestle the man down and pin him down, and you know what I mean? You gotta stuff it in there. It's manly. It's so manly. A woman, all you gotta do is lay it down, you slip it in, and then it feel like sand. It's beta. Yeah, you want the alpha male route. You know what I'm saying? You take a man, you wrestle him, then you push it in. You force it in like an alpha. Okay? And that pretty much it. That's all I gotta say about sex outside of marriage. It's gay. It's beta. Beta.
It sounds exactly
I'm
like
marrying a little dainty woman. You want a tough old man.
I
Okay?
mean, it's the same cadence, but
Yeah. Alpha male. Yeah. And nothing wrong with bussy. Either bussy nice and soft.
Pepe Silva says
You
real
know
men
what we used to
fake
say
men
back
big
in
soft
my
pussy.
day?
Real men
Shit
fuck
on my
someone else's
dick
butt
or
like another
blood
man's
on my
asshole.
knife.
It hurts. Maybe it fucking hurts even more. Okay, I give that a 6 out of 10. What about you?
that was That was about a 4 out of 10 for me. It was funny in parts, but it was mostly boring.
Okay, Dude Man says, Doc's the creator of this video. The volcanoes are hungry. Well, Somnal Digital was the one who made that video, and he was in our chat. Vagina feels like sand. Jabba says 9 out of 10. He says the other video is better. Jim Tuner says Elasmat obviously made the video. Well, of course, there's a dog barking in the background.
Yes. If there's a dog barking, it's Elasmat.
Okay, well, I'm out of content. Got nothing for you guys. There's nothing left. We're done. DUN. Oh, God. Never mind.
Right down to the whole, like, we're not affiliated. Are you kidding me now? That is so clearly a part of the plan. Because you had to pull that shit. You had to make sure Jeremy was listening, the people forgot. The greater public. We all know the truth. Also,
oh, also, Jesse may be kind of annoying. I get it. But Jesse's not wrong. Jesse's seeking the truth. Now, Mecca fucking comes in here and makes excuses. Mecca, you didn't get kicked out of the fucking group because of the fact you defended them. You got kicked out because your dumbass said a bunch of stupid shit that made everyone look bad. You don't say that shit publicly. I mean, you guys don't say that stuff publicly. That's what you believe. Cool. I don't believe it. But I wouldn't. Here's the difference between what Jesse did and what you did. You went so far to say, "Oh yeah, well, Jack Schneider showed his charge into Hollywood as if it was a sex slave thing. That's disgusting." And then the racist shit. There's a lot of reasons you're not there, Mecca. I think one day you're gonna have to face them. Basically, Jesse set out Jeremy as a hand puppet with Zack Snyder's hand so far up his ass that he could taste his fucking fingers. Basically, this is shit I kind of suspected, but I didn't want to like ever report on until I actually have a concrete source on this. But I'll keep it real with you. Duh. I think we all kind of should have known this at this point that everyone's being used. I truly believe Zack Snyder is so good that he did basically have a lot of people in lieu on this one. I don't think there were a lot of people that knew. They just wanted to support the Snyder shit. They did, but I think unwillingly what they did was from like help push this anti-Warner, and Zack's plan worked. He wanted to drag this company. Do I blame him for it? No, I do the same shit. I keep it real. I probably think of the same shit. It's just funny how
Jeb the Critic says yes. Jesse Milestone content.
Use them because there is no goddamn way in hell Zack Snyder had any intention
it says, "Oh my
of having any affiliation with
says one more
spam. The fan base that is the Snyder Cut. You fucking out of your mind if you believe that he's going to alienate his core fan base.
Only
gamers. He knew exactly what he did. I believe that.
Maintaining the joke.
It's fuck Geeks and Gamers and fuck Ryan Cannell. So you know what? If you fuck those guys over, I guess I'm alright with that. I don't care. Sorry, I mean, listen, I'm okay with them and all that, but like,
I'm sorry, but I could not take Jesse Milestone seriously.
What is up? They literally threw me out of the community for defending them. Heck with G&G. Was that over this? Mick Rand, was that over this? Because that, by the way, that happened too. You wanted to know the fucking truth about your butt boy Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers.
This shit gets good right here.
He called me.
This is where it puts it all in perspective.
To yell at me.
All in perspective.
For standing up for him publicly. He called me after I made it. Remember how we all went and made videos? We're like, yeah, Zack Snyder, fuck you. I can't believe you threw Geeks and Gamers under the bus like that. They're not a hate group. Of course not. How dare you? Jeremy's a good guy. That's what we all did. I got a phone call after that video went out. I got an angry phone call from Jeremy saying, guys, please don't do this. I can't believe you're all cashing in on my this, on my that, on my whatever. The reality is he literally told me, I have Zack Snyder's phone number and I don't want to fuck this up.
This proves that everything I've ever said about Geeks and Gamers is completely right. I've been saying for 2-3 years. This is an indication, by the way. These guys are fake. They don't care, and personally, they are shit.
Pepe Silva says
this proves it.
And they are shit. Told me that I should get.
You literally just sat there and threw your own friends under the bus because you had.
I would not until Jesse Peterson passed the Mexican he had for lunch. I love God, but I value my life.
Fuck Hollywood. I don't give a fuck what those people think. You guys, Zack Snyder is a part of Hollywood, correct? So you do.
Jesse ain't gay, he bucks fun. Only to go into the other Jesse with Jabba saying, I bet Jesse Milestone has a big cock.
It's almost like he's trying to get in good with Hollywood.
Trans women are just lazy bitches who don't want to wash their pussies, so they try to be men.
I was surprised when Jeremy didn't make 1,000 videos on this shit. When Jeremy decided to do that bitch made apology after he fucked up.
Jabba says, let me get some Jesse on Jesse action.
Jeremy. I don't really care what it.
Okay. My brand? Yeah, my brand.
I'm saying, from my opinion, I believe
Jesse has an 11-inch Mandingo, Alabama black snake.
And if you don't want to see what just happened here, that's fine. I don't really give a fuck what they think. They can sit there and say, where's the proof? I don't care to prove it.
Wait, Silva says, it's true. Fucking man butt isn't gay. It's masculine.
It makes sense to what he was doing. And the fact that this is someone who was within the group that had these, that were friends with these people, of course she's going to get the call. You can say, oh, she's scorned, she got kicked out. Listen, I'm not trying to cape for Jesse Milestone. Me and her have had our issues. I'm going to say this. This woman is an Olympic alternate fencer. She has a fencing school. I don't think her priorities are the internet, guys. You guys will say that. Say, she just going to do this again. Okay. But no, I don't believe Jessie Milestone gives a shit. Say what you want, but she's never given a shit about her channel enough to actually sell out any of her views. She never sell out her position. But I'll tell you who has. Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers. These guys are acting a lot differently than they used to. They sold out their position a long time ago, and you guys haven't seen that? That's on you. No.
Okay.
She doesn't care about her viewers, though, because she wants them to go get fished on that Chinese site or whatever.
7
she
Live.
said.
That's correct. 7 Live.
So.
Job the Creator says, I agree. Nothing less gay than two tough, manly men ramming each other. Jesse is a sneaky motherfucker. Before you know it, it's your pants are off and he's already jerked you off and you're wiping yourself up. Ram Ranch 18.
Sounds like personal experience.
Pepe Silva says, haven't you ever heard of a man butt fucking Fridays? It's the only biggest day of the week after titty twisting Tuesdays. Jubine is back and it says, I think Jesse is a self-hating black man and gay man. LOL, laughing emojis.
That's entirely possible, Jubine.
Well, he does.
He's certainly not a Christian, though, at the end of the day. I can tell you that much. The shit he has said, he's definitely not a Christian.
Not saying anything, but let's keep it real here. Now, of course, I take this with a grain of salt. Of course, this is someone else. You maybe say it's an unfaithful witness. I could see that. But the fact is, this does line up. And I do believe that the changes that I've seen in them do line up with what Jesse's saying. Like Anna's content is not the same as it was. Anna has distanced herself from a lot of people, including Jesse. In this video earlier, and I can tell Jesse didn't want to talk about it, and I don't blame her. I'm not going to pry that out. I'm not going to look for more info. I don't really give a shit. I'm going to tell you what I feel.
I've done 3 counseling sessions with Jesse Lee Peterson.
About ending the matriarchies. I didn't want to do this no more, basically. And she just ignored me.
Okay. How come you guys don't call into Jesse Lee Peterson show and troll?
During that whole Mecca thing. And didn't want to leave the Mecca behind.
I don't want to accept the charge.
That's someone being a friend. I never judge anyone doing that shit.
JLP denies
So I believe that Anna
Jesus
that
in
day
his return,
distanced
denies
herself
Bible
from
use,
Jesse.
pervert
Tell where this is
scripture.
going.
Yeah. We've
I
seen
give
it
her
now.
credit. Now everyone can say, "Oh, well,
Jeffy Milestone." JLP is too boring to troll.
Anna has never cared about
Thank you. That's
a
correct.
true fucking fact.
Jubine says, what you mean forgive your mom
All she
so
cares about
God
is
can
building
forgive you is
herself
not
up,
Christian?
No matter who gets fucking lost in the way. Because she's a...
Wait, what?
Everyone knows how Jesse was always the one to take the sword for her bullshit issues. How Jesse would
This
go out and
entire
embarrass
spill
herself to defend
is
Anna.
from Roy Masters and based off the Book of John.
I'm just saying, it all makes sense that she wouldn't give her the respect.
Can I make a suggestion? The next time we do a Jesse Milestone video, we should call it Jesse Peterson.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That way we confuse the masses when they click here next time.
Oh, God. No, that would probably annoy people.
Not even giving you respect enough to talk to you.
Jesse's entire spiel is from Roy Masters and based off the Book of John.
I don't know anything about Roy Masters.
I have no respect for that person to begin with. Jesus Christ.
I just hear his name mentioned.
Of course, I think there's 2 sides to the story.
My daddy taught me that the manliest thing a man can ever do is man up and suck another man's cock. I'm starting to question other parts of my childhood, like baths I used to take with Joe Biden.
I know from my own friend's account from personal business with them. I call personal business when I say
Dude, man,
or a monotone weirdo really
the way they
himself
acted
to one of
is the same way that I
best
envision how they
villains,
acted.
Shodan. Yeah, it would appear so.
This is it. And this right here is, to me, sheds a lot of light of what happened.
And it
I do believe that fucking Zack Snyder used
Jeffy Milestone
to a T. But I also believe that Zack
Oh,
Snyder,
dude. I got something to tell you guys about Ethan's stream today.
Sell out people to make his brand bigger.
So Cecil has a picture of Anna's butt from Comic-Con where she's cosplaying as Tomb Raider.
Ah.
And he's using it as a profile picture where it's all up in her crack. Yeah. At Jubine, no, forgiveness is natural. The forgive your mother thing is basically having to go through a woman to get God, never mentions Jesus. Okay. Jim Tuner says Anna will come to her senses and return to Jesse someday. Sad cry faces. Jabba the Creator says, yeah, we know. That's funny. Yeah, so it is funny what Cecil's doing.
Also, apparently on EVS's stream, because I know you guys didn't watch it, EVS is trying to ship Sheila Aliens with Cecil. And Cecil said to Sheila Aliens today that you would not want to date me. And she said, I would be an honor to have your children.
Oh, the lady of the night wants to have Cecil's children. Oh, Cecil, run and hide, sir.
EVS made a joke off of him and said, well, you know, if you disappear, all you have to say is aliens. And she would believe. Oh, yeah, that's what they were calling her in chat. The shipping is now called Cecil. That is what it's called now. Sheila Aliens and Cecil combined together. Cecil. B. Cluet is back and says that was from her photo shoot. Anna put it on her stream and Cecil clipped it. But she still wore the costume to Comic-Con, which means that it most likely looked that way there too. Her calendar photo shoot. Yes, her calendar photo shoots that always seem to be a year over what she says they're going to be. Jesse uses the be still and know. It's only mentioned in the Bible 7 times, not a prayer, but when we be still and know what was said to the tribes of Israel were at war. Jubin says, Cecil, damn, that's funny. Look up Roy Masters. He's an Englishman hypnotist, then became a quote-unquote Christian. Jabba the Creator says, Cecil is getting massive. Yeah, he's getting fat again. I put in the chat, I miss when he used to be fat. He kind of looked at it with a little, I saw the face on his face when he saw it. Jabba says,
Roy Masters is another one of these pretend Christians who wants to be a cult leader, just like Liam Gray and apparently Jesse Lee Peterson.
Yep.
He's dead, isn't he?
Roy Masters? I don't know. Don't know anything about him.
Jabba the Creator says Cecil is going to look like Stewie Griffin in that episode when he gets ripped.
In the path of the jizz. That's it. Literally, Jeremy sold out his entire channel to get jizzed in the face by Zack Snyder. His chat, Jeremy can eat a dick. Appreciate. I had a couple super chats in here. Wanted to catch up. Oh yeah, Scrabble. Thank you for the super sticker.
You know Jesse's guilty as fuck. He made his entire chat either sub or pay for sub.
On the guy, even though it's fun to do. That's just to just tell us.
That doesn't surprise me.
Jubin says Jesse uses the be still and let me touch it method.
Don't move.
Is that just this Jeremy stream corroborates everything that's
Everybody's dead, burning in hell, as I
right down
type.
with a finger in the fucking butt. Jeremy orders off for nothing, which is hilariously covered. Oh yeah, that's the point. But if you remember, Gary did the same thing with Seth MacFarlane.
People that
what did that get him? Where did he go with that?
engage in that level of charlatanism, I don't like it. I don't like people that pretend to be Christians or pretend to spread the word. It annoys me.
Roy Masters died in April 2021. He most likely got the coup.
Who the fuck is this femboy ginger kid? No, she's a Phantom Menace weirdo.
They get to be the show.
This is another Jesse called Jesse Milestone. Thank you for watching.
All of these crackers, all of these producers, all of these people that we talk about as being the very part of the same cesspool, the same problem. And now they get to be the shills. That's how you know, by the way. That's how you sniff out the inauthenticity.
Oh, by the way, does anybody contact the helmet? Because I thought he wanted to be here.
Envy sells just as well as authenticity, because for the person feeling the envy, the authenticity is real. So it's that, right? When Jeremy looks at one of these, I don't know, somebody used to pick a fight with because they were shills for Disney, they were shills for Star Wars, they were shills for whatever. What he himself didn't realize was the reason he hated them so intrinsically, so deeply, so fundamentally, was because he wanted to be them. They had what he wanted. And so now, basically, as he started getting what he wanted, as he sold himself down the river to Zack Snyder, he couldn't stand people like me, people like Mecca anymore, because we were the thing he was envious of. We now represented what he wasn't, the authenticity. We had that real authenticity. So every time he heard somebody, I love Geek Theater, so they're so authentic. I love Journey.
You know, sped up, she's even more fucking spastic.
Right? That's cognitive dissonance there for you. Right, so he feels that, and so now it's that thing. Now he has that envy of the thing that, and it's worse. Now that's where it becomes the cognitive dissonance because he's done us dirty. So now he's envious of the thing that we have and had all along because he realizes it's the thing he really wanted. Whatchamacallit? But then at the same time, they also realize that they were the ones who were wrong to do us dirty in the first place. And cognitive dissonance tells you one option. When you realize you are wrong and you cannot face what you have done.
What is the guy in the black T-shirt going on?
And you can't run up to him, face up, and apologize. And you have to be treating them like worse and worse shit until you are convinced that they are the #1 public enemy in the world. That's just how it works. That's how it
Zack
works.
Snyder is the main topic.
It really is.
He's whining
Sorry,
about
well,
Zack
sorry,
Snyder.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you
Yeah,
called
and it's
him
right there. Again, we've
a
already had
he.
it as a micro example.
I regularly make the tranny joke, so why not, right?
So there you go. I forgot all about the guy.
So basically, from the story, I pretty much got the sense that after all this, that Jeremy tried to run damage control, and that's when he went to Enosh. So the timeline's even adding up more. Now Enosh already knew. They had
Oh
like,
no, that's a terrible comment.
The only thing that me and Enosh will ever disagree on is why.
This is the type of victim the Muslim immigrants rape in Sweden. Well, they might stone her too. She's Jewish.
No, he meant to do that shit. He meant.
Yeah,
to
they do worse than stone. I'm just saying.
And yet Jeremy sat there.
They definitely behead her at the end.
The high road. Did you imagine if someone?
Dude, man, being a year late on the topic. Well, that's Jesse Milstein.
When you give
Nick, her loser says the Muslims love a boyish femme. They destroy her.
Someone literally hands you a fucking god. Like,
I'm so glad we're getting new people in
like,
from Jesse Lee Peterson videos. This is great.
This is funny. Came back to life. And at the end of all of it, what did he say? Never make a deal with an intergalactic demon. Never make a deal with someone that has their own agenda on the side. Because while you guys have your thing going on, Zack Snyder has something else going on, and he used you. The only thing, listen, I love Enosh, but I totally disagree. I truly believe that Zack did do a lot of this shit. And I think he did play both sides and play the fiddle. I think he's playing a lot of people just to fuck with the people that fucked him over. It's a good Hollywood revenge movie, isn't it? We're living in a Hollywood revenge movie. I'm shocked by that. I believe that story. It all adds up timeline-wise, too. And it adds up to the way Jeremy was acting. All these people came out to defend him, yet Jeremy, after that stupid stunt he pulled right after the incident, which was just plainly him thinking damage control like an idiot. You know what happened? He sat there and pulled the high road. They made like one video and then he sat there and said, you know what? It's not worth it, blah, blah, blah. You really sat there and knew you got embarrassed, huh? So to be completely honest,
She's not Jewish. If you're Jewish and do not practice Judaism, you are a Gentile and must convert to Christianity.
But you,
yeah, she's a non-practicing Jew.
So Hollywood.
Yes, and she clout chases whenever time there's a Jewish topic, and she says that it's my people, and what are you doing to my people?
What did they do with Dune? You shit on Dune for like a year before we
real Jews follow 614 laws of the Old Testament. They won't even write God's name on paper.
Then what do? The movie's beloved by everyone, and you shill. You shill. See, this is fucking Spider-Man No Way Home comes out. They shill. They are shills. They're just a different sense of the word shill. I've seen it now. They will do anything that makes their brand.
By the way, we encourage you to go over there and tell her she's not Jewish. Please do.
We're against the mainstream. Nah, man, that Zack Snyder shit proved one thing to me. No one's genuine.
He says he'll fucking you, bitch. They're sexy, not her though.
Like except for people that are on the low rung, and Jesse's right. That's what happened. I truly believe it. Anyone can come to me and say, "Oh, that's not what happened," and that's great for you. I have no bias in this. I never talked to Zack Snyder. You say if you've ever talked to him. Here's why I hate that excuse. I could talk to fucking Jada Pinkett Smith right now, and she might be nice as hell, knowing that she has to be, right? And she's one to look bad in front of fans that have bad PR right now. That doesn't take away from the fact that Jada Pinkett Smith is probably a bitch. Oh, I can talk to a lot of people that are crazy people in Hollywood. And they might be nice outside the cameras. It doesn't mean anything. And and people take these meetings, these one-time meetings, as if they know.
I believe we have lost job of the creator.
You know them to the extent that they let you know them. And that is so prevalent in Hollywood. It's all PR. What, is that not going to come in there and start shitting on you guys in an interview? No. Do I believe that the article is a little bit hyperbolic? Yes, I think everyone's taking the article the wrong way. It's not attacking the fandom. This is pointing out the tactics used by Zack Snyder and using a big section of the fandom for his own shit. But there are the fans that truly just wanted to believe and truly just wanted to watch this shit and have fun watching it. There were fans that wanted that and they just stuck to their shit. I agree with that. But there is a part, and I do believe Ray Fisher's culpable as well. Yeah, I'll call it out too. I don't trust Ray Fisher. I never did. I always called out his bullshit. And to this day, I still feel skeptical. And then there was an interview done by and I'm not going to cover the interview. I don't want to cover that story. That's not my story right now. Even though it does piss me off. And the reason it pisses me off is I don't like journalists being attacked or being insulted or being downgraded.
Jesse is a year late, you mumbling weirdo.
To think otherwise, I think it's stupid. These sources are no joke. These are people around everyone, around Snyder. They know. But now we're going to start disregarding this because, we just don't think Zack could be that way? I don't think like that. If you guys think like that, that's cool. But it's funny. I don't think he used his daughter. I don't believe that shit. I think that you could have that. I wouldn't go there. Jesse did. Again, it's funny. Me and Jesse will say the same shit about different people. I think Anna used her fucking sister for fucking clout because Anna is a piece of crap. And Anna has no care for anyone but herself. Jesse will say the same thing on Zack Snyder. I disagree. She obviously disagrees on the Anna thing. It is what it is. We all have that opinion. But I do agree. I think we both agree on one thing. Zack Snyder clearly was stirring the pot. And I'm sorry if people don't want to see that. I get it. You love his work. You want to believe that this guy is just trying to do a movie. I just don't think that's the case. But I'm never gonna be not friends with you guys. You believe differently. I'm never gonna believe anything else of you. It's just that
Good old
look at this from everything
XQC.
different.
Now
I'm
we
not
don't
biased
listen to
against it. I
XQC
have this
here.
big
As
gift
for
of absolutely reading
Jesse
that article
being right,
with
that's
no set
specifically the
pretense
guy
at all.
on
I
stream
basically
talking
have no care. Personally, in my
about
opinion, I don't give a fuck about
the
Zack Snyder.
weirdo
I don't really care. I never thought his work was
tranny
ever fit for DC shit anyway.
white
Like
person
mainstream DC. If you want to make it like another
that is
project that has
Jesse
another
Milestone.
spin on it that
Yes.
people can join the side,
Who
yeah,
also?
I
Oh,
like that. But from a
maybe
mainstream
we
DC stuff,
should I
I don't
introduce
know,
them
man.
to where she
I wouldn't call
sings?
that my main Justice League.
Oh God.
That's just me. But I was okay watching either way because I want to see all these characters on the screen. I want to see Martian Manhunter. But yeah, I do agree because guess what? He also
The
tried to
new
put Green
members
Lantern
will
there.
love
I
her
don't think
singing
they had plans for Green Lantern too. Now I will also
on the
say
back
this.
of a horse's
Warner
ass.
Brothers did.
Yes,
You can't
Nick
sit there and make
Herloser
a Justice
says
League
that's
project
why Jesse
and
has a large
expect us to not
following.
have Martian Manhunter
He's
and Green
referring to
Lantern.
Jesse
It's
B.
just dumb.
Peterson here.
Eventually, you have to
Got
have that
common
discussion.
sense,
It
which
has to
isn't
happen.
common. His
There's a goal. We have
honiness
to plan for
got
this.
him. Yeah, probably.
I get that. But it also actually
Dude, man
that's all
says
affects
that
more.
Snyder
Remember,
is
they
a sack
canceled
of
Ava
shit
DuVernay's
manipulator.
League project because of Snyder Cut. I
Most
think that
people
they're
in
thinking like
Hollywood are, in
everything
all
in
fairness.
this movie is not going to be used
That's
for
the one
anything
you
else
just
but
read,
Joker
Einbert.
back.
Yep.
Jubin
The way they were
says
thinking, which I
Jesse
think it's
is
sad.
there
It's like
only.
whatever. Fine.
Let me read
Cool.
that again.
You didn't want to fucking do it.
Jesse is a there only to say
Great job, DC.
racist
I
stuff
still get
whites
fucking. I
can't
still get fucking.
say.
Every year, man. I hate this fucking company.
I mean, I don't know.
I still
I
hate
say
it.
racist shit all the time,
Just went right
granted
on
in
and talked about it, look
jest,
at it.
but
I
And
said
I
the
don't
word
support
nigger
that.
on here.
I got Predator coming up.
yeah.
Oh, look, I
It's
said it
okay. I
again.
don't really give a shit. They do what the fuck they want. And by the way, no, I will not be covering Comic Con. I have better shit to do than cover that.
If she was fully shaved,
Sorry, I don't
big
really care. I watch the
match.
trailers. That's about it. I don't care for Comic Con coverage.
Um,
I
tell
don't
you,
want to fucking waste my time on it.
Too
because
white
all the
for
fans
me.
fucking asked on
I like
it, and I
Japanese,
don't want to do it.
Chinese,
I only care
Korean
about one
women
thing that's filming
largely.
Predator Prey.
He likes the yellow.
That's my thing. That's what I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I
I
have a
don't
little bit of the
in
yellow
like 2 weeks.
fever.
That's what
I've
I'm
been
really about.
accused of that before.
And we will be launching Geek Economics in the next few days. So be
Jubin
stay
and
tuned
Jesse
for that.
Milestone.
Watching.
I mean, at Jubin
I
and Jesse
don't know. Doesn't
Milestone,
he
not
have social media?
JLP.
He
I'm talking
commented on
about.
something on
Okay,
Vine
so
once.
for Jesse Lee Peterson, please put JLP. For Jesse Milestone, put JL.
We are living in that broken future.
That
We
should
are living
clear
in
the
1984,
confusion.
guys. I don't know if you realize this. That shit happened.
Remember that episode of The Orville where you get judged on your fucking
Yeah, it's
life
all good,
score and you
Juvie.
never die?
He's referring
That's where we're at.
to
These
Jesse
people judge you for
Milestone,
everything
the
to the
girl
point where it
with
actually has bearing on your life.
the
And
emo
that is an
haircut
absolute
on
problem.
screen.
We are living in that broken
I do find it funny that we
and
have
it's
two
fucking
Jessies
sad.
that we review now.
We're here. Big Brother is watching. And if you do anything
How
else,
long
you'll be
until it
canceled.
becomes 3 and then 4?
That episode of The Orville is basically 1984 to a T. If you think about it.
JLP,
Probably.
Jesse Lee Peterson panders to white people to get
pretty much the basis
donations,
for a lot of
just
this
like
shit.
Coleon Noir.
I gotta watch Day Live. That's the one.
Hodge
It's one of the
twins,
movies I never
Katie
watched.
Owens,
Day
all
Live. I
pander to
still to
whites
this
to
day
make
have
money.
not
Well, I
watched that
mean,
movie. I laughed at
pandering to
it.
people in
I'll have to
general
watch it.
makes money,
It is a
unfortunately.
really
You're
good
not
movie.
wrong.
Yes.
And it really does capture the
Hodge
world.
twins are fucking. They fucking
But,
switched over.
yeah,
I want to
we are
say
living in a weird timeline,
20.
y'all.
Well, look at
I'm
Avalon.
but
Like
we're
Hunter
there.
Avalon panders to lefties
And
now, and he
the
still
weird
makes
part
money.
is the only weird,
Yep.
the only thing we didn't anticipate is that Big
It's
Brother
all a fucking grift to these fucking
broke
people.
us into two
It
factions.
is. None of them hold any of the
There's the
positions they
ruling
talk
elite,
about.
right? And then the
Like,
ruling elite keeps
people
us
don't
here writing
remember,
each other
Candace
kids,
Owens was an
ideological
avowed
that we,
leftist
because this is
before
problem,
all
don't
this
have
shit.
to watch
Yep.
they live. You've never seen. Jeff should have been
And
the
she
first
still is. She still holds
very, very
those
easy.
views.
They
She's
live all about
just
staying in your lane and doing it your own way. It's very much
apparently the
like
right are
stay in
dumb
your lane,
enough
worry
to
about
believe
yourself,
her.
live in your social media bubble where you
Just
never
like
have to
fucking
be aware
Millennial Millie
that
is
people
too.
outside of you
Yep.
exist.
She's the one who started the whole
Well, that's
fucking
supposed
let's
to be the
go
idea.
into
It's
the
like, well,
fucking
that's why
Capitol
we
Hill
like
shit
all
where
the
fucking
prejudice.
Alex
That's
Jones
the
told
rule.
everybody,
We make
no,
decisions.
stop.
Care.
What are
Those
you
people set
doing?
up,
Stop.
conservative,
Come back.
et cetera,
Yeah.
and trickle down.
Imagine being Alex Jones and you're the sane person in the group. Like,
fucking majority. But if they
He
split
tried to to steal the mic away from her because she was
then we will
condoning
never
the
realize
acts
that
of
actually
rushing
one
the
of us
fucking
alone has the power
Capitol,
to,
and he was the
put us
only
together.
one sensible that
They are
day.
invested forever.
Imagine
our,
that.
our glasses off, so that we don't see.
Dude Man
that
says
that's what
Admiral Jesse /
John
Jesse.
Carpenter was all about the
Humor
anti-corporate
demands
messaging. They
it.
live as
I
part
agree,
and
Dude
use
Man.
this trend that included greats like Robo.
Inception. We need more Jessies.
And it's so funny to me because I'm gonna end it
You're
right here
not
because
wrong,
that's probably why they
Jubin.
fell out.
Money
Jeremy likes to
changes
portray their
the views
anti-corporate.
of people who do not deeply hold
I don't
those
think that's true.
views. Like,
I think Jeremy
I've
wants to make
seen it
people
happen time and time again, and it's really
So
annoying.
that's just my take on this. I do agree with a lot of it.
Yep.
I want to show you guys this because it actually did interest me. But it also confirmed what I believe.
Nig Her
that
Loser
this
says
was a skill set
Jesse
that
Lee
Jeremy did
Peterson
fell out. And a lot
targets a
of people in that
vulnerable,
group community
disillusioned
sold out.
group of people.
Now, a lot
It's
of their core
refreshing when
fans
a
are not
black
really
dude is
big
saying this
themselves
stuff.
because
If Jesse
killing
was
is a
legit, he'd
pecking
be
order for
canceled
people, I guess. You
already.
guys go for this, guys for
He's
that.
funded
Go on,
in
put this out
an
there. Hope
age
you guys
of
enjoy it.
chaos.
Tonight, I will be doing a
You know,
talking
that's a
HPV
fair
game
point, too.
for economics. We will have fun
That's a
talking about
fair
that
point.
tonight. Late
Yes,
night.
and
I
sadly,
hope
we're
to
now
see you
left
guys
with
there.
only
But
Kevin
economics will be
Samuels, who
coming
is now
over later.
dead,
Not, you're gonna like
as
that.
the only black
We'll
man
talk about
who
other
actually
things.
stood
I don't
for
know,
truth.
man.
Guys,
There's
what's up with
still
video real quick? Listen,
what
just
is
not
his
gonna be
name?
watching
Thomas
whatever.
Sowell.
I know you
Thomas
had
Sowell
arguments.
is
This is
sharp as
age
fuck,
difference.
man.
I get it. We all
And
we
then
see in there
there's,
though.
I know a lot of people don't
I'm
like
not about
Red
that shit no more.
July,
We're
but
clearly we've all kind of moved into our own shit. I'm happy about that, but What things that does scare me?
He says a
We
lot of
all were
stuff
saying the
that
same
makes
shit. We were
sense.
too busy fighting each other. Even after the fucking Zack Snyder stream, we were fucking sitting and fighting each other. But yeah, I believe that Zack Snyder did put this all in motion. Why?
By the way, Eric July is
Because
starting to make it
because of his
into
daughter.
some of the indie
I don't think it had
comic
anything to do with being fucked over the
groups
project.
now.
No, it was like the perfect storm.
Just
On
to be
Facebook.
Peterson is funded and
It was the
has
perfect storm.
handlers. He never gets strikes or videos taken
And then
down.
you
He's
shit on the
best
guy, right?
friends
He
with
lost the
Prager.
daughter. That was it.
See, I
That was
don't
the fucking
let much
last
care
song
for
and we'll do all
Prager.
this dumb shit.
Dennis Prager
But
is
that's just
another
me.
one
If
of
you
these
guys don't believe
fake
it, that's fine. Always
conservatives.
welcome here.
I'm not fond of
So
people
that'll be
like
good.
that.
I'm out.
If they were actually telling the truth, PragerU would not be able to have YouTube videos.
Dude, man, then there's the other kind of people who get money. You think this gives you power over me? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, even Milo Yiannopoulos, sure, he did some good shit, but Milo was paid opposition. Nicker Loser says Prager is on Jesse board a committee for Bond. I'm not surprised. If that's true, I'm not surprised. Don't much care for Prager. Never liked him. He occasionally says something that makes sense, but most of the shit he says is retarded.
Oh, everything's retarded. Like Amazon buying fucking One Medical. Hooray! HIPAA violation X. Jeff Bezos knows what you're taking now. Prager is a bit of a hate monger.
Yes, he is. Nigger Loser says exactly the main goal of the powers that be is to make sure American-born whites and blacks never get together, and that's correct. Because the easiest way to control the populace is to keep them hating each other instead of the people in power. That's why, despite the fact that I like to make my terrible jokes, I actually don't hate anyone. I've hated one person in my entire existence. One. I don't hate anybody else. It's not worth the effort.
We're not here to talk about yourself, Imber.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's.
No, I meant hate yourself.
Oh, you motherfucker. I haven't hated myself since I turned 20, thankfully. I got over that phase.
Ah, shit.
You son of a bitch! You got me with that one.
Yeah.
Jim Jimmy says Prager is strictly in it for the grift. He doesn't believe in any. That's correct. I agree with that statement. Nigger Loser says the biggest enemy of America is blacks and white Americans uniting. Blacks need to blame Mexicans for taking their entire jobs and resources. See, this is legitimately there's a serious problem with importing unskilled workers who are taking the jobs that would traditionally be filled by children and people that are poorly educated.
You want to?
It's causing people to remain in poverty for longer than they would need to, and then it inevitably results in them having to rely on the state.
You want to know who's to blame for all the immigration in the United States?
Oh, dude. Nigger says something that's very close to my heart. Racist jokes are hilarious. I agree. Prejudice is natural. Go to Asia and see real.
Yep.
Nobody hates other people. Nobody hates other people quite like the Asians. It's remarkable. A buddy of mine's married to an Asian woman, and the shit she says about every other race of people is ridiculous. He's told me some stories, and it's like, holy fuck, man. Yes.
Koreans hate Japanese, Japanese hate Chinese, Chinese hate Philippines, Japanese, Koreans, and the rest of them because they all find them inferior.
You're not wrong, Jubin. Hate is indeed useless. Yep. Nick Her Loser says no jobs left now. My entire city been invaded by mud people. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, and I was just about to follow up with that. The person you could blame for that is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, because during the war, he imported over Mexicans to do our field crops because we sell our boys to war.
Mexicans are not taking jobs from blacks. Never saw a black or white guy in a strawberry field. It's more about, I don't think it's necessarily Mexicans. They're importing people who are doing work that should be done by locals, to be entirely honest.
Yes.
Stellar 1965. What's that?
I don't know. Let me look it up. Dude, man, it's never said anything that's going to hurt us before, so. Okay, Hart-Celler Act of 1965, also known as was a law eliminated the national origins quota system, which has set limits of the number of individuals from any given nation who could immigrate to the United States. The act was signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson on October 3rd, 1965, and took effect June 30th, 1968.
Go figure.
Yes. Only Mexicans who should be here are the 10K who fought with the South in the Civil War. Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that. Or the 50,000 Africans who fought on the Confederate side, and the other 25,000 Cherokee who fought on the Confederate side. A lot of people don't know the Confederates were very diverse. It's amazing. Not all white people.
Shh. Let them have their narrative that the Confederates were all racist white people.
Well, after the Confederates lost, Lincoln basically robbed the fucking North of all their fucking silver to pay for the war, only to have them have Ulysses S. Grant after, I can't remember who the
Ulysses
president.
S. Grant, you mean?
Yeah, Ulysses S. Grant.
You said Ulysses S. Grant.
I told you my pronunciation's fucked up. I think it was the 18th president. I can't remember.
I know. I'm just fucking ribbing you, you faggot. Don't take it so seriously.
I know I'm taking it serious. I'm trying to remember the facts. I think it was the 18th president because our country was out on recession because of the Civil War, which is why he broke the Black Hills Treaty to basically invade and take gold.
Yeah. Go figure. See, I don't know that much about American history.
And yes, that fact I just quoted is not in history books. They will never tell you that. You have to do independent research.
Nick Herloser says Brazilians, Portuguese, Mexicans, French, Spanish fought with the South in Civil War. Civil War was not about slavery. Slavery was on its way out. That's correct.
Yes. When we I'm saying we because I'm in the South. And when we initiated the act against the Union, it was because the Union was going bankrupt and was on the verge of a recession. And they wanted to basically extort our fields and give us cheap wages for the buyouts. If you look in the stock market trades, you'll actually see that the North was trying to control the stock market on the cotton production, so that way they could actually get it for cheap and then sell it for higher ends to the other countries to bail us out. However, the South was not going to have that when they could actually do their own import and export of their own cotton, which is eventually why the fucking real war started. And the Emancipation Act wasn't signed for another 2 years.
Dude man says too much gay talk. He's now saying you sissies. Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, shit.
I like learning shit I didn't know previously. Also, I'm not an American. I'm the Canadian in the group.
Yeah, she's the fucking Canuck.
Yep.
Technically, you guys are the fucking dudes they sent down to the South to sit there and inspect us for the British fucking army.
That's correct. We were a colony at the time. We're the ones who burned down the White House in the War of 1812.
Yes, the only people to attack our capital and get away with it.
Yep, we were a British colony at the time. We didn't get our independence until... Shit, it's been a while. I can't remember.
Yeah. And you can't even appeal to the Queen anymore. What's sad?
I mean, technically speaking, we can, but she's not going to listen to us because we're no longer her. We're still part of the Commonwealth, but we're no longer her.
So what you're saying to me is that if basically you get a real politician who basically kisses her ass, there's a chance your country might be saved.
No, she's not even doing anything for her own people, so that's a misnomer. She won't do anything for...
Okay. So I have to tell Ruckus he's wrong. Do you know how long I'm going to hear it from him if I tell him he's wrong?
I don't think Ruckus is necessarily wrong. I've seen no evidence on my end that she's doing anything of value for the British people.
Well, the only reference I have from what he told me is that she did it before for Australia in '76, but considering the fact she hasn't done it for Australia right now, then I don't know. Let's see.
If she steps up and helps the British people from the bullshit currently going on, certainly I'm willing to admit I'm wrong. But until I see evidence that she's willing to help the British people, yeah, I'm just going to assume she's another derelict ruler on the throne.
Yeah. The real quote-unquote racists are in the north. They smile to your face and call you a N-word behind your back. They destroy black males, made them weak, skinny-legged, funny-standing niggas.
Yeah, man.
Jubine says, "Oh my God, I was in Toronto for a training camp. That place is great."
Malcolm X was absolutely correct when he warned black people about the white liberal, about them being just the enemy of the black man. I agree with that statement at this point. Because as I legitimately, this is a story from university. Gather around the fire, folks. When I was in university, very briefly, thankfully, I only went for a semester and a half because I realized, oh, I don't belong here. This place is fucking retarded. One of my classmates was a darker skinned gentleman, and he had a Middle Eastern sounding name. And I kid you fucking not, the white progressives in my fucking class were the only ones to make a fucking fuss when he said his name. And they were like rolling their eyes, huffing and going, of course. It's like, bro, what? What are you fucking doing? It's always the progressives, man. They're the most racist people I've ever encountered in my life. You want to know who points out to me that I don't look white? It's literally the progressives every fucking time. They're the only ones that say it.
Wait, you're not white? What the fuck? Why am I learning of this now?
Mixed. I'm mixed. I have weird facial features.
You said this last time. I'm making a joke.
You son of a bitch! It flew over my head. It flew over my head. That's my fault. Internet autism. I blame internet autism.
We also have a Liam update from Brown CBR in the chat.
Oh, we have a Liam update. Is he already back on the main account? Is that what's going on?
He says, today is the day for the Patreon Power Hour. Let's see if we get a Liam we'll get this cycle. We'll see. Let's see which Liam we get this cycle.
Liam's new menstrual cycle has begun. It could be fun. We'll see.
I have a vid of Jesse doing a therapy session.
Oh, you do? Seriously?
I think what he means, okay, Sonoma Digital is the same guy we watched earlier where he did the voice acting with the mouth going up and down.
No. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got you.
He does skits off Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh, that sounds like it would be ridiculous. Okay, let's check that out. Like, fucking go to his channel and find that.
Okay, 1 second. I'll go check it out.
Because it is what it is. I like comedy. I don't give a shit who produces it.
Okay, let's check it out.
Funny shit is always funny shit. That's life.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in private chat so that way Lassie can do it because my internet might be shit right now. And he says, white is an American construct just like black. The white American is native to America, mixed with other Caucasian races, just like American blacks are a mix of African races to breed a perfect slave.
We're not even fully white in North America. Most family lines have a degree of Asian in it through the, because most people don't know this, it would seem, because every time I bring it up, they go, what? But natives are an Asian haplogroup. They're ancestors of Asians who crossed the Bering Straits way back in the day.
Which is why...
Welcome to the porn office. I heard you want to get some canceling. Well, you're at the right place to overcome. Can I interest you in, you want something to suck on, like a popsicle or something? A sucker? You want a hot dog? No? Okay. We'll get right into it. You got the money?
There's anal lube on the desk behind him if you haven't
Okay.
seen
Hey,
it.
Armin,
I see it.
run his credit card. Yeah, run his credit card. Let me know when it goes through. And we get this thing jumping. Oh, good. All right, young man. What's your name? What's your name? Where you from? Where you from, young man?
My name is Greg, and I'm from here.
Oh, you from here? Okay. What you doing here today? You trying to be alpha?
Yes, Jesse, I'm trying to be alpha.
Okay. All right. Well, you ever been molested?
Yes, Jesse, I've been molested about 4 times.
Ooh, 4 times? Man, was it by a white man?
Those are rookie numbers. You need to get those numbers up.
No. All right, cool. I mean, how horrible. All right, look, this what we're gonna do. We're gonna get over there right now. You won't be careful there right now. All right, let me tell you. All right, so close your eyes. Close them eyes. Okay. Now, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna just repeat after me. All thoughts is lies. All thoughts is lies. Alright? Now anything that comes to your head is a lie. You're not gay. Okay,
Yes.
I'm not gay.
Good topic.
Oh. You can either take your pants off or we can continue with them shorts on.
What?
Yeah, you gotta take off the pants in order to really become reborn. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta like I gotta touch your skin to skin. It's like a you know what that thing where they get dumped in the water? Yeah. It's one of them things. Alright, you close your eye. All thoughts are lie. Repeat after me. You ain't never had a true thought in your life, okay?
What are you doing, Jesse?
He's
Are
literally
you
making the
okay?
hand.
Were you gay?
Okay.
Are you fucking gay? Yeah. Why is it getting hard? You must be gay. No, Jesse, please stop this right now. It's okay. You're overcoming. Right now, you're gonna overcome. No, Jesse. Yeah, you're gonna overcome it right now.
You're putting emphasis on the
Get
come.
there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. You reborn. Yeah, let me wipe my hand off. You reborn. Yeah, you ain't got to do nothing more. Just doubt all thoughts. Alright? Doubt all thought. Okay? And if you feel like this didn't work, you come back for the counseling. Okay? You know the price is right. $75 for a half hour, $140 for 1 hour. Yeah, next time you come, I'll give you what I call my best counseling method. Okay? It's an oral massage. It takes away all your pains, all your fears. Okay?
What is this, Odie? Is this Odie?
Don't
Is
tell
he
your
being
parents
molested by
about this.
Liam
Don't
live
tell
on
anybody
air?
about what we do here. Okay? It's secret. This is secret. Okay?
He says, LOL,
You want to be
what the
part of
fuck?
Bond?
That's actually what Jesse
And
charges.
get all the perks?
So he knows from
It's a
first-hand
secret.
experience.
Alright, so so go home and do my silent prayers on SoundCloud. Okay? And everything that happened here, it's a lie. It's all lies. Nothing here happened. You're reborn now, okay? Alright now. Now go and be sinless now. You be sinless now, like me. Alright? All right, I'll see you later.
Oh
All
god,
right,
the
buddy.
concept of being
Bye-bye.
sinless. It's funny, but it's such heresy. It's rank fucking heresy. Like, we can never be sinless. It's not possible. That's one of the reasons why Jesus had to die for our sins.
Hello, my name is Martin. I just want to tell everybody that I'm a meat puppet. And people should understand that the Lord and the devil control my body, and I have no control of my actions. And that I'll be saved so long as I repent. But the things I do, I'm not in control of them. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh god. Yeah, when Martin said he's a meat puppet, that made me laugh, and it confused me for a moment. I was like, did he really just intimate that he's not responsible for the shit he does?
Okay, so in 2 weeks' time, after listening to Jordan Lee Peterson and Patrick Rooney and his co-host, I have now came to the conclusion that they are all gay.
Yeah.
They're all gay. And that this whole thing is basically an extortion for money, as well as exposing themselves as gay. That's my conclusion now. I was originally
Jordan Lee Peterson, you said.
Did you drop Jordan Peterson by mistake there? Oh, you motherfucker. His brain's so gone from listening to all this gay shit. He's just like, I can't even do it anymore. I'm going full retard.
Dude, it's 2:20 in the fucking morning, man. My brain is gone. I said Jordan Lee Peterson.
Well done, Prime. Well done. I don't know who this Jordan Lee Peterson is, but we need memes. We need memes of Jordan Lee Peterson giving homosexual advice to heterosexual men. Holy shit. Oh, that's terrible.
Yes.
These Freudian accusations.
Fucking A. I can't believe I said that.
Pussy Lee Peterson says Nick her loser. Oh god.
Ah.
I mean, there's a lot of fucking psyops to make people stop reproducing. Because look at like the climate nonsense. Just plant more trees, bro. We'll be fine.
We don't have to plant more trees. God, Einberg, a scientist calculated all your trees in Canada alone can produce 32 times the amount of oxygen Earth needs. Just Canada. That's not even talking about America, Mexico.
Well,
South
there you
America.
go. We invade Canada, kill all the people, plow everything under, and plant trees. Problem solved.
Yes. Get the few base Canadians out of here first, but then yes.
People want video footage of Jesse fucking, LOL. Why? Why, though?
That would be funny. I'm not gonna lie. I want to watch that midget man fuck.
Do you know what I'm picturing in my head when he
I
says
will
that?
commentate over that shit. That would be hilarious.
And whoever's watching this,
Our new channel on Pornhub.
whoever watching this, you can make hundreds of dollars. You remember that America's Funniest Video where you have the turtle having sex on top of the other turtle, and it's making that. Yeah, just go put Jesse Lee Peterson's face on the one on top and put Patrick Rooney's on bottom.
Oh god. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, I'm always down for memes. Jokes are like always okay. I'm weird when it comes to jokes. Most people are like, don't joke about this, don't joke about that. No. I think everything is fine in comedy. If you're not being legitimately malicious, I think everything is fine in comedy.
Jim, we're almost at August, and I still don't have my fucking book.
With George's book, or
yes, George's book, Joe King 2. Said it was in print back in June, and
Still no word. I'm gonna go check it right now, see if you made an update. Let's see.
Isn't Vicky getting on to him for his late books?
Yeah,
No, he doesn't target her own people.
Yeah, see, 1 month ago, June 21st, 2022, we are printing. That's June. That's a month ago. We're going into August next month, George. Where's my fucking book? You're going to be 2 years late by the time you get it to March. 2 years. CG late. Like, bad late.
Jesse sucks hella wood.
Entirely possible, it would seem.
How can Oat look at his son, I'm his face anymore?
Patrick.
Okay. How can Patrick... Okay. If I was Patrick Rooney, I'd blow my head off rather than tell my son Jesse blew my cheeks out.
Sorry. You're going to kill me with that one. Holy shit.
Jim Tuner says, I want my spaceship from George.
Man, I legitimately hope people get their stuff soon because I don't like George, but I still hope he fulfills his shit.
If Jesse was still alive, we'd be doing the Trash Compactor show right now, and we'd be calling out George. I know it. Everybody else does too.
If Testy were still alive, there'd be a lot of people who'd be getting called out right now.
Yes, and I'll be honest with you, one of those people would be Wiggle because he's not putting people hard pressed on paint.
Oof,
Jesse is
side rather than a bottom or top. He likes to jerk people off and get jerked. Fair enough.
Huh. Well. Whew. I'm still trying to recover after saying Jordan Lee Peterson.
Oh god, that was good. Fucking Jordan Lee Peterson. That you birthed a meme, my dude. Your accident is going to produce much laughter. You're going to have memes of Jordan Peterson, Jesse Lee Peterson hybrid. It will be hilarious.
Throw Jesse Milestone in there for good measure.
Yes.
Do they still have the Jordan Peterson bot where he could say things?
I'm pretty sure it still exists.
Oh, dude, we could make a killing with fucking Jordan Peterson saying shit Jesse Lee Peterson says.
Oh, God.
Holy shit, that was jinx.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for joining us. And the next stream will be on Twitch. Probably tomorrow, but who knows?
Nick Her Loser says, I Am Fit Podcast did a funny interview with Patrick Rooney and Martin Francis. We'll have to check that out, too.
Oh, hell.
Martin is choice. He's insane.
Southern men, the thunders mutter, northern flags and south winds flutter. To arms, to arms, in Dixie. Send them back your fierce defiance, stamp upon the cursed alliance. To arms, to arms, to arms, in Dixie. Advance the flag of Dixie. Hurrah, hurrah, for Dixie's land we take our stand and live or die for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. Fear no danger, shun no labor, lift up rifle, pike, and saber. To arms, to arms, to arms, in Dixie. Shoulder pressing close to shoulder, let the odds make each heart bolder. To arms, to arms, to arms, in Dixie. Advance the flag of Dixie. Hurrah, hurrah, for Dixie's land we take our stand and live or die for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. on your country's altar, never to submit or falter. To arms, to arms, to arms, in Dixie. Till the spoilers are defeated, till the Lord's work is completed. To arms, to arms, to arms, in Dixie. Advance the flag of Dixie. Hurrah, hurrah, for Dixie's land we take our stand and live or die for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie. To arms, and conquer peace for Dixie.